if he got injured? The way he was flitting from beast to beast seemed dangerous. But Ru-Er was right. Her master deserved the respect of having his orders followed. A couple of 100 yards couldn't come fast enough. Several seconds later, she judged they'd run the required distance. They just needed to find a good location. Xianxia sensed something behind her. She glanced back. It was her master. He sprinted past them at a much faster rate than their top speed. His face looked like the clouds right before a summer thunderstorm. Xianxia gulped. Her master stopped a short way ahead of them and turned around. The two halted, facing him. "Young Ru, what the holy heck did you think you were doing? What did I tell you to do when someone called for a retreat?" "Group up and retreat, Senior Brother Chow." "Did I leave too much open for interpretation there? Did you think I meant that when someone calls for retreat, you should wait until you feel like it to comply?" "No, Senior Brother Chow." "And what were your specific orders for that engagement?" "To kill 4 or 5 beasts and then retreat, Senior Brother Chow." "And that was for you personally to kill 4 or 5 beasts, was it?" "No, Senior Brother Chow. It was for Xianxia and I to kill that many together." "Then why on God's green earth were you still standing there fighting, already injured, nearly surrounded by beasts, when the two of you had already killed 6 together and your sister yelled for you to retreat? Tell me, young Ru. I want to understand, and I simply don't." God's green earth? What did that mean? The little bit of extra strangeness wasn't what she truly found disconcerting. It was how her master was acting. Mad, livid, like he was ready to rip her brother's idiotic head off. Despite her master not appearing to be much older than her, she'd begun to think of him almost like a kindly old grandfather. If that was what he was, that grandfather still had his teeth. "This lowly one has no excuse, Senior Brother Chow." "You're right. You don't. Because there is no excuse. When we're in combat, when lives are on the line, my word is law. You do what I say. You do not question it. Both of you. Understand?" "Yes, Senior Brother Chow." Her master took his spear and threw it right at Ru-Er. It flew past his head, missing by only inches. Xianxia spun her head to follow its flight. It sunk into the eye of a lion that had just appeared. "Take your healing pill. Then both of you get ready to fight. They're almost here." Between her, her brother, and her master, they'd killed more than 10 of the beasts and left many of the rest wounded. Their flight had had an effect, too. Some beasts were faster than others, leading to the wave being staggered even more than it was originally. All that to say that the remaining fight wasn't nearly as challenging as the previous one. With Ru-Er chagrined and her master clearly still angry, the three went to work silently, making kill after kill, until there were none left. "We've got a little while before the rank 3 arrives with a few lieutenants," her master said. "Rest up. Grab some water." "Yes, Senior Brother Chow," she and Ru-Er chorused. A few minutes later, her master walked over to her. "Killing a beast with each shot is impressive. You like being impressive, don't you?" She did like to impress him, but held her tongue. That answer seemed like a trap. "You're right to hesitate. I saw what you did with the bear." Xianxia honestly did not know what he was talking about. Her face must have showed her confusion. "You didn't have a kill shot on the bear, so you left it for Yang Ru, even though he was still engaged." She had? "After we're finished today, meditate on the flow of the battle. You need to see the bigger picture. Sometimes wounding an opponent is better than killing one." "Yes, Senior Brother Chow. This lowly one apologizes." "You have nothing to apologize for. This is the first time you've faced such a situation. Learn from your experience and do better next time. Thank you, senior brother. She opened her mouth to ask him something, but thought better of it. What? You can say it, whatever it is. It's just that I thought I was catching up to senior brother, but I've never seen those moves and that speed. He barked out a laugh. Young Shu, you are a talented, dedicated, and hard-working disciple. I have no doubt you will go far in the cultivation world. But you've been a cultivator for 3 months. If you could surpass me in skill level after that paltry amount of time, when I've had years and years to work on manipulating qi, I wouldn't be much of a master, would I? That was true. Her master really was the best. Chapter 33. Enter the Dragon. Benton was madder at himself than at Yang Ru. As someone who had raised 3 children through the turbulent teenage years, Benton was quite familiar with an immutable law of nature. Kids screw up. It was unfortunate that Yang Ru chose the middle of a life-and-death fight to do so, but it was what it was. Besides, it was in the boy's character to do what he did. Withdrawing from a fight was not easy for one with the lava chi aspect focused on momentum. Benton should have considered the boy's nature when making the plan to face that last wave. Actually, he should never have put the boy into a situation where he could get hurt in the first place. As much as the father and grandfather from Earth laid the blame on himself, the memories of the cultivator Su presented a much different take. Yang Ru was the one who violated an order. Whether it be in battle, or even simply in talking to the member of a rival sect, or in any number of situations that could go from fine to deadly in an instant for a cultivator, making a single step out of place, even using the wrong phrase in greeting, could get people killed. In the Flowing Tiger sect, Yang Ru would be punished severely. Being kicked out of the sect, with his cultivation first being destroyed, was an option. Disobeying a direct order in combat was only second to betraying the sect in severity. Disciples had been summarily executed for less. The more Benton thought about it, the more he came around to the advice followed in Su's memories. Benton wasn't on Earth anymore. Mistakes carried life and death consequences. The boy needed the lesson brought home. Hard. Not an execution or having his cultivation destroyed, obviously, but Benton had an idea. Yang Ru, come here. The boy approached, trepidation written all over his face. Give me your spear, Benton said. Yang Ru looked stricken as he handed it over. If I can't trust you, I can't let you fight. Here, take this. Benton handed him the last remaining mortal spear from his spatial ring. Stand behind your sister, and only act if it is absolutely necessary to save her life. Understand? Yes, Senior Brother Chow. His reply was soft and listless. Benton hadn't had to do much disciplining since his kids had graduated high school and left the house. For his grandchildren, he left that chore to their parents. He liked the freedom to spoil the little guys and gals rotten before sending them back home. At the expression on Yang Ru's face, the saying, "This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you," rang true. The punishment had 3 big advantages, though. 1, it fit the crime. He didn't do what he was supposed to do in combat, so he wouldn't get to do combat. 2, it had a visceral impact, hitting Yang Ru right where it hurt. Nothing would be worse for him than sitting on the sidelines watching his sister fight. And 3, it put the system-wrought spear in much better hands for the upcoming fight. Honestly, Benton probably would have ended up borrowing it back against the rank 3 anyway. Being limited to a mortal weapon was fine against rank 2s, but the restriction would be too much of a distraction against a beast with a higher cultivation. Benton sensed the boss beast and his lieutenants on the move. The sound of rustling accompanied them. Whatever the thing was, it was big. "Xianxia," Benton said. "I'll tank the rank 3. You handle the add-ons." A couple of his grandkids liked gaming, and sometimes grandparents had to go to great lengths to get in FaceTime when the kids grew older. Playing along with them was a small price to pay, and the situation he was in made those old terms roll right off his tongue. "Tank, senior brother? Add-ons?" "That means I'll occupy the rank 3 beast. You're responsible for any other beasts that join in. If you finish before me, I'll instruct you on what I want you to do." The rustling got closer. "Yes, senior brother."
"If I say retreat, you retreat. Run. Do not stop until you either reach the village or I pass you. Both of you. Understand?" "Yes, senior brother," the two chorused. If worst came to worst, he'd hold off the beasts while the siblings got away. The rustling was just out of sight. "Good," Benton said. "Get ready, because they're here." Blue-spotted salamanders were the first to appear. 3 of them, about the size of alligators. They showed more of a draconic heritage than a similar animal back on Earth, both in size and the scales armoring their bodies. A moment later, a gigantic Komodo dragon, about the height of a horse, emerged. It was at the peak of rank 3, just a tiny step away from rank 4, by far the most dangerous thing Benton had ever faced. Xianxia played her role to perfection, immediately loosing an arrow at the salamander nearest her. She aimed for the eye as usual, but the beast had armored eyelids. The arrow bounced off. She'd need to increase her accuracy to hit these opponents, and he doubted one hit would kill these big, peak rank 2 draconic lizards. In a way, both those handicaps would be good for her advancement, if she survived. It was time for Benton to engage, though. He'd devote a small portion of his attention to monitoring the siblings, but for the most part, the dragon would take all his effort. The huge beast was covered in scales, leaving almost no part of it vulnerable. Since it was a higher cultivation than Benton, its toughness and strength exceeded his, even with the addition of the body cultivation. It was going to be a tough nut to crack. Benton darted forward. His spear tip struck the joint in its right front leg, bouncing off with little damage. Little damage was not none, though. Its tongue darted out. Benton dodged. He struck the same spot again, and again, and again. He dodged the tongue and claws over and over again. The beast was tough and strong. It could withstand a lot of damage, and if it landed a single strike on Benton, he'd be severely injured, maybe even killed. But it was slow, and it telegraphed its moves. It didn't have the intelligence even to feint. After the 5th hit, the dragon started favoring that leg, and after the 10th, a large hole had been torn out of the scale covering the joint. Benton moved to the right back leg, hitting it 10 times and achieving the same result. And then to the left back leg, and then to the left front leg. When Benton had arrived on the Cultivation planet, he'd been given a young, fit body to replace his old, out-of-shape one. The difference in stamina he'd felt was staggering. On top of that, he'd since added 5 minor realms of spiritual cultivation and 2 minor realms of body cultivation. All that to say that Benton often felt like he could sprint multiple marathons without growing fatigued. For the first time since arriving on the Cultivation planet, Benton was tired. He wasn't panting, but he was close. Xianxia had long since finished her task. It had taken nearly all of her 50 arrows, and for Yang Ru to step in a couple of times to protect her. But she'd slain all 3 salamanders. Benton withdrew another bundle of 25 arrows from his spatial ring and tossed it to her. "Aim for the broken scales." She took his instruction like a champ. An instant later, she loosed,
striking the meat of the dragon's right front leg. The second arrow landed right next to the first one. That leg collapsed. The entire right front side of the beast collapsed into the dirt. After that, Benton rested just out of its range as Xianxia repeated her Hawkeye impression on each of the legs, leaving the dragon helpless. It still took quite some time to finally finish it off. All the arrows Xianxia had used against the salamanders had been repurposed to make the dragon into a pincushion, and Benton's arms were sore and tired for hitting the tough, dense scale and hide. When it was over, all Benton wanted to do was sink to the ground and go to sleep. Of course, he couldn't do that. For one thing, it would ruin his image as the all-powerful, all-wise master he was trying to present to his disciples. More importantly, it would cause the other rank 3 spirit beast that was approaching to attack. The new one wasn't as strong as the one they'd killed, only midway through the rank, but it was fresh, while they were worn out. Benton spun and faced the direction the nearly silent beast was approaching from. "Yang Ru, stand beside me with your spear ready. Xianxia, knock an arrow. Do not let any pain or fatigue show." He looked them over. Yang Ru had a few scratches, but otherwise looked fresh as a daisy. Xianxia was the very picture of youthful exuberance. Perfect. When the beast got close enough to see them, it immediately turned around and fled. Benton let out a relieved sigh and, after a couple of tense minutes of observing its retreat, sank into a lotus position to regain his stamina. "Yang Ru, run and go get the harvesters. Bring them here. Xianxia, gather your arrows and do whatever cleaning and maintenance is necessary." "Yes, senior brother." The site of the fight was a mess. The big corpse of the Komodo dragon was the centerpiece, blood trails emanating from dozens of wounds, but the rest of the surrounding area was littered with dead rank 1 and 2 beasts. By the time Yang Ru returned with the harvesters, Benton had mostly recovered. He sat serenely in his meditative pose, looking every bit the wizened cultivator. "Greetings, Guangyin. The wood is safe." "Esteemed Master Cultivator, is that a rank 3 beast?" "It is, Guangyin." The man cupped his hands. "This lowly one thanks the esteemed Master Cultivator for protecting us." The other 5 men followed suit, bowing and offering thanks. "Don't worry about it," Benton said. "It was my pleasure." The men stayed bowed, clearly waiting for the other shoe to drop. Benton didn't disappoint them. "Have you ever noticed that I try to treat everyone around me with respect? Granted, I don't use honorifics and refer to myself in the third person like you all do, but I feel I generally go out of my way to be nice to people. Did you know why that is?" "The lowly one does not, esteemed Master Cultivator," Guangyin said. "Partly, it's because it just feels like the right thing to do. I like it when people treat me with respect, so I put out into the world what I want returned to me." Benton smiled even though his audience couldn't see him. "Partly, though, it's because you never know who you're really talking to. A peasant might be a hidden expert in disguise. When you're dealing with cultivators so far above you in realm, it's really quite impossible to know if they're lowly mortals or godlike nascent souls. Know what I mean?" "Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator," the men chorused. "You know what I really hate, though?" "No, esteemed Master Cultivator." "I hate hidden experts who get all butthurt when someone disrespects them and goes and levels a city or village or something. Those people didn't know he was a hidden expert, so why should they have treated him as someone above them, right?" Agreeing to that statement was too much of a trap, and the men were too smart to not stay quiet. Now, on the other hand, once that hidden expert displays his strength, he could rightly expect that respect from then on. And if that hidden expert reacted to rudeness by destroying a city or a village after that, then who am I to hate him, you know?
Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator.
Good, Benton said. I'm glad we had this little talk. You all should probably get to work now.
Chapter 34. Analysis. It soon became apparent to Benton that the battle with the rank 3 had scared off all the otter spirit beasts, leaving the area safe for the harvesters. He released the siblings to cultivate, while he periodically scanned with his spiritual sense. Once he felt fully recovered, he cleaned up the site, storing all the beast corpses in his spatial ring, and going to each of the spots of the other battles and doing the same. With that done, he didn't have a lot to occupy his time. There was a small shed constructed of the area's abundant spiritual wood that held axes and saws and the like, and the harvesters had quickly gone to work. Observing them occupied his attention for a while, but the process wasn't all that interesting. It wasn't all that different from something a normal lumberjack would do, just using internally manipulated chi and superior tools to hit harder and work faster than a mortal could do. Benton settled in to consider his next steps. Yang Ru getting hurt had been scary and disturbing. While Yang Shu favored a slashing, dart-in and dart-out style that largely kept her from being hurt, the boy's entire fighting style revolved around dealing more damage than he took. That attitude wasn't sustainable until he was a lot tougher. He needed body cultivation. But that was too expensive. Or was it? Body cultivation required 3 elements: a cultivation method that included an alchemical recipe, alchemical ingredients mainly consisting of various qi-infused plants, and an infusion of qi into the bath, typically requiring an appropriately ranked spirit beast core for qi-gathering cultivators, since they couldn't add the qi themselves. Benton obviously could cover the first of those once he'd recruited enough disciples to develop a steady source of sect points. The second, hopefully he'd be able to supply either by purchasing on his shopping trip or by foraging. Though his ability to do so was really dependent on what the recipe actually called for. He'd need to check that. The third had been the most problematic due to sheer expense, but his spatial ring was packed with cores. He had 299 rank 1s and 458 rank 2s stored, and they were fairly equally divided among the elements. He pulled up his Cultivation Method Creation menu and realized he didn't see a way to create a body cultivation method. That lack was weird, considering he'd been able to increase his personal body cultivation. He mentally queried the system about it. Host's request is accepted. Please select a body cultivation realm: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, iridium. Unlike spiritual cultivation, which listed realms far beyond those known to Sue, the list of body cultivation realms did not exceed his experience. Benton chose bronze, obviously, and followed by selecting targeted to specific chi aspect, mentally specifying Yang Ru's. Other than the realms being different and fewer, the biggest difference between the menus for spiritual versus body cultivation came in the next submenu. Please allocate 100 body cultivation method creation points in the following categories: ingredient, flexibility, physical attribute enhancement, agility, strength, toughness, vitality. The 4 attributes seemed pretty self-explanatory, but though he thought he understood what ingredient flexibility might signify, it was best to make sure. He asked the system to expand on that one. If 0 points are attributed to the ingredient flexibility category, host must supply specific ingredients in exact quantity and quality in order for a bath to successfully advance the cultivator toward the next realm. Allocating points in the category allows the host to substitute ingredients, makes the recipe less sensitive to variations in exact measurement of each ingredient, and permits the use of some ingredients of a lesser potency. That category sounded handy. Until he had a steady source of spirit plants, the ingredient list was the biggest risk of proving to be a fatal flaw that would prevent him from recouping his sect points. It was also nice that he could tailor the physical attributes to the cultivator. Giving agility to Yang Ru made no sense. He just wasn't equipped to use it well. Strength was more complicated. His qi aspect would push him to higher and higher levels, making him an inexorable force. The question was whether body cultivation should lean into his forte or shore up his weaknesses. The next two categories defined his weaknesses: toughness, to keep him from getting hurt, and vitality, to allow him to better survive damage. Both were the exact reasons Benton was looking into creating the method in the first place. Since he had to decide the relative merits of each, though, he leaned slightly toward vitality. His reasoning was that it was impossible to be tough enough to never get injured, making it more important to be able to shake off wounds and heal faster. After a few minutes' thought, he decided on 25 points devoted to ingredient flexibility, 0 for both agility and strength, 30 for toughness, and 45 for vitality. He followed the menu to the next one, choosing a throwaway name of BTT-01. The system obviously didn't let him save it, telling him it would have cost him 10 points. A little more investigation revealed that the sect point expenditure and gain for body cultivation worked exactly like spirit cultivation. That fact gave Benton pause. With all those rank 1 and rank 2 spirit cores in his spatial ring, and the ability to get more almost any time, he should at least consider body cultivation for his newest disciples. That idea came with a couple of big advantages. First, it was fast. It took 3 baths to advance from one minor realm to the next, and a body cultivator could handle a bath every other day. And second, it yielded fantastic results as early as the Middle Bronze realm, making the disciples much more combat-ready and harder to kill. Benton grimaced. The combat-ready portion of that wasn't necessarily a positive. He was not ready to raise an army of child soldiers. Even if he never planned on them fighting, though, it was better for them to be prepared. A cultivator's life was brutal at times, and much as he wanted the kids safe behind large walls, he simply could not guarantee they'd be able to avoid danger. Being harder to kill, as well as being more able to defend themselves, were both good things. The big question was how many sect points would it profit him to implement the idea? Counting Wan Ai, since it probably wouldn't make much sense to give her a uniquely aspected body cultivation method, he had 11 new disciples that could use one tuned to nature, and each of them would use 3 rank 1 cores to get to Bronze Minor Realm 3, and 3 rank 2 cores to get to Minor Realm 6. So, for 33 of each type of core, he could gain 66 sect points in about 2 weeks. It would cost him 20 points to create the method. That was practically an immediate profit of 46 points. Score! Even better, every disciple who even tangentially used nature-aspected qi would be pure profit. The whole deal was basically converting a resource he had in plenty, spirit beast cores, into a resource that was quite scarce, sect points. That potential windfall depended on one huge unknown, though: the availability of the necessary alchemical ingredients. System, he said mentally, can you give me a list of the types of ingredients I'd need for a Bronze Realm body cultivation method? Exact ingredients are dependent on the method created, but some examples are spirit grass, ginseng, and qi-infused tea leaves. All those were common. Any herbalist might have those. Crap, he might have been walking past those ingredients all over the place.
While his senses hadn't picked up any heavily qi-infused plants in his journeys thus far, the amount of grass and leaves and various other flora he'd passed that contained low levels were so numerous that it hadn't even seemed worth it to gather any. The answer had made it much more probable that body cultivation was at least a short-term solution to all his sect point needs. But he needed to make sure before he committed to it. From Su's memories, he knew that a body cultivation method attuned to a specific element required a core's qi to match that element. Using fire qi cores for Yang Ru and ice qi cores for Yang Shu would be pretty easy given what he had in his spatial ring. But things might get difficult fast if all the nature-aspected cultivators had to draw from that single element. He mentally asked the system that question. A bronze body cultivation method targeted generically to nature qi aspect may use any spirit beast core as the catalyst. Higher tier methods will require nature qi aspected beast cores, but starting at foundation establishment, the disciple's own qi may be used to power the bath in lieu of the cores. All methods targeted to a uniquely specific qi aspect will require cores that correspond to the element closest to that specific aspect.
Awesome. It seemed that Benton had a probable solution to rapidly increasing his supply of sect points. He just had to found his sect first. And he had to find the necessary spiritual plants. One solution to that supply problem would be to invest a couple of points in learning herbology. After all, he'd soon pass his next 10 points earned mark, giving him one to spend. In fact, since he would be teaching 8 disciples how to cultivate, he'd be only 3 points from his next 10. By the time he had his sect founded, many of the new disciples would likely have earned him their second point, taking him over that mark. Still, herbology felt somewhat limiting. The best use of his time surely wasn't running around trying to find low-value spirit herbs. It would be better to have disciples like Wan Ai handle that. It sure would be nice to have something like an analyze skill that allowed him to look at a plant or weapon or opponent and have the system supply him with information about it. System, he said mentally. Do you have anything like that? Host could define a technique that synergizes with host's enhanced spiritual senses perk. Such a technique would give a limited version of something resembling the desired analyze skill that could be expanded in upper realms.
Benton had been doing pretty well so far, leaning on Su's memories, and he'd been planning on using his points almost exclusively on increasing his cultivation in the near future. On the other hand, analyze would be something that helped him in a million tiny ways as a sect leader. And if he truly had discovered an exploit to net him a bunch of sect points in the near future, upping his level was a lot less urgent. It was a tough call. He'd have to give it a lot of thought.
Chapter 35. A greater treasure?
Yang Shu sank into a lotus position, immediately beginning to cultivate as soon as her master gave her and her brother leave to do so. Though she wasn't an expert at cultivating yet, she was getting used to spending a lot of her time cycling, and the qi in the area around the special spirit wood felt different, more intense. Her cycling was more efficient, more effective. She wanted to spend her day doing nothing but cultivating, but she also had to meditate on the fights she'd just completed. So she limited herself to just 2 complete cycles. Another 3 or 4 cycles wouldn't hurt, though, right? Her master taught that when an opportunity presented itself, you had to seize it. And what was the intense qi in the wood except for an opportunity? Yang Shu sighed. That excuse had merit, but it was nothing but an excuse. In truth, she didn't want to meditate. Her master had pointed out that she had passed on loosing an arrow at a bear because it wouldn't have been a kill shot. Because of her choice, Ru'er got injured. Because of her mistake. She hated facing her mistakes. She hated even more that her master had to call her attention to it. Even though he told her that it was okay for her to err as long as she learned from it, She wanted him to be proud of her, not to have to correct her. Compounding her mistake by not learning from it would be the true betrayal of her master, though. She would not sink that low. If he wanted her to learn from it, she would. With that determination in mind, she sank into a meditative trance. Each and every use of her archery technique that day played and replayed in her mind. Each arrow loosed, each hit, each kill, and each mistake. Times when she hadn't moved perfectly. Times when she hadn't stilled completely. Times when her arrow had been just a hair off, like her first shot against one of the salamanders. Most of all, though, the one her master had drawn to her attention stood out.
Clearly, Rue had no chance of stopping that bear. He was already engaged. If she would have shot it in the leg, it would have delayed the beast long enough for her brother to finish off the other one and strike the bear first, avoiding the injury. Subsequently, she discovered 2 other opportunities where a shot she considered bad, one that didn't result in a kill, would have resulted in either her brother or her master having an easier time. Young Shu resolved to pay more attention to those situations in the future, and as that resolve solidified into the essence of her being, the figure representing her in her mind's eye underwent a transformation. Her draws became smoother, her aiming more accurate, her stillness absolute, her power stronger. More importantly, the figure in her mind's eye developed discernment, the ability to determine which shot was the most impactful. Her eyes shot open. "Senior Brother Chow, is that—" "Yes," her master grinned. "Congratulations. You have achieved mastery with the bow." He paused. "I honestly thought it would take you longer than that. So, for your diligence, a reward is in order." "A reward?" Her ears perked up. "You still need to put in practice time with your bow," he said. "Mastery does not mean perfection. There remains much room for improvement in your chi manipulation, using it more efficiently and getting more impact out of it. And your skills can regress if you go long enough without using it. That being said, you now have time to focus on other techniques, be it the spear or something else." Something else? That sounded interesting. "Does Senior Brother have something in mind?" she said. "I'm open to suggestion." Wow, that meant she got to choose a new technique. The possibilities were endless. Her mind spun. Obviously, she was limited to internal chi manipulation, since she was still in the chi gathering realm. A movement technique would be useful, but her master had already said he wanted her to learn that on her own. Since she was focused on the bow, what made most sense was something that enhanced her attacks, and she vividly recalled how difficult it was to penetrate the scales on the Komodo dragon. "Can Senior Brother give me something to make my shots more powerful?" "I could, but I'd prefer not to. There is no technique that will make your arrows strong enough to penetrate a rank 3 while you're in the realm of a rank 2. I could, of course, give you something that will take you to the peak of your current level, but you can reach that pinnacle simply by practicing. Same thing for increasing accuracy and speed. That all seems like a waste." As always, her master's advice was most wise. "Does Senior Brother have a suggestion?" Honestly, the thing that will benefit you the most in the long run is better perception. At some point, you and your brother will be going on missions without me, and one of you will need to take the lead in finding spirit beasts. You'll not be able to use your spiritual sense until foundation establishment, but learning how to enhance your vision, hearing, smell, and even taste and touch will serve you well for the rest of your cultivation career. Besides, it's hard to hit a target if you don't know it's there."
That was something she would never have thought of on her own. Her master simply told them where every spirit beast was at any time, even the ones that should have been able to hide from them. If it were just her and her brother, they'd spend most of their day either looking for something to fight or wandering into ambushes. She cupped her hands and bowed slightly. This lowly disciple yields to senior brother's wisdom. Her master shook his head at her use of third person, but the ends of his lips curled up slightly. Very well.
He got a far-off look on his face, and his eyes darted rapidly around, a condition she was used to by now. Less than a minute later, he handed her a jade slip. She pulled the rank 1 beast core from her pocket that he'd gifted her long ago and cast her consciousness into the slip, the peerless peering and perception technique. Not for the first time, she wondered who named these techniques and how her master had access to them. But it was her master. He was supposed to be unfathomable. The technique itself was exactly what he'd described. It allowed her to manipulate her chi to boost any of her senses, or, once she'd progressed further, all of them at once. As much as she wanted to practice her new technique, it was more optimal to cultivate as much as possible in order to take advantage of the environment. Of course, it took a while for her to settle down enough to get back to cultivating after all that excitement, but once she did, she lost herself in gathering as much chi into herself as she could, seizing the opportunity the wood presented. The rest of the day passed quickly, and sooner than she would have liked, her master interrupted her at the end of a cycle to let her know that it was time to leave. Ru-Er had apparently finished before her because he was waiting with her master. There was obvious tension between them. That strain was all her brother's fault. Before all the mess with Feng Wei had happened, their father had been working to find them apprenticeships in the village. He drilled into them over and over again that a master's word was absolute. They were not to talk back. They were not to think they knew better. They were to follow orders. Their future depended on it. Xianxia always thought she would be the one to have a more difficult time with that than her brother of all people. He was always so stoic, a true put-his-head-down-and-bear-whatever came kind of guy. She couldn't believe he had disobeyed a direct order in the middle of combat. If father were alive, he would have... Well, she didn't know what he would have done, but Ru-Er surely wouldn't have liked it. She was confident her brother would find his way back into her master's good graces, but whatever punishment was dealt until then was well deserved. Regardless, he took his place as directed by her master, and they began the trek back to the village. Due to the harvester's presence, the trip proceeded at an excruciatingly slow pace, and because the massive battle between her master and the rank 3 earlier, no spirit beasts dared come near them. It was a boring walk. Eventually, though, they reached the walls. "Esteemed Master Cultivator," Guangyin said, "thank you for your protection." "Of course. We only did what was promised. How long do you think it will take to finish gathering the wood?" 6 more days, esteemed Master Cultivator." "Good. We'll see you here tomorrow morning, then." With that exchange, the 6 villagers departed into the village. "Senior brother," Xianxia said, "are Ru-Er and I to go back to the inn?" "No, you'll come with me this evening. I want you to meet your future fellow sect members. You'll be their senior brother and sister, charged with their protection, so it will be good for you to be familiar with them, especially Wan Ai." "Wan Ai?" Xianxia rose her eyebrows in question. "I hope you 3 get along well," her master said. "She is to be an inner sect disciple along with the 2 of you." "Another inner disciple? Will she fight alongside us, senior brother?" Xianxia said. She barely left unasked whether her master expected the new girl to be a better fighter. And what would the girl do for a weapon? They only had the 2.
Xianxia was not giving up her bow. No, she's a real treasure. I'm hoping she'll become our alchemist. A greater treasure than Xianxia. Are her spiritual roots better than mine, senior brother? She is your junior sister, Xianxia.
Every person in the sect contributes in their own way. Yours is to fight so she doesn't face danger. Hers is to eventually convert ingredients into pills to heal you and your brother and your other junior sisters and brothers, and to create important resources you will need to make you stronger. Every person in the sect will perform an important function. We will all work together for each other. Understood? Xianxia deflated. Another mistake. Yes, senior brother, she said. Good. Let's go. Mo Jian was expecting a report on how the harvesting went for the day, and told his servant to admit Guang Yin at once. Upon entering the room, the man immediately cupped his hands and bowed. I didn't believe you, honored mayor, but you were right. Mo Jian hadn't been worried until that point, but whatever the old fool had done was troubling enough to make him show proper respect. What did you do? That cultivator is more powerful than I would have believed. He detected every spirit beast along the path and directed his disciples to kill them well before they reached our sight. Then, when we got to the wood, he detected a large quantity of beasts led by multiple rank 3s. I thought he'd promptly run back to the village and leave us behind. Instead, he took his disciples into the wood. When one returned to get us, he had obviously been injured and led us to the scene of a great battle. The corpses of more than a dozen beasts were lying about, including a draconic rank 3. Mo Jian grimaced. And what did you do to make the situation worse, Guang Yin? The man at least had the decency to look abashed. At first, I was not as polite as I could have been. Then I, maybe, openly doubted his abilities. Did he kill any of your team? No, Guang Yin said. He told me that he'd let my disrespect slide the first time, but if I offended him again, he'd destroy the entire village. Mo Jian's jaw clenched. You idiot! Why would you go out of your way to offend him after what I told you? Guang Yin got down on his knees and kowtowed. I am an idiot. I thought I knew better. I thought he was fooling you, that he had somehow scouted the village or gotten the information about us. He doesn't look like a golden core cultivator. Looks can be deceiving, you old fool. I know. Believe me, I know. It's just that he doesn't act like an old monster either. And you know so many old monsters such that you'd recognize them by their actions? Mo Jian said. The man had no answer. How much danger is the village in? Mo Jian asked. I don't know, Honorable Mayor. I have no doubt that he can destroy the whole of the village, but I don't know if he will. Mo Jian shook his head. At least the old fool had finally come around. What finally convinced you? The mayor said. Besides his obvious spiritual senses and the combat prowess he and his disciples displayed, even his spatial ring is not ordinary. He gathered in corpse after corpse with no thought of not having room. Just the rank 3 would have filled a storage device that any normal member of the Righteous Reign sect would have owned. A ring capable of holding all those beasts combined might be a treasure the sect ancestors would have coveted. But that's not the only thing. Mo Jian's face tightened. One of his disciples apparently gained mastery of her weapon technique, Guang Yin said. Any idea of her realm? Everything about both the disciples tells me they haven't been cultivating for many months, from how long it takes them to sink into their cultivation trance to just the way they behave and how their master treats them. They cycle fast, though. Whatever cultivation method they have must be high tier. Both are obviously new, talented disciples. Mo Jian frowned. Her obtaining mastery doesn't tell us a lot, considering all the combat experience they all obviously have.
Yeah, but that wasn't the worrisome part. The master cultivator offered to gift her a technique. Bear in mind, this could have all been staged for us, but he made it sound like he could give her any technique she wanted. Granted, he steered her to what he wanted her to get in the end, but it sure sounded like they all believed he could just give her a technique on the spot. And he handed her a jade slip. The ramifications were troubling. A wandering master cultivator with a high cultivation level and a couple of disciples was one thing. A master with an uncommonly large spatial ring, disciples talented enough to be coveted by most sects, and access to top-tier cultivation methods and techniques indicated someone with resources and clout. The mayor sighed. You and your team are to work as fast as possible to get him the wood we agreed to, and you will all be as polite as if facing the Righteous Reign sect leader himself. I want this man and his disciples gone as soon as possible. Yes, Honorable Mayor.
Chapter 36. The Sect's Foundations. Benton had a sect point burning a metaphorical hole in his pocket. Xianxia achieving mastery with her archery technique had gained him 2, pushing him to his 21st total gained. His 10% rule meant he could use 1 to increase his personal power. He hadn't wanted to make a move while the harvesters had been present, just in case any of them caught on to his unusual advancement. But with them departed, he could pull the trigger while he and the siblings walked to the orphanage. There were 3 choices. 1, he could increase his spiritual cultivation, keeping him barely ahead of the siblings. That option was the simplest. Power in the cultivation world was measured primarily by realm. The sooner he could get to foundation establishment, and then to golden core, and then to nascent soul, the better. Any other choice would have to be an obvious and immediately needed upgrade to compete. 2, he could increase his body cultivation. That option was the dark horse, but thinking about the issue in regards to the benefits for young Rue had made Benton consider his own. The 2 points he'd already invested made him stronger, faster, and tougher. That advancement was one of the reasons he was able to take on the rank 3 spirit beast. On the other hand, another point spent on his spiritual cultivation would put him very close to the high chi gathering realm, on a more equal footing with beasts of that rank. And there was no obvious and immediate need for him increasing his toughness. He felt confident he and the siblings could deal with rank 3s, and it was unlikely he'd be facing a rank 4 soon. Without dying, at any rate. If one of those showed up, their only option was to run away with all due haste. 3, he could acquire the Analyze skill. That option was a staple cheat of transmigrators, and on the surface it felt like a no-brainer to get it. If it worked like he hoped, it would allow him to scan objects just like he was able to scan people. That information would be invaluable for determining what to buy on his upcoming shopping trip, and for finding spirit plants in the wild. But he wasn't planning on becoming a merchant. Sure, until his sect was established, such activities fell on him, but long-term, his sect members would handle that kind of thing. Besides, Sue's memories filled him with enough knowledge to get by. It felt more and more like Analyze was a nice-to-have kind of ability, not a must-have. Benton sighed. Increasing his cultivation wasn't as exciting as gaining a new ability, but it was the right call. He navigated to the appropriate menus and invested the sect point. Sect name, not chosen. Sect members, 0. Disciples, 13. Sect points, 36. Shop points, 17. Host cultivation, chi gathering, minor realm. 6 chi available, 40. Host body cultivation, bronze, minor realm. 2 host techniques. Basic. Spear combat, large, success. Basic archery, large, success. Menus, cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, locked.
Ah, that was the stuff. Leveling up felt good. The increase in dantian size. Generally feeling stronger, faster, better, more vigorous. He'd come a long way from that achy 60-year-old back on Earth. "Senior brother," Xianxia said. "Did something happen?" "You sensed my spiritual energy shift?" That was weird. She shouldn't be able to do that yet. "No, senior brother," she said. "I was practicing my new perception technique, and I noticed your movements change. It seemed as if your foot suddenly sent you too high up on one step, and you had to adjust to more strength." Benton grinned. "Very good. Very, very good. Excellent observation. You're doing well indeed." Her face lit up. He didn't sense any cultivators nearby, or see or hear any civilians within earshot. But he lowered his voice anyway. "I just hit the 6th minor realm. You brats are moving too fast. I had to keep up." "Congratulations, senior brother." Xianxia had a determined look on her face. Her competitive spirit had definitely been aroused. She'd probably be advancing soon herself. It didn't take long for them to reach the orphanage, and Benton had Zhongwen gather all the kids along with her assistant and Wan Ai. Another young lady joined the group as well, so he scanned her. A basic F, nothing special. The only slightly unusual thing was that she lacked the nature-related aspect that was so common in the village. Benton pulled Zhongwen to another room. "Who is the new girl?" "Answering the esteemed master. This lowly one hoped that, since the esteemed master had chosen a new purpose for one who was to be my new assistant." Zhongwen was visibly nervous. "Ah, you recruited a replacement. Well done. I like initiative such as that." She relaxed considerably. "Thank you, esteemed master. Chang Xiaodan wasn't in nearly as bad a situation as the other two girls, but she really likes children." "Say no more. I trust you on such personnel matters. Continue to choose who you think is best." "Thank you again, esteemed master." With their conversation concluded, the two returned to the overcrowded dining room. Benton couldn't hold back a smile when he saw all the people present. They weren't all that many in the grand scheme of things, and most cultivators would see mostly a group of talentless orphans. To him, though, those gathered were the foundation of his future sect. "Attention, everyone," he said. "All of you in this room are either now my disciples or will be given that chance at some point in the relatively near future. I expect all of you to support and nurture each other, and to follow the orders of your seniors. The hierarchy is as follows. I am the leader. My word counts above all others. You should refer to me as esteemed master." He pointed at the two siblings. "Directly below me are my two core disciples, Yang Ru and Yang Shu. These two have been with me from the start, and earlier today helped me slay over 50 spirit beasts, including a draconic rank 3. They are each extremely talented and possess a fine character, worthy of emulation. You refer to them and any other above you as senior brother or senior sister. You all obviously know Mistress Zhong. She is to be in charge whenever the siblings and I are on a mission and, in general, will continue to instruct and raise the younger disciples and disciples-to-be. She has my full confidence." Zhongwen blushed at the words. "Next is Wan Ai. Her job right now is not to lead any of you, but instead to cultivate and to learn as much as she can about alchemy. If she succeeds as I hope, she will likely become one of our most important sect members, and each of you will be glad to have her as a senior sister. Finally, Xiao Rong and Chang Xiaodan are Mistress Zhong's assistants. They will be taking on much of the day-to-day work of caring for the children, so please listen to them and give them your respect. For the other 8 who became my disciples last night, Your journey as cultivators will begin shortly. First, Mistress Zhong, if I give you some more boar meat, vegetables, and rice, can you and Xiaorong prepare dinner? Of course, esteemed master. Great. Chang Xiaodan and I will conduct the tea ceremony while you do that. And then, after dinner, we'll teach the 9 of them how to sense qi. Benton turned to Yang Shu. Why don't you and Yang Ru get to know One Eye? I'd like the 3 of you to work together closely in the future. Of course, esteemed master. Benton preferred that the 2 of them continue calling him senior brother, especially when they were away from the village, but he would tell them that privately later. It was probably better from them to use the esteemed master honorific around the other kids anyway. Young Shu was practically floating up to the clouds upon hearing her master's praise for her and her brother. Extremely talented, worthy of emulation, and they'd been clearly named as being just below her master in the sect's hierarchy. Her heart soared. One Eye's introduction had been much more subdued, filled with mights and maybes. Perfect. There was simply no comparison between the 2 of them. If the other girl disagreed, she'd simply have to be made to see things in the correct manner. Young Shu was excited to actually meet the girl and size her up. As soon as everyone started breaking up, she tugged her brother toward her objective. Hi, One Eye? The girl was not anything impressive to look at, shorter and kind of plain in appearance, and her body language showed weakness as she shied away from the siblings, actually going so far as to step back as they approached. Clearly only 14 at the oldest, she was visibly trembling, clutching her hands to keep them from shaking. This lowly one is One Eye, honored senior sister and honored senior brother. Young Shu couldn't believe that timid little girl was someone her master was impressed by. Are you okay, junior sister? The girl cupped her hands and bowed. This lowly one is sorry, honored senior sister. This lowly one did not mean to offend. She was terrified. Of Young Shu. What? Why? Young Shu didn't understand what was going on, but she knew one thing. That girl was no threat to her. Her master said they should work together, not become rivals. Once again, he was absolutely correct. So, Young Shu did the only thing she could think to do. She hugged the slight, scared child. It's going to be okay, One Eye. Ru'er and I are here to protect you, not to hurt you. The girl buried her face in Young Shu's chest, and tears started leaking from her eyes. Come, junior sister. Follow me. Let's get somewhere more private. By the time they'd found a room that was unoccupied, One Eye had recovered herself somewhat. This lowly one apologizes for her pathetic display, honored senior sister and honored senior brother. It's okay, really. Can you tell us what's wrong? This lowly one could not. No, Young Shu said. None of that this lowly one stuff. Truly, tell us. I meant what I said. We are your senior siblings in truth. It is our job to protect you, to help you. Even if you think it's trivial and beneath our notice, we want to know what's bothering you. It's just all so overwhelming, honored senior sister. Yesterday I was working for a baker, but with all the troubles, the family was barely getting by. I was nothing to them but another mouth to feed, a worthless orphan and a burden. There was much resentment. And then Mistress Zhong showed up to take me away. As she got going, the words tumbled from her mouth faster and faster. At first, I was thankful. She offered me a new job. I would be taking care of kids. She was always so busy, working so hard to provide for all of us. But I knew she truly cared about us. It was an offer sent from the heavens in my time of greatest need. It combined so many advantages.
I'd get to work with someone who actually cared for me. I'd be away from that family who bore me such disdain. And I'd get to contribute something useful to someone. But there was a catch. I had to meet a cultivator. Xianxia tried to picture the girl's life, growing up in an orphanage, feeling worthless and unnecessary, losing the love of a family. The cultivator was so scary, intense, and the way he stared at me. I thought he had unkind intentions, but then he told me I had great potential to be a valued member of his sect. No one had ever expected anything from me before, much less to do something that sounds as important as being an alchemist. On one hand, it felt really good to be wanted for something, to be valued. But on the other, that was a lot of pressure. Who am I to become a cultivator at all, much less a crucial part of a sect? One eye sniffled, almost near tears again. And then he introduced you two, who helped him kill over 50 spirit beasts today. I would run away crying if I ever even saw one. And you two killed 50. It's just so overwhelming. She clamped her hands over her mouth. Xianxia immediately drew her into a tight embrace. It's going to be okay, junior sister. I'll be with you every step of the way. You're going to make a great cultivator and a great alchemist. I guarantee it.
Chapter 37. To the Future and Beyond. Benton smiled as all the kids enjoyed the dinner. He had plenty of boar meat to leave for them to eat while he was gone, but he'd need to figure out some variety for long term. Ah well, the upcoming shopping trip would take care of that. Best of all, he should be able to buy them some candies. They'd love that. Some of them looked like a stiff wind would blow them over, and it was a joy to see them eat until they were full. The other thing that made him happy was how well Xianxia was getting along with Wanai. Given his star pupil's initial reaction to the presence of a new valued sect member, he'd been slightly worried that the two would be hostile toward each other. Instead, his lecture to Xianxia had worked like a charm. All it took was a few words from him to set her on the right path. He didn't remember parenting being so easy back on Earth. There were definitely a few advantages to the culture of a cultivation world, and the high level of respect given to elders sure was one of them. After everyone had finished eating, he had all who were not yet disciples leave the room. Once a technique or method was created, the system didn't charge him anything extra to create a duplicate jade slip, simply making one appear in his spatial ring upon request. As he had done with Zhongwen, Wanai, and Xiaorong the previous night, he handed a copy of the Supreme Growth of Heaven method and a Rank 1 Spirit Beast Core to each of the 8 children. Excited chatter filled the air, but Benton didn't mind. The kids surely knew the value of such a core, and had probably read about jade slips in stories. "Both of those are yours to keep," he said. The children were nothing if not resilient. Much must have gone wrong in their little lives to end up in such a situation, but a good meal and a couple of trinkets had them all smiling and laughing. Benton had to surreptitiously wipe away a bit of moisture forming in his eyes. Okay, he said. Quiet down. That is, if you want to become real cultivators. That proclamation did the trick. One young guy physically clamped his hand over his mouth. Benton led them through the necessary steps to sense qi, but it obviously didn't go that easy. He circled through the room, spending a few minutes with each child, guiding them. It was actually that little guy who'd silenced himself so comically who was the first to trigger a notification. Host's disciple, Xianxia, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 1. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 37 sect points available. Over the next hour and a half, that message repeated 7 more times. And with all of the children having become actual cultivators, he sent them out of the room, leaving him with only Chang Xiaodan. Since she wasn't nature-aspected, she couldn't use the cultivation method he'd given the kids, which meant Benton had a choice to make. One of his options was to simply abstain from inducting her into the sect until a future date. Sure, that might hurt her feelings, but it was by far the most economical decision. The next least expensive was to spend 10 points to create a method just for her, but her F rank just didn't justify it. He could also create a metal-aspected method to fit her for 20 points, but she was literally the first person with that element that he'd seen. Finally, he could simply create a universal method for 25 points that anyone could use. It was the most expensive option, but the ability to use it for any new disciple would surely save him points in the long run. No matter the explanation he gave her for doing so, not inducting her immediately would cripple her confidence, and even make her lesser in the eyes of the children. He couldn't do that to her. Likewise, there was no way he was creating a unique method for an F rank. Eliminating those options made his final decision pretty simple. The only reason he'd created a nature-specific method was because he had so many disciples with that aspect. Doing the same for metal made no sense. Even if having her use a universal system cost him a bit more immediately, and resulted in her being a little weaker and slower to advance, it was the right call. Lamenting the loss of another 25 points, he quickly created the Supreme Foundations of Heaven method. And after the tea ceremony, and a little time for her to sense a mote, he received the pop-up telling him she'd reached Qi Condensing Minor Realm 1. Awesome! That was his 30th point earned. He mentally pumped his fist at the chance to spend another point on himself. Following the same reasoning as his most recent level up, he quickly navigated through the menus and upped his cultivation one more minor realm. Sect name: Not Chosen. Sect members: 0. Disciples: 14. Sect points: 19. Shop points: 18. Host cultivation: Qi gathering, minor realm. 7 Qi available, 80. Host body cultivation: bronze, minor realm. 2 host techniques: basic spear combat, large success. Basic archery, large success. Menus: cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, locked. Yikes! Only 19 sect points remaining. He took a deep breath. That low number wasn't as worrisome as it seemed. He already possessed cultivation methods and techniques he could distribute to new disciples without requiring any additional resources. The only major issue in the near term was that he was a bit lacking if he needed to make a specific technique for someone, but he could deal with that eventuality. He turned his focus back to the status screen. Going from Minor Realm 6 to Minor Realm 7 took him from mid-Qi gathering to high Qi gathering, doubling his available Qi to 80. He almost laughed at the fact he finally had a bigger pool than the talented siblings. Not for long, though. Not for long. And that was a good thing. When he sent them out to face the world and other cultivators, he wanted them to have every advantage. Very few opponents would have access to more Qi at a similar minor realm. Overall, Benton felt really good. It wasn't so much the straight-up increase in Qi, or the augmented strength and agility and toughness that came along with it, that truly made him feel better about things. It was the sense of movement. On the trip to the village with the siblings, he'd felt like he was stagnating. Sure, the kids were slowly gaining in power, and all the experience they gained both in fighting spirit beasts and in internally manipulating Qi were invaluable in building them into the cultivators they were starting to become. But he had personally changed very little over a comparatively long period of time. Worse, he knew he needed more disciples, and he didn't have an opportunity to recruit any. The village changed everything. In just a couple of days, His fledgling sect went from 2 disciples to 14, and each of the 12 new ones had already gained him a point. He hated counting chickens before they hatched, but it was hard not to do so.
If a member of an average sect took 10 days to reach Minor Realm 2, cultivating 10 hours a day, the kids surely would cultivate at least 5 hours daily, right? That would put them advancing in about 20 days. But they weren't nearly as talented as the members most sects would admit, so figure twice as long. In 40 days, he'd get another 12 points. That quantity in that time period wasn't great, but it was very likely to happen. And after they hit the second minor realm, they could learn the spear or bow technique too. That was another dozen points, soon after the first dozen. He could count on sect points slowly accumulating. Even if an emergency hit, and he had to use a bunch of them up, he would no longer be trapped. At some point, he might even shift to a higher percentage of points going to himself, though we'd much prefer to first see his income versus outlay once the twins reached foundation establishment. 20 points per cultivation method and 6 per technique was going to add up fast. 38 per sibling, assuming he gave them 3 techniques each. That amount was a huge chunk compared to the total sect points he'd earned thus far. If he doubled or tripled or quadrupled the number of disciples. Benton took a deep, calming breath. Before his sect mentally expanded to thousands of members and hundreds of buildings, he probably should go back to the beginning. The whole thing was just like one of his projects when working for the company. The first step was always to do a risk assessment. With the sect leader system, his ultimate success came from the ability to acquire sect points, and the village certainly had an excess capacity of potential generators, making the business model of setting up the sect nearby seem sound. He needed to think deeply about failure points, though. What issues could arise that could cause the sect to collapse? Off the top of his head, he could think of 3. 1, being discovered by a more powerful sect. 2, a beast tide. And 3, the village turning against him. Well, 4, actually. A demonic sect could attack, just like the one that attacked the Sioux's Flowing Tiger sect. There wasn't much Benton could do about that, though. Honestly, if either of the first 2 hit before he was ready, the results would also be catastrophic. A random cultivator from a sect could wander to the village at any time, either looking for the spirit wood or for some esoteric reason. Once that happened, the next steps would mostly be out of his control. His only way to mitigate the possible damage would be to have his and the siblings' cultivation as high as possible and be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. That risk, however, would be present no matter where they settled. He'd just have to trust that the system had made the village his advantageous starting location for a reason. The second risk, the beast tide, was more specific to the village. Benton wasn't positive they'd experience one, but the conditions were ripe. Such events were like a natural disaster comparable to an earthquake, tornado, or hurricane. He'd be stupid not to take precautions, but it would be equally stupid to move or put off founding the sect because he feared it happening. The third risk, training people using the very good cultivation methods provided to him by the system and having those people turn on him, was much more immediately concerning to his plans. He had no idea how deep the loyalties of the villagers were to their mayor, or to the harvesters, or whoever else might have hooks in them. If he ran around town tossing jade slips at anyone who would listen to him, it would greatly increase the risk of the mayor or some other entity rising against him. Just as a cultivator needed to build a proper foundation, so did a sect. And just like how one created the proper foundation for the economics of the sect, diversification was the key. Benton did feel that the orphans had a chance of becoming loyal to him. Everything he saw indicated that they were struggling before he came along. They didn't get nearly enough to eat.
Zhongwen had trouble finding apprenticeships for them when they aged out. Their housing situation wasn't exactly the best condition ever either. If he treated them right, treated them like they were his own children or grandchildren, there was no reason for them to betray him. Considering how the system professed to be giving him top-notch cultivation methods, it wouldn't be all that long before the 8 he trained tonight would be stronger than the harvesters with whatever weak method those guys used. Just hoping that the children would stand by him wasn't enough, though. He needed sect members who owed loyalty only to him. During the shopping trip, he would need to scout possibilities, ideally returning with 5 to 10 people. More would be better if he could find them, but at least that many. Proceeding in batches was also wise. Take things slow. Give Yang Shu and Yang Ru time to seriously outclass the new disciples. Yeah, the siblings, the orphans, the newcomers he'd recruit on the trip. All those would have strong ties to him, and once he'd founded the new sect, that would help strengthen those ties as well, especially if he could give it many of the trappings of more established sects. The system gave him a lot of advantages, but it wasn't holding his hand. If he grew short-sighted or made a lot of really bad investments, his whole portfolio could easily collapse in the next market downturn. Planning, hedging his bets, risk management. All those strategies were key to him successfully building his sect. Benton had taken the first step. 14 disciples were a good start. The shopping trip was the next big opportunity. He'd need weapons, both for training and for fighting, cloth to make robes, a good supply of food, building materials, crafting supplies like herbs for body cultivation, and flags to learn formations, and pills. The more he could purchase with regular funds in lieu of shop points, the better off he'd be. Most of all, though, he needed recruits. But he also had to keep things low-key. He didn't want other sects to discover he was establishing his near the source of the spirit wood. Really, he didn't want sects to find out he was establishing one at all. Benton and the siblings had to play the role of wandering cultivators, just passing through and taking advantage of the wood to make a quick buck. But that image conflicted with trying to recruit new members. It would be a difficult balancing act, one that was crucial to starting his sect out on the right foot.
Chapter 38. Leave-takings. Benton smiled as he looked at young Shu, cultivating blissfully as the harvesters worked. She'd hit small success with her perception technique the previous night and was drawing close to Minor Realm 6. Her brother was not doing as well. He still practiced with one of the mortal spears, and he'd hit a wall at improving his weapon technique. His cultivation seemed to be lagging as well. Benton sighed. He'd hoped the boy would work through his issues on his own, but it was time to step in. Yang Ru, let's go for a walk. Benton scanned the area and located a spirit beast he'd been tracking. It was near. Perfect. You've been struggling lately, he said, once they'd passed out of the harvester's hearing range. Obviously, we both know the reason for that. Benton sighed. I was probably too harsh on you. Do you know why I was so upset? Because the lowly one disobeyed you, Senior Brother Chow. This lowly one brought dishonor upon this lowly one's family name. This lowly one's father would have been furious. Wrong. I don't care one lick that you disobeyed me. Well, maybe a little. It's definitely not ideal. But the main issue is that in disobeying me, you endangered yourself. Benton paused. Yang Ru, you are important to me. I don't want to see you hurt. I definitely don't want to see you killed. Senior Brother Chow has invested many valuable resources and much time into this lowly one. Wrong again. That's not what makes you important.
Even if you could never contribute anything to our future sect again, I'd still value you. You, Yangru, are important. I want you to grow and to flourish and to have a happy, fulfilling life. You can't do any of that if you get yourself killed. Yangru didn't respond. You're a good kid. You really are. You love and protect your sister. You're conscientious and a hard worker. You take your responsibility as a sect protector seriously.
I couldn't possibly have found a better person to be in your role. Do you understand that? Yes, Senior Brother Chow. Benton sighed again. That response had been pure rote. He didn't know how to get through to the kid. If you die or get hurt, who will protect your sister? Senior Brother Chow will. Sure, as long as I am with her, but I won't continue doing missions forever. My place is behind a desk in an office, not out here killing spirit beasts. Right now, all I have to protect her is you, One Eye, Mistress Zhong, 2 babysitters, and 8 children. If we take you out of that picture, are you okay with what is left? No, Senior Brother Chow. To be a cultivator is to take risks. It's unavoidable. What I'm asking is for you to take a step back and determine if the risk is worth it. If a beast is about to attack your sister, and you don't think she can defend herself under those hypothetical circumstances, interject yourself and take the blow if that's what you want. Just don't do it for no reason when it makes no sense. Can we agree on that? Truly agree. Yangru paused before answering. Yes, Senior Brother. Good. I'm glad we had this little talk. Benton pulled the system-wrought spear from his spatial ring and held it towards his disciple. Here, I think this is yours. Yangru hesitated. Are you sure, Senior Brother? I am. He took the spear. Feels good, doesn't it? Benton said. It does, Senior Brother. Great. Now kill the spirit beast that's about to jump out and attack us. The next couple of days passed slowly for Benton. Yangru redoubled his efforts both in learning his spear technique and in cultivating, but it was again young Shu who had the big breakthrough, hitting Minor Realm 6. Name: Young Shu. Affiliation: Host's Disciple. Age: 15. Cultivation: Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 6. Qi available: 87. Techniques: Foundational Archery Essentials. Mastery. Foundational Spear Essentials. Small success. Peerless Peering and Perception. Small success. Spiritual Roots, a Qi aspect. Perfectly smooth ice balanced on the razor edge of freezing and thawing. Not to be outdone, young Ru achieved the same feat on the last day before they left for their shopping trip. Name: Young Ru. Affiliation: Host's Disciple. Age: 15. Cultivation: Qi Gathering, Minor Realm. 6 Qi available, 87. Techniques: Foundational Spear Essentials, large. Success: Foundational Archery Essentials, small success. Spiritual Roots, A. Qi aspect. Low viscosity lava flowing down Mount Burning Thunder. It was good for Benton to see his sect points, now at 22, going in the right direction. Unfortunately, less than a week was just too little time for any of his new disciples to advance to Minor Realm 2, so he was faced with the decision. Should he leave Jade Slips with the techniques for the children with Mistress Zhong and have her begin their instruction? Or should he wait until he returned? As much as he wanted points sooner rather than later, he felt it was much better for him and the siblings to introduce the kids to weapon training. Sure, the slips embedded the technique in the minds of the Qi user,
but learning still required practice. A live instructor pointing out flaws could stop bad habits from forming. Not to mention that the kids wouldn't even have any weapons to practice with until he returned. Benton shuddered. Suddenly, a vision of 8 superpowered children practicing their techniques by stabbing each other with sticks popped into his head. Yeah, better to wait. Much better. The morning of that last day, the harvesters had pushed 3 large wagons, meant to be pulled by some sort of draft animal, to the site and filled each of them with orange vigor spirit wood. To their amazement, Benton promptly transferred all 3 wagons and their loads to his spatial ring. Back at the village, he sent the siblings to the orphanage with instructions to wait for him there, while he and Guang Yin went to visit the mayor's house. "Honorable Mayor," Benton said once inside, "I have fulfilled my part of the deal, protecting your harvesters, and they have supplied 3 wagons worth of lumber. It's your turn." "Of course, esteemed Master Cultivator. Please follow me. I have the map laid out in my study." The mayor led Benton and the harvester deeper into his house. Once they were all standing around a table with a map being pinned down by various makeshift paperweights, he pointed at an area showing a small village. "That's prosperous Grey Forest Village." The mountain was at the bottom of the map, planned south, with the village lying to its northwest. The mayor traced his finger along a circular path following a road that skirted the mountain's valley and tapped a location called Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town. "This is where the Righteous Rain sect used to be. They were our main trade partners for the Orange Vigor Spiritwood, until they were, as far as we know, all killed. Before the beasts got so burdensome, we tried sending wagon loads there for sale, but the town was in bad shape. The loss of the sect created a power vacuum, which quickly led to complete lawlessness. Many people wanted our product, but none wanted to pay for it. I wouldn't advise trying there." His finger followed the road to another location, almost due north of the village. "Sixth Flawless Flowing City is a seaport, and they trade with many sects. They should have a market for what you're selling, and will definitely have just about anything common that you'd need." He pulled out a scroll. "This has the names of 3 companies that I have records of us trading with in that city, but I have not had any direct dealings with them in more than a decade. I cannot speak to whether they are still in business or if they will want more of the spiritwood, but it has never been difficult to sell. I'm sure some old-timer there remembers the value. When trading with the Righteous Rain sect, we charged 1,000 silver taels per cartload, a steep discount due to the protection they provided us, plus other reciprocal arrangements. Each one of the wagons the esteemed Master Cultivator was provided holds close to 24 times as much spiritwood as a cart." Benton let out a low whistle. 72,000 taels total. "At a discount. A steep discount," the mayor said. "Taking into account, once again, that I'm not sure if the wood's absence from the market has made it more precious or eliminated its usefulness. If it were me, I wouldn't take less than 50,000 for the load, and would open negotiations at 250. He clasped his hands behind his back like their business was done. "Aren't you forgetting something, Honorable Mayor?" He shook his head almost imperceptibly. Forgive me, esteemed Master Cultivator. The list of supplies for the town. This old man almost forgot." Yeah, forgot. He had absolutely no belief that Benton would actually follow through on delivering the supplies. The mayor rummaged through a desk and came up with another scroll. "This is everything the village needs, esteemed Master Cultivator, and we would be eternally grateful for any of it that we receive." Benton reviewed the list. Various fruits, sugar, rice, salted fish or preserved meat of any kind, cloth, iron ingots, etc. Exactly the kinds of things he'd expected to see. "I'm surprised not to see requests for more luxury goods like alcohol or paint," Benton said. If everyone in the village is fully fed, esteemed Master Cultivator, then perhaps such things would be appreciated. All right, I'll see what I can do, Benton said as he stowed the map and the 2 scrolls in his spatial ring. The faces of both the mayor and the harvester basically said, "I doubt it." That was fine, though. Better to under-promise and over-deliver than the other way around. If he showed back up with a bag of rice and a pound of beef jerky, that would be way more than they were expecting. Benton quickly took his leave of the 2 men and walked to the orphanage. "Mistress Zhong," he said once he'd been invited inside, "I now have a better idea of the length of the journey. It's looking like a minimum of 3 months, maybe more. We have survived on our own before you came, esteemed master. We will be fine." Her face did not betray a hint of emotion.
To Benton, her detached facade was highly accusatory, but he honestly didn't know if that was his own guilt at leaving the orphans alone before he had really gotten them established, or if she really was thinking the same thing. "Hey," he said, "it's not like I'm leaving you high and dry. I have a whole boar we haven't even touched yet. I'm just a little worried about it spoiling before you can use it all." "An entire boar, esteemed master?" That had gotten a bit of a reaction, at least. The meat of an entire wild pig in a food-deprived village would be more valuable than the same weight in gold back on Earth. Benton led her into the kitchen and pulled the boar young Shu had killed so long ago from his spatial ring. "Still needs to be dressed and butchered, but you're welcome to it if you think it will help." "Yes, esteemed master. Whatever we can't use immediately can be traded for rice and vegetables." Perfect. Benton hadn't been great about removing the cores from all the beasts he'd placed in his ring, only having done it for about a quarter of them. He was dreading the time he was going to have to spend at some point doing just that. It was sure to be tedious. He pulled a dozen rank 1 beasts from his ring, ones that had been de-cored. "And you know what to do with these?" "Yes, esteemed master. Just as with the others you've graciously given us this past week, we are to use these to supplement the meals for me and the disciples. None of the regular kids can have any at all because, without the ability to do anything with the chi, ingesting it can harm them significantly." Benton grinned. She had it almost word for word. There was one thing, though, that he had been reluctant to hand over to her. He'd started with 6 minor healing pills and 2 major healing pills. Each of the siblings still carried one of the minors, and young Rue had consumed one as well, leaving Benton with 3 and 2 in his ring. It was difficult to part with them, because they were such a valuable and rare resource. Though he was hopeful he might find some for sale in 6th Flawless Flowing City, they were irreplaceable at the moment. A single bad fight could leave him needing all of them and more. But he couldn't leave the children without such a life-saving treasure. "Speaking of significant harm, I also want to leave one of these with you." He held up a minor healing pill. "Use it if one of the disciples gets ill or injured in such a way that you fear they will not recover without help. If one of the other kids is so ill or injured that death is imminent, you can also use it. But remember that I don't know if a mortal can handle the chi contained in the pill. It might kill them just as easily as whatever else is affecting them." He paused. "These are expensive and, at the moment, hard to come by. But I'd rather you use one of them than to have a kid, or you or one of your assistants, die. Okay?" Her eyes went wide. "Of course, esteemed master." Zhong Wen obviously had no idea what to think about dealing with a cultivator so frequently, and becoming one herself. Half the time, she still acted like he would literally strike her down for the smallest error. In giving her those pills, it seemed like, for the first time, she began to believe he might actually have the best interests of the kids in mind. "Now, one last thing." He turned and called out toward the dining room. "Jin Li Huan, you can stop eavesdropping now. Come on out."
The little girl had a very sullen look on her face as she stepped into the kitchen.
You told me a month, but you're going away for 3. Not fair.
I know, and I apologize, little one. It's going to be just a little bit longer than I thought, but as soon as I get back, we'll get you cultivating. She put her little fists on her little hips and took a deep breath.
Jin Li Huan,
Mistress Zhong shouted.
If the next words out of your mouth are not, "Yes, esteemed master," I will make sure you will not be able to sit on that bottom until he returns. Jin Li Huan huffed. "Yes, esteemed master," she said through clenched teeth. Benton chuckled at the little girl's antics, but was saddened at the same time given the reason for her acting the way she did. He and the siblings said their goodbyes and returned to the inn in preparation for departing the next morning. Chapter 39. Easy come, easy go. Benton led the siblings on a 5-hour sprint to start the day, after which he fed them and let them cultivate for 5 hours. That was followed by another 3 hours of sprinting until it grew dark, and they set up camp. He aimed to set a blistering pace. Judging from the map the mayor had supplied him, traveling along the road to Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town and then continuing along it to 6th Flawless Flowing City would take about 2 months. As the crow flew, however, he reckoned he could cut at least half that time off. Granted, the road did make traveling easier. It was overgrown with weeds and even trees starting to break through the hard-packed dirt and rocks, but the vegetation wasn't nearly as dense there as in the forest. The woods weren't all that bad, though. He and the siblings were able to cut through even the thickest brush with ease. Besides, it was good training for the kids. The more practice they had dodging things coming at them at speed, the better. The map, however, showed a large lake directly between the village and the city, so skirting the large body of water before taking to the trees only made sense. He estimated another 3 days on the road before they turned due north. Near the end of the next day, something unexpected happened. He got a notification. Host's disciple, Wan Ai, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 2. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 23 sect points available. It wasn't that it was Wan Ai who'd reached Minor Realm 2 first that was unexpected. She was, after all, far more talented than any of his other disciples, save the 2 with him. No, the surprising thing was the timing. 9 days. She'd only taken 9 days to reach that milestone. If he'd been thinking, he would have realized that, having no other duties than to cultivate, she'd be putting in a full 10 hours a day. Still, even given that amount of work, she was early. The rule of thumb was that an average sect member in the D+ to C- range should take about 10 days to reach the 2nd minor realm. That varied by the person, obviously, and all kinds of weird stuff like enlightenment could and did occur. Mostly, though, the yardstick held true. Given that Wan Ai was just a D, he would have expected her to be over 10 days, maybe even into the 11 range. Not 9. He'd have to see how things bore out in the future, but it was possible that this was indicative that the cultivation techniques dispensed by the system were just far superior to what the average sect member had to work with. In Wan Ai's case, a 10% improvement in time could seriously add up over the course of her life. Maybe he should have left techniques for her. Even if he didn't want to give her a weapon technique yet, he could have at least created one for herbology for her to begin studying. But how would she have leveled it? Without being an apprentice to an alchemist or even an apothecary, she had no access to herbs to identify. No, it made sense to wait until they returned. She'd need to start going on missions with the siblings as soon as possible. To do that, she'd at the minimum need to learn how to move by manipulating qi internally and get a weapon technique to small success. Which weapon, though? The spear almost always needed to be equipped in one hand. The bow could be strapped to the body, but in that case it wasn't ready if something happened fast. Wan Ai would need to have her hands free for harvesting spirit herbs.
Benton would have to create a dagger technique for her. He just needed to find one that could be used for cutting herbs as well as for defense. That, along with a bow, would allow her to assist from range as well as protect herself if anything got too close. Yeesh. He'd already determined that she had to learn 3 techniques as fast as possible. He hoped she was okay with being pushed because he really needed her to advance. It was probably a good thing that she had these next few months to cultivate in peace. 5 days later, the next notification arrived, informing him that Xiaorong had advanced, followed the next day by Zhong Wen, and 2 days after that by Chang Xiaodun. The subsequent morning, Benton's new little star, Wan Ai, struck again, advancing to the 3rd minor realm. Things, unfortunately, were not going so well for young Ru.
Senior brother, what is this lowly one doing wrong? This lowly one has been practicing with the spear diligently and meditating on every battle with every single spirit beast I slay, but I can't reach mastery.
That was one of the times that Benton wished he had been transmigrated into a LitRPG world. To get to level X, one simply had to acquire Y experience points. Cultivation wasn't nearly as straightforward. "You are well ahead of my expectations, Yang Ru," he grunted, and Benton knew exactly what that particular sound meant. "Yang Shu has already reached mastery with her weapon, so don't tell me that I shouldn't expect to be there myself."
Mastery is obtained one of 2 ways, Benton said. Either through a cycle of repetitive practice followed by meditation seeking perfection in every aspect of the technique, or, in much rarer cases, gaining a specific insight, be it from a battle or some other source of inspiration. You can't control when inspiration is going to strike, so all you can do is put your head down and grind.
"You aren't doing anything wrong, and there's really no hurry. I'll be super happy as long as you reach it prior to foundation establishment, and that's a ways off." Yang Ru wasn't exactly happy with that bit of instruction, but there wasn't much he could do about it. He went back to work, focusing on his thrusts. By the time the trio eventually left the forest and discovered another roadway, one much less overgrown than the one between prosperous Gray Forest Village and vermilion incomparable Rain Town, encounters with spirit beasts had all but ceased. That wasn't to say that the road was well maintained or that they'd refound civilization by any stretch of the imagination. But only weeds and grasses grew through the rocks, no tree trunks. Tree branches did stretch across it in many places, but the smoother path still sped their pace. Another 8 days into the journey, they started encountering scattered farms and hamlets, which increased in number as they continued on. It was another 2 days before Benton received his next notification, Xiaorong reaching the 3rd minor realm. Since that brought him to his next set of 10 points, he quickly increased his cultivation to the 8th minor realm. Notifications followed over the next 2 days regarding each of the 8 children reaching the 2nd. And then, finally, on their 30th day after leaving the village, Benton got another notification shortly before the walls of the 6th flawless flowing city came into view. Host's disciple, Zhong Wen, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 3. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 36 sect points available.
Benton couldn't be happier. He was about to begin his all-important shopping and recruitment trip, and back at the village, all his little point generators were plugging away diligently. Of course, he couldn't get overconfident, considering that he'd already mentally allocated a lot of those sect points to body cultivation methods. 25 for a generic method, plus 10 for each of the twins, left him in the hole. Ugh. Easy come, easy go. He said in his mind 3 words: recruitment, recruitment, recruitment. Chapter 40. Making an Omelet. To simply call Sixth Flawless Flowing City a city did not do it justice. The area it encompassed was enormous. It stretched as far as Benton's eye could see. He had no way of determining how many people lived within its walls, but wouldn't have been surprised if it were in the millions. Scanning it with his spiritual senses revealed that there wasn't a huge concentration of qi like he would have expected with a sect, but there were thousands of cultivators present. Benton hadn't expected the city to be quite so huge when he'd set out from the village, nor to have so many cultivators present. Gaining the interest of a sect could be deadly for him, and going inside risked just that. He couldn't help but reconsider whether continuing was worth it. On one hand, yes. The 3 reasons he'd outlined to young Shu before leaving still held. Though not starving, the people of the village were hungry, and he feared what winter would do to them. They needed the food he was going to return with, and doing so would create a lot of goodwill and start to build trust. The city was also the best place to sell the wood, and getting to know the players was crucial for developing a future industry. And lastly, his sect needed supplies. If not Sixth Flawless Flowing City, where? His lone map didn't show any other locations big enough to buy and sell what he needed, and any city that sold supplies for cultivators was likely to have, gasp, cultivators present. Really, though, it depended on the degree of risk. A risk matrix consisted of 4 quadrants, with probability from low to high being measured on the x-axis, and impact also from low to high on the y-axis. Low impact but high probability was fine, as was high impact but low probability, and, of course, low impact, low probability. The danger zone was high impact, high probability.
Buying and selling cultivator materials meant that Benton was almost guaranteed to run into other practitioners at some point. The result of a run-in was much harder to predict. It might just be a nothing burger, but it might result in a fight for their lives. The only thing that gave Benton a modicum of confidence was the 35 sect points in his pocket. Quick mental calculations told him that he could get to the 3rd minor realm of Golden Core with that many, though doing so would leave him almost nothing in reserve. Knowing he had the ability to massively power up in an emergency gave him a lot of confidence. What still concerned him, however, was not knowing the strength of who he might be up against. His spiritual sense could pick up the rank of beasts at a large distance because their cores, unless blocked by an innate ability, emitted that information. Cultivators were different. Intelligent, controlled. Benton could sense their presence from far away, but for most cases, not their realm. Still, nascent souls were rare, and the city before him was nothing special. Considering the sheer quantity of practitioners inside, there were likely golden cores, but he doubted there were any higher than that. He could easily end up in a situation where he was both outnumbered and outgunned, but only in the case where he attracted undue attention. There was no reason for high-rank sect members to pay attention to 3 low-level wandering cultivators. In the end, his decision came down to the old saying that if one wanted to make an omelet, one had to break a few eggs. The best he could figure, the benefits of continuing their shopping trip outweighed the risks, but they'd need to be careful. The siblings and he stood about 100 yards from a gate, and a line had formed as people waited for guards to check them and their wagons over before being let inside. Considering the trio's distance, no one was near them. "All right, listen closely. I know it may not look like it, but going inside that wall is the most dangerous thing you've ever done, eclipsing the rank 3. Understand?" "Yes, senior brother." "Okay, since you understand, why is it so dangerous?" The siblings exchanged one of their glances.
Other cultivators, senior brother, young Shu said.
Benton smiled. These kids exceeded his expectations at every turn. They truly were a delight. Exactly. There are forces in there that would take me a lot of resources to overcome, an expenditure that would set our sect back. We need to be careful. Your rule for the entirety of our stay in that city is— He paused as the perfect line from a movie gurgled up from his memory. I want you to be nice until it's time not to be nice. Roadhouse. Good flick. The original with Patrick Swayze, anyway. He missed movies. Once he got his sect established, he'd have to investigate a way of recreating some of his favorites. How will we know when it's time not to be nice, senior brother? Young Shu said. Follow my lead. Yes, senior brother. Let's think about our goals, because those dictate our actions. Goal 1. Leave this city alive and together. Your survival is more important than any other objective. Period. Goal 2. Navigate the cultivators inside so as to leave as little notice of our passage as we can. I doubt it will be possible to totally fly under the radar, but we need to be thoughtful about how we handle things. Goal 3. Recruit. We need more disciples. Too many might overwhelm our capacity at the moment, but something in the 5 to 10 range would be great, especially if we find any high-talent possibilities who we can entice without attracting attention. Goal 4. Convert a good quantity of the materials in my ring to cash. Goal 5. Convert that cash to the supplies we need. Benton nodded, pleased with the list he'd constructed. Given those objectives, our first course of action is to establish a home base inside. I'm thinking a warehouse of some kind. That will give us the space we need to process and sort the materials, as well as house any recruits we encounter. Thoughts or concerns? No, senior brother. Let's get to it then. The three of them had cleaned up the best they could in a stream as they'd broken camp that morning, but they still looked really road-worn. And that was putting it kindly. An uncharitable person might have said they looked like homeless beggars. That was nothing that Silver couldn't solve, though, and he had a bit of that from that idiot Feng Wei and his men. Not to mention the fortune in supplies he carried in his ring. Though he wanted to keep most of his spirit beast cores for body cultivation, they were the resource that was most easily converted into silver and easy to replenish. Selling a dozen rank 2s wouldn't hurt him, and would give him on the order of 10,000 taels to work with. The wood, of course, was the most valuable resource he was willing to sell, but he wanted to be smart about it. He also needed weapons for his sect, and it didn't escape his attention that a lot of the branches looked like they could be crafted into spears. That was part of the sorting he needed to do before finding a buyer. Finally, he had literally thousands of pounds of spirit beast carcasses in his ring. Almost every part of a beast was useful. Each of them needed to be dressed, skinned, butchered, and have the teeth and claws cut off. Once his sect was up and running, he'd have crafters that could use all that stuff. But that was a long way off. And there were plenty more spirit beasts running around to replenish his supply. That processing would take a lot of work, and he was sorely tempted to find someone to do it for him in exchange for a portion of the profits. The siblings wouldn't gain anything from doing that, though. Every portion of that procedure was something they needed to learn, and the mound of carcasses in his ring presented the perfect training opportunity. The only reason Benton hadn't already taught them was that he had prioritized cultivation and defending themselves. Not to mention that he first wanted to buy them good knives to use for that purpose. The line was not too long, and it moved fairly fast. Soon, the trio found themselves at the front. "What is the nature of your business in 6th Flawless City?" one of the guards said. He was a young mortal, no older than 20, and he looked bored more than anything else. "Buying and selling," Benton said. The guard frowned.
I don't see any goods.
Benton held up his hand and used his thumb to twist his spatial ring.
The guard's eyes went wide. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Apologies, esteemed cultivator. You did not have to wait in the line. In the future, please skip to the front.
Benton shrugged. Cultivators are required to note their names and sect affiliation when entering, the guard said.
This lowly one apologizes for any inconvenience.
Given the guard's general manner, containing only the slightest hint of fear, Benton guessed the city had methods to deal with cultivators who didn't comply with policies. Not that he had any desire to do such a thing. Simply obeying was the best way to stay low-key. He had a choice to make, though. Use his body's real name, Chao Su, or make something up. The city having such a huge number of cultivators present, he feared they might have a way to detect lies, as such methods were fairly common. Being caught in a lie like that would definitely make him stand out, and might actually instigate the events he was trying to avoid. One way around lying would be to go by Benton, but that wasn't a normal name. It, too, might draw too much attention.
Though the demonic sect did pursue him when he ran, they hadn't, to the best of his knowledge, kept up that pursuit. As far as he knew, they had no idea who Chao Su was. As long as he didn't link that name, which was probably shared by thousands of people considering the sheer size of the world and number of people in it, to his former sect, he should be fine.
Benton bowed slightly.
I am Chao Su. These are my junior siblings, Yang Ru and Yang Shu. We are wandering cultivators with no current sect affiliation.
That was pretty much it for the entry process. Since he was a cultivator, he didn't even have to pay a fee.
One question, if you don't mind, Benton said to the guard. Can you recommend a place to convert a few cores into more useful currency, and then a place to get cleaned up and acquire new clothes? We've been long in the wilderness, honing our hunting skills.
Of course, esteemed cultivator. The Mahogany Dreaming Palace is located just a few streets over that way. The guard pointed to the right. They are used to consulting with newly arrived travelers and won't bat an eye at your appearance, and will both be able to purchase as many cores as you wish to sell and also guide you on next steps. Please tell them that Pan Ming Yu sent you. The guard would surely receive a kickback on any deals Benton completed there, but he was fine with that. As long as they didn't try to rob him blind, a little gratuity here and there to help grease the wheels was to be expected.
Chapter 41. Beyond Expectations. As Benton led the siblings in following the guard's directions, he passed literally hundreds of people. It wasn't possible to scan everyone that quickly, but a sampling indicated about what he expected, mostly E's and F's. There was one D, but the man was middle-aged and dressed nicely enough that he probably wouldn't be interested in uprooting his life at the chance of becoming a cultivator. If the man were younger, or more talented, Benton probably would have pursued it anyway. Really, though, he needed to get a read on the overall situation in the city before he started actually recruiting. Soon they reached a sign that read, Mahogany Dreaming Palace. Perfect. Finding it hadn't been as hard as he'd feared. The shop was nice, but not too nice. As expected, mahogany featured prominently in the decor, but there was enough of a jumbled-together look to not make Benton feel uncomfortable at his attire upon entering. A nicely dressed salesgirl stood behind a counter. To her credit, she didn't so much as blink at the way he and the siblings looked. Instead, she cupped her hands and bowed.
Greetings, esteemed customer. How may this lowly one be of assistance today?
Benton smiled. So far, the guard had steered him right. I need some walking around money, so I would like to sell a dozen rank 2 Spirit Beast cores.
The salesgirl matched Benton's expression. Absolutely, esteemed customer. This lowly one can easily accommodate such a request. The 5 primary elements for cultivation were earth, metal, water, wood, and fire, and most of Benton's cores corresponded to one of those. There were some outliers, of course, such as ice, which was a subset of water, lightning, nature, and a few others. With the siblings trailing him, he walked to the counter and withdrew a dozen cores assorted between the primary elements. He laid them carefully before the salesgirl.
Again, to her credit, she didn't react much to his use of a spatial ring. Clearly, she was used to dealing with cultivators. She simply pulled a weird box from below the counter and set it on top. Permission for this lowly one to examine the cores, esteemed cultivator? Even Sue hadn't seen anything like that device, so Benton was very interested to see what would happen next. Proceed. The girl opened the box, placed one of the cores inside it, closed the lid, and looked at a sort of viewfinder that stuck up above the device. Once finished, she removed the core and repeated the process with each of the other 11. These are excellent specimens, wild-caught and unused, she said when finished. This lowly one appreciates the opportunity to make esteemed cultivator an offer. She pulled an honest-to-God abacus from beneath the counter and started rapidly moving the beads around. This lowly one can offer 10,653 silver taels for the cores. That is an awfully specific amount, Benton said. The device measures all relevant properties of the core, esteemed cultivator. The city lord has standardized the price for a core based on those properties throughout the city. This lowly one would be punished severely if offering above or below that price. Benton had no idea if the girl was selling him a load of beans or not, but he thought it more likely that she wasn't. The presence of such standardized pricing should be easy enough to check, and lying to a cultivator wasn't generally a good way for a mortal to keep breathing. Besides, around 10,000 had been about what he'd been expecting based on Sue's experience. Okay, I'll take it. Do you have that much silver on hand? Sorry, esteemed cultivator, but this establishment, like almost all other reputable ones in the city, offers city bonds, usable just like taels anywhere within the walls, and a great many places without. She laid out 10 1,000-note bonds, 1 500-note bond, and 153 taels. Is the esteemed cultivator still interested? A big city issuing their own notes was well within the expectations set from Sue's memories. It was simply an easy way to deal with large sums of money, as carrying thousands of taels would rapidly become inconvenient without a spatial ring. I am. Thanks. He whisked the paper and taels into his ring. The salesgirl shot him a big smile. Is there anything else this lowly one can do to assist the esteemed cultivator today? Actually, yes. My junior brother and sister and I are in desperate need of cleaning up and new clothes. Of course, esteemed cultivator. This lowly one does not offer such a service in this establishment, but a runner can be summoned to escort you to a place where you will be taken care of. Excellent. Please do that. She disappeared into the back for a few minutes. When she returned, she said, The runner will be here shortly. Is there anything else this lowly one can do to assist the esteemed cultivator today? Benton figured that she'd been very helpful so far, so why not? Actually, I do need knife sets for myself and my junior brother and sister. I was looking for a skinning knife, a boning knife, and a caping knife for each of us. The blades need to be tough enough to handle up to rank 3 beasts, though. This establishment's knives run from 100 taels to 1,000 taels each, esteemed cultivator. What price range most fits your needs? I'm willing to pay for quality, but not for frills. Does that make sense? It does, esteemed cultivator. This lowly one has something that might be of interest.
The salesgirl came out from behind the counter and led them to the right side of the store. She pointed to a set of 3 knives on display, surrounded by a bunch of other knives. These are produced by a local master crafter.
They're not fancy, but this lowly one has never had a customer complaint about them. They are rated to the very peak of rank 3. Benton wasn't able to determine the materials, but the knives were clearly part of a set with identical colored wooden handles and metal blades. According to Sue's memories, they looked to be sturdy and well made. Perfect. How much? They are mid-range, about 500 each, a little more for the boning knife, but a little less for the caping knife. For 3 sets of 3, this lowly one can make a package deal of 4,100 taels. The cost wasn't much of an issue, but Benton didn't want to eat that much into his supply of cash. He proposed trading her 5 rank 2 cores for the knives, with her providing more cash for what was left over. She was more than amenable for that transaction, and after she checked the new cores, Benton added the knives and 293 taels to his spatial ring. Since you've been such a font of knowledge, can you tell me how recruitment for sects works here? Benton said. Of course, esteemed cultivator. 6th Flawless Flowing City had an exclusive contract to provide recruits to the Righteous Rain sect. After that sect's downfall 2 decades ago, the other 3 major sects in the area, the Swift Blizzard sect, the Poison Claw sect, and the Jade Chameleon sect, agreed that having any one of them gain access to the city's recruits would upset the balance of power. If a citizen wants to be considered for a sect, he must pay the equivalent of 5 spirit coins to have a test conducted, and his talent score will be distributed to each of the 3 sects, who will determine amongst themselves which sect, if any, gets him. Only the city lord is allowed to conduct those tests, and no sect may pay the price for the tests.
The only way for a citizen to be tested without payment is when the city lord is allowed to do so for appropriately aged citizens once every 5 years in order to fill the ranks of town watch. The quantity of such testing is highly regulated, however. Yikes! Citizens had to pay a crazy amount just on the off chance that they may be one of the few with enough talent to join a sect. Obviously, only the nobles or rich merchants could afford such a thing. What if, say, a wandering cultivator who was just passing through happened to sense he had fate with someone and wanted to recruit that person? It is much more difficult for the non-affiliated, esteemed cultivator. First, all potential recruits would have to be interviewed by someone with a truth-finding ability to ensure that no testing of the recruit took place. Then, a representative of one of the major sects would have to sign off on the process. From that answer, Benton couldn't go around officially recruiting anyone to his sect. He was pretty sure, though, that no one would notice him hiring a few street kids and taking them with him when he left. The trick was to stay under the radar. One last thing, he said after she'd thanked him for his business. I need to do a short-term rental on a warehouse, say 3 months. Can you point me in the right direction? The salesgirl happily made arrangements to have a runner meet them once they finished cleaning up. Thank you, young lady, he said finally. You are a credit to your profession. I let Pan Ming Yu know that you treated me right. The runner to take them to buy new clothes had already arrived and been waiting at that point, so Benton and the siblings followed the lad to an establishment a few streets over. After they were measured and asked about preferences for clothes, the runner led them to a bathhouse. By the time each had finished individually getting cleaned up and groomed by attendants, each had a nice change of clothes waiting, with the promise of having more delivered to wherever they ended up staying. The trio that exited the bathhouse looked a lot more opulent than the trio that went in. All had dirt scrubbed from their bodies, their hair cut and combed, and wore clean, upscale cultivator robes. Benton in blue, Young Shu in jade green, and Young Ru in gray. Looking and feeling nicer helped with the negotiations on leasing a warehouse. Benton didn't care much about the location. He basically just needed a relatively small warehouse that would hide his activities from prying eyes. The broker showed him a place that was perfect on the first try. After a bit of back and forth, he said, "I think that does it. I'll give you 1,000 taels per month for 3 months, prepaid, as long as you can get this place cleaned up no later than tomorrow afternoon and provide 3 long wooden tables." His first day in 6th flawless flowing city had gone better than he had any right to expect.
Chapter 42. Like a thief in the day?
Per the messenger that arrived at the inn the next afternoon, the warehouse was ready on schedule, and Benton led the siblings there. As they neared the structure, his attention was caught by a young boy lounging in the shade of an alley. Even though Sue's memories advised about exactly what to be on the lookout for, the kid looked so much like he belonged exactly where he was that Benton almost overlooked him. He scanned the kid with his senses. Age, 13. Affiliation, unnamed mortal gang. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, D. Chi. Aspect, moonlit dew shadowed by the cover of clouds and overhanging tree branches.
Nice. Not only was the kid talented enough to be accepted into a traditional sect, but he had a rare shadow chi aspect, perfect for assassins. Not that Benton felt he had the need to include anyone pursuing that particular career path in his sect, but stealth was really good for espionage and scouting as well. No organization could ever have enough skilled people in the information-gathering field. Benton almost called out to the boy immediately, but hesitated. The gangs paying him to keep a lookout would want more than just a report of 3 people entering the warehouse, meaning the boy would need to get a much closer look. Better to wait to catch him in the act in order to gain more leverage. The inside of the warehouse had indeed been cleaned. All the dust and cobwebs that had been present were conspicuously absent. It wasn't exactly a place that Evelyn would have found homey and welcoming, but compared to rough camping in the woods, it would do just fine. The 3 tables he'd requested had been set up as well. "This is acceptable," he told the messenger, who quickly departed. "Senior brother, I have a question," Xianxia said. "Why did you sign a 3-month contract? You told Mistress Zhang you'd be back in about that long." "Why do you think?" "I honestly don't know. I don't think Senior Brother would be untruthful to Mistress Zhang and the children, but I also don't know what might have changed since that conversation. I thought we made decent time getting here based on what you told us." "What if I didn't lie to Mistress Zhang, but nothing changed either?" "Then I'm confused, Senior Brother. That would mean—" The light of understanding dawned in her eyes. "Keep going," he said. "That means that Senior Brother has no intention of staying 3 months." "Exactly. Cities like this have many, many factions. Sects, city government, merchants, guilds, gangs, you name it. Before we're done, I bet we have more than half a dozen people watching our every move rather than the one we have now. It's easier to disappear at the end of a month if everyone thinks you'll still be around for another 2. Now, enough of that. Time to get to work." Benton dumped a pile of a dozen or so rank 1 spirit beasts on each of the 3 tables and handed each of the siblings a set of knives. "This is a skinning knife," he began, holding up the appropriate knife. He took a good half hour meticulously and slowly demonstrating how to dress, skin, decore, and debone a squirrel before watching each of the siblings do the same. "Good. We're going to be doing this until our entire stash of rank 1 and 2 spirit beasts have been processed. We'll keep almost all the cores and a lot of the meat, but we have no immediate use for the skin and claws and such. Those won't be hugely valuable for rank 1s. He held up one of the squirrel skins. "This goes for only about a single tael. The rank 2s, however, are much more lucrative, from 10 to up to 100 times that much.
Some claws go from more than 100 just by themselves. That was what they spent the next several hours doing. After each table had been completely processed, he separated all the different parts into easy piles and stored them in his spatial ring before adding a new stack of a dozen to be processed. In the middle of skinning a beaver, he stopped, his ears alert as he manipulated his internal chi to enhance his hearing. Something, or rather someone, was quietly climbing the outside of the warehouse. "Senior brother," Xianxia started. "Don't worry about it. I expected this." Benton quickly stowed away all the spirit beast parts and tidied up their workstations. "You two cultivate, or at least pretend to." Benton was actually kind of impressed as he tracked the boy's progress.
The outside of the warehouse hadn't seemed all that climbable, but the boy didn't seem to be having any trouble. It did not surprise Benton at all, though, when the boy gained entry to the inside via a window, one that didn't squeak at all when he opened it. He was good at his job. Too bad for him that Benton was even better at his. Benton slowly and quietly moved one of the tables under the spot he expected the boy to appear. Once in place, he hopped up on top, where he stood and waited patiently. At just the right moment, he bent his knees, manipulated his chi to give him a huge boost, and jumped. The next second he was soaring high into the air. The warehouse had a good 10,000 feet of free space inside and rose more than 3 stories. Benton easily cleared that height in a jump, reaching his apex just as the boy's startled face appeared. Benton grabbed him by the shoulders and tugged. He didn't let the boy fall, obviously. There was no reason to kill a little kid, even if his actions were a bit annoying. No, he held on tight and cushioned the impact with his internal chi as both of them fell back to the ground. The kid looked around, seeing 2 figures in battle robes cultivating, and figuring out that another one had just grabbed him from more than 40 feet in the air. His wide eyes said that he knew he was in trouble. "What's your name, kid?" Benton said. He cupped his hands and bowed low.
"Zhou Tian, esteemed master cultivator."
"Yes, cultivator, you are correct. Which begs the question of how come you're stupid enough to try breaking into my warehouse?"
"This lowly one didn't know you could do—"
He gestured up and down with his arm, indicating the huge height of the warehouse.
"That!"
Benton almost chuckled, but that would have ruined the air of menace he was working hard to develop. "Well, Zhou Tian, it looks like you've got yourself a choice. Work for me, or work for no one ever again." Chapter 43. One Scary Cultivator. Zhou Tian had maintained oversight, he much preferred that term rather than spying, on wandering cultivators before. In his experience, such people weren't much more powerful than regular gang members. Basically, they were trumped-up peasants who somehow gained access to the most basic and incomplete of trash-tier cultivation methods and techniques, and suddenly felt themselves better than anyone else. Not that Zhou Tian thought himself better even than those unfortunates. As an orphan street rat growing up in 6th Flawless Flowing City, no one was of lower status than him. No, he definitely didn't look down on anyone. But his prior experience explained his reasoning when the meticulous contradictory 12th Gang asked him to maintain oversight on the warehouse and 3 suspected wandering cultivators who had rented it for 3 months. There were, of course, a few red flags. The 3 were dressed nicer than most wandering cultivators. They had been able to pay the leasing fee of 1,000 tael a month for 3 months up front. And the eldest of the 3 wore a spatial ring, something nearly no one of his supposed ilk could afford. It was those points, however, that drew the intense interest of the gang, and it wasn't like Zhou Tian could really refuse.
It was stay in the gang's good graces and eat, or not stay in their good graces and perish. Still, he hadn't thought much of the assignment, certainly not that it would be exceedingly dangerous. Not even when he caught sight of the three. All wore very nice clothes, obviously recently purchased. Though he carried no visible weapon, the eldest one looked the fiercest of the three, with his stubble-covered dark head and striking blue combat robes. There was just a quality about how he carried himself. The other two were no slouches, though.
The young man was big and muscular, obviously much more well-fed than a street rat, and the spear he carried was definitely a prime cultivator weapon, not just some stick he'd picked up in the woods. Zhou Qian found it difficult to pay too much attention to either of the men, though, due to the appearance of the girl. Wearing a jade-green robe with perfect features and flowering cheeks, she was amazing, as was the bow she carried. He wasn't an expert on such things, but he bet such a weapon would cost thousands of taels. Those wandering cultivators weren't so simple. Besides their appearance, the next big danger sign was that the eldest one actually noticed Zhou Qian. After he'd been pushed out onto the streets at 8 years old, following his aunt no longer being able to take care of him, he noticed that he had an uncanny ability to simply blend in. Nothing supernatural or anything, but people seemed to feel that he fit in with crowds, even when the people around him were older and better dressed. Ironically, that trait had been what had attracted the gang to him, an occurrence that had made his life both much easier in that he no longer had to beg and steal for food, and much more complicated in that failure to do what the gang wanted could easily result in his death. It wasn't all bad, though. Most of the very much older gang members tended to treat him like a younger brother, teaching him how to fight with knives, pickpocket, and other useful skills. The wandering cultivator in blue, however, had looked right at him, studied him. Zhou Qian had shivered like someone was looking at his very soul. His thought had been, "That man is one very scary cultivator." The man had then just walked right past, though, and entered the warehouse without any indication that anything was wrong. If Zhou Qian had tried to call off the oversight based on that look, he'd have at the very least lost much face. At worst, he might have been physically punished. Instead, he did the only thing that he could do. Made a mental note about it and resolved to be 10 times as careful with the mission, and carried on about his business. Hours passed, with nothing happening. Whatever was going on inside the warehouse was done in quiet. Not that anything other than heavy noises such as hammers and yelling and the like would have made it past the closed doors. But Zhou Qian was very observant. He heard nothing. Finally, he'd waited as long as he could. The gang would insist on knowing what was going on inside. Sacrificing speed for quiet, he ascended the outside until making it to the window he'd prepared with oil the previous evening. Not a single squeak. Positive that no one inside could possibly have heard a thing, he made his way inside, creeping past several catwalks, until he finally had a view of the open interior. The boy and the girl were each seated on top of one of the wooden tables that had been provided, and they were cultivating quietly. Why rent a warehouse to cultivate? And where was the eldest? Zhou Qian saw a flash of motion, and the next thing he knew he was being yanked forward, which was bad, because forward led to down, and the warehouse's floor was far below. He wasn't free-falling, though. The eldest cultivator held him in arms that felt like iron straps. Zhou Qian tensed as the ground neared, expecting the worst. The cultivator's knees absorbed the impact, though, leaving Zhou Qian barely jostled. He was quickly and gently placed upright with his feet on the dirt floor before being asked his name.
Well, Zouqian, the man said after a brief conversation, it looks like you've got yourself a choice. Work for me or work for no one ever again. Zouqian, of course, did the only thing that he could do. This lowly one is the esteemed Master Cultivator's servant. This lowly one will do anything. The man smiled. First of all, you're now my informant and lookout. Tell me about the organization who hired you.
Zouqian wasn't stupid. The man was obviously a real cultivator, not some trumped-up field hand with delusions of grandeur. And lying to a real cultivator was the height of stupidity. Such people had hundreds of ways to detect a falsehood. So, he spilled everything. The number of men in the gang, 31 not counting him or other kids. Affiliations, unsure. There was some link to a bigger organization, but nothing had ever been said in his presence as to exactly what organization or the nature of the ties. Likely plans for the warehouse, a raid at some point, either by their gang or a cultivator gang. Cultivator gang? The man said. There are several in the city, esteemed Master Cultivator. Groups of wandering cultivators who have banded together for strength. Basically, loose coalitions of thieves. The sects let those exist? This lowly one understands that the sects don't like them, but the city lord controls the city. The balance between the sects is such that none wants to make waves. Okay, here's how we're going to play this. First of all, you watched us from a catwalk for a long time. At the start, we were just cultivating. Then I asked young Ru for a spar. He gestured to the young man. Come, let's give the boy a show. The man used only his fists, fearing the younger man's spear not at all. The way the two moved was like nothing Zhou Tian had ever seen. Such speed and grace. The man bent backward at the knees as the spear passed over him and somehow righted himself like nothing had happened. And power. The young man thrust at the older dodged, and the spear struck a 12-inch thick wooden beam. The beam cracked. Oops, the man said, before turning Zhou Tian. I think that's enough of that. Can you honestly report to the gang on our abilities, that we definitely have weapon techniques and can internally manipulate qi? Zhou Tian nodded vigorously. Who were those people? Next, you heard me giving a lecture to my two disciples, Yang Shu and Yang Ru. I told them that, though we're currently unaffiliated with a sect, we are not to be treated like trash. Demand face. Bow only to those of a higher cultivation, which I will indicate to them, as there is no one in the city whose level I cannot sense. And bow only the exact extent necessary to give face. If they run into any cultivator gangs, feel free to kill those trash without compunction. The man shook his head almost like he hadn't meant to say that. He didn't countermand the order, though. Lastly, the man drew something from his spatial ring and tossed it to Zhou Tian. When I said work for me, I meant work, and I didn't mean for free. He caught it out of reflex and couldn't believe what he held when he looked in his hand. A silver tail. A full silver tail. He'd never held so much money at once before. One of those every day that you're in my employ, understand? Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. I do not expect you to die for me. If you have to betray me to keep your life, betray me. Tell the gang exactly what happened and that I threatened your life if that's what you have to do. If you don't want me to kill you, all you have to do is tell me that you betrayed me. Be open and honest, understand? No, not really, no. Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. Good. Now get out of here.
We have work to do.
Chapter 44. Cash Grab. Benton had a good feeling about the boy, Zhou Tian. He seemed like the sort who would commit to a group as long as he was given a reason. If Benton were right, all he had to do to reap loyalty was to sow it. He escorted the boy to the exit, and the two parted on good terms. No sooner had he returned to the work area than Yang Shu said, "Why did you reveal so much to that kid, senior brother? I thought we wanted to avoid notice." Kid? Listen to this brat. The boy was barely a couple of years younger than her. There is a fine line between seeming too powerful, Benton said, which might lead to one of the three sects taking interest in us, and seeming too weak, which invites attack from every two-bit street gang around. You think your display with Ru'er will dissuade them, senior brother? Not indefinitely. If we're lucky, we'll be able to slip out before they make their attempt, Benton shrugged. If not, maybe we at least headed off some of the many probes I was expecting. I'd rather they gather their forces for a big showdown than us have to put up with fending them off every other night. Yang Shu's face showed concern. Can the three of us fight off an entire gang of cultivators, senior brother? Wandering cultivators came in two types. Those rare few who traveled the land seeking the Tao, and those who were forced into the lifestyle because they had too little talent to do anything else. The first was considered an honorable path, even if not quite as respectable as traditional sect membership. The latter wasn't. Of course, part of that judgment was probably a bit of Chao Su's bias, but Benton expected it accurately reflected the view of most people. Acting as a gang relegates one to the status of an ordinary thug, an act that is beneath contempt, an extreme loss of face and honor, Benton said. Only those who are so weak as to have little other choice would do such a thing. I can't imagine the three of us having trouble facing a score of such cultivators. He allowed the siblings to return to cultivating while he spent another couple of hours processing spirit beast parts. In the mid-afternoon, he counted their progress, finding that they'd barely finished 100 beasts, out of nearly 700. Of course, he finished a beast thrice as fast as either of the siblings, but their rate improved with each batch. The three of them working together wouldn't finish tomorrow, but they'd make a good dent and be able to sell them by the day after. Their progress wasn't too bad. Shortly before dark, he let the siblings know he was leaving and went for a walk, mainly to just get acquainted with the area, but also to see if he ran across any potential recruits. He had no luck, though. Mostly Fs with some Es. The next day was spent processing while the siblings split their time between that and cultivating. Since they had been able to complete as many of the spirit beasts as he'd wanted for the day, his walk that night had another purpose: to procure the rental of a draft animal. He ended up with something akin to an old ox, one that was pretty much beyond caring about anything other than going where he was told and getting fed. That was perfect because neither Benton nor Sue had much experience with animals. Luckily, it turned out that there was some farming in the siblings' family, an uncle or something, so they had at least enough experience to be able to take care of the ox, feed it, hook it up, etc. By noon of the next day, Benton had removed all the wood from one of the wagons and used the cleared space for the processed parts. Over 400 Rank 2 spirit beast skins and claws, and half that many butchered meats, along with close to 300 of the same for Rank 1 beasts. He had planned on leaving the twins to cultivate while he sold the parts, but he had trouble directing the ox even within the confines of the empty warehouse. Visions of a string of angry and perhaps injured citizens raising a cry to the authorities if he attempted to drive the wagon himself filled his mind. So he was forced to have the siblings do it. Zhou Tian directed Benton to a shop that both had a reputation for being fair and was big enough to handle the volume he had to sell. Like the Mahogany Dreaming Palace, the Seven Elements Beasts Emporium was staffed by an attractive mortal female clerk who seemed accustomed to dealing with cultivators. She had the twins maneuver the wagon to a receiving area in the back, where 2 more employees met them. The process from there was surprisingly efficient and quick, considering the sheer quantity of stuff Benton had to sell. In less than a half hour, one of the 2, a graying man with a paunch, made an offer of just over 56,000 silver taels. With assurance from the man that city notes could be converted to actual silver or even spirit coins at a bank, Benton accepted the proposal. Not bad, considering he hadn't even touched his actual main trade good yet, and he still had the vast majority of the cores he'd harvested in his ring. Next, they found an out-of-the-way alley that no one save Zotian, who was basically covertly traveling with the rest of the group by that point, was surveilling, and filled the wagon with a full load of wood. Their destination was a warehouse near the docks that Mayor Modzian had indicated was their best option, if it was still open and operated by the same people. With Zotian watching from afar and Yang Ru staying with the wagon, Benton and Yang Shu went inside. To his surprise, the first person they encountered was a cultivator. Benton scanned the man. Affiliation: Heavenly Transit Mercantile Association. Age: 49. Cultivation: Foundation Establishment, Minor Realm. 6 chi available. Techniques: Spiritual Roots, E plus chi. Aspect: the sweep of a wooden oar propelling a ship through the bay. Interesting. At Foundation Establishment, the merchant was officially the highest-ranked person Benton had met. And to reach the 6th minor realm with only E+ spirit roots took dedication, or major resources, or both. Probably both. The man cupped his hands and nodded his head. "Greetings, guest. This one is Ma-An. How can this one help you?" Benton's robe clearly designated him as a cultivator, and he was in the company of someone in the Qi gathering realm who clearly deferred to him. On the other hand, his realm, or the fact that he was a cultivator at all, was completely opaque due to his hide cultivation perk. Ma-An was obviously having trouble figuring out the correct form of address. Benton responded by cupping his hands and barely inclining his head briefly, basically saying that not only was he a cultivator, but his cultivation was much higher than the other man. "I have some wood to sell, and was told this was the place." Ma-An was slightly taken aback. "My apologies, esteemed cultivator, but this lowly one does not deal in wood." "Really? The mayor of prosperous Gray Forest Village said that this warehouse was my best bet. I guess I'll move to the next merchant." The man looked stunned. "Wait! Prosperous Gray Forest Village? Let me see this wood." He rushed out the door before Benton could say a word. He and Yang Shu quickly followed. "Orange Vigor Spirit Wood! It really is Orange Vigor Spirit Wood! It's been years since we've seen any." He turned back to Benton. "This lowly one will buy it, the entire load. This lowly one promises that no one will offer more." "How much?" 24,000 taels. Benton tilted his hands. "This stuff is really scarce, right? According to the mayor, it's been at least 3 years since anyone could possibly have made a delivery, and there's no guarantee when, if ever, you'll see more. I was thinking 75,000 taels." He didn't really want to soak the guy, but he needed to gain an understanding of exactly how much the wood was worth. Ma-An grimaced. "This lowly one doesn't think that anyone can pay 75. The best the Heavenly Transit Mercantile Association can do is 50? That amount, quite honestly, is cutting deeply into profit margins." "What if I had 2 more wagon loads?" "This lowly one would take them both for the same price, of course."
Yeah, so 50,000 wasn't eating too deeply into his profit margins then, since he was that willing to buy the entire shipment. Eking every cent out of the situation wasn't nearly as important as establishing a good relationship, though. And future loads, if any, Benton said. Ma-an frowned.
If it's regular, yearly, or more often, this lowly one would have to cut back to 30? But every 3 years or longer, this lowly one could continue to pay 50.
Next set of questions. I need spears suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. And I was thinking some of the branches in these loads would make a decent base material. Is that correct? And if so, how much would taking out that material deduct from the price you're paying? And do you know someone who can do whatever crafting is necessary?
How many spears does the esteemed cultivator need?
That was a tough question to answer. Ideally, Benton would get a spear for all his disciples for now and into the immediate future. But he didn't want the guy to know it was for a sect or suspect that he was raising an army or something. 100? Benton said. I travel a lot, and my experience has been that finished weapons of a decent quantity are a trade good that can purchase items where mere silver and spirit coins can't. Ma-an nodded knowingly.
Absolutely understandable.
If the esteemed cultivator is willing to spend the necessary amount to have a correspondingly strong metal for the tip, spears made from orange vigor spirit wood are highly sought after. They're almost impossible to break, even up to the peak of golden core, and they channel chi phenomenally well once they are treated correctly. So how much total? The guy hesitated for a moment, clearly calculating in his head. This lowly one would deduct a pittance, say 1,000 taels total, for the base material. The woodworking required and the alchemical treatment would run maybe 100 total. And for the metal, another 500 per. The final product, though, would easily sell for thousands, unless the esteemed cultivator floods the market. 61,000 taels total for 100 spears rated for foundation establishment cultivators? Honestly, that was much better than Benton had expected. Done. There were still some logistics to get through, but the results of the day's dealing would end with him nearly 150,000 taels richer. And the only thing he owed out of that vast amount was 2 wagons full of mortal-level supplies and rations. He doubted that total for that would be more than 50,000. Nice. What a cash grab. Chapter 45. A not unexpected development. The next day, Benton ran errands while the twins cultivated. His first stop was the Heavenly Transit Mercantile Association. Ma-an had agreed to pick up the orange vigor spirit wood from the warehouse, but the city wasn't exactly arranged with street names and addresses like one would expect on Earth. His men and carts had to be escorted to the correct location to pick up the load. That task accomplished, Benton spent the rest of the morning and into the afternoon finding and talking to the woodworker, the alchemist, and the blacksmith that Ma-an had recommended. Each agreed to the price and timeline that the merchant had suggested, so by the time the workday ended, Benton had deals in place to get his spears made. The finished product was expected in 10 days. After a dinner out with the siblings, the three returned to the warehouse, where Benton guided his disciples in practicing their various techniques until, late in the evening, Zhou Tian knocked on the warehouse's door and was let inside. The boy shook as he kowtowed.
Sincerest apologies, esteemed Master Cultivator. This lowly one was forced to report your movements yesterday to the gang leader. He knows that the esteemed Master Cultivator is in possession of a king's ransom in city notes.
The development was not unexpected. After all, the kid had been placed as a lookout for a reason, and Benton had told him not to risk his life by withholding information. What was his reaction? Benton said.
His eyes are filled with visions of treasure. but his greed is tempered with caution. He trusts that this lowly one's reports of the esteemed master cultivator's power is accurate, and even if he didn't, he would think that anyone carrying such a large sum of money probably has the means to protect it. This lowly one expects him to sell the information to one of the cultivator gangs in return for a portion of any treasure they steal.
How soon will the cultivator gang make a move? Tonight? That would be this lowly one's best guess, esteemed master cultivator. They wouldn't want to take the chance of their prize slipping away. You did well. Thanks for bringing this information to me. Benton handed the kid 10 silver taels. So Qian's eyes went wide. Obviously, he'd been expecting punishment, maybe even death, not a reward. You do your thing and stay safe, Benton said. We'll be ready. After the kid had departed, Benton turned to the twins. You heard that?
Yes, senior brother,
the two chorused. And what do you think? They exchanged a look.
I think we'll be ready, Xianxia said.
You two have gotten pretty good at killing beasts. Enough so that I have confidence you can take on any given rank 2 solo. I'd even be willing to pit the two of you as a team against a rank 3 without worrying too much. Benton paused. Killing cultivators, killing humans, is a different thing, though. If we stay here and face this attack, we can't be merciful. None who trespass into this building tonight will be suffered to live. The twins exchanged another glance.
We understand, senior brother. Master, Xianxia said.
Benton hated that he was about to have his disciples face what was coming. It wasn't even necessary. They could leave town. Hell, even relocating to a different portion of the city would be enough. They had enough money to rent rooms in an upscale, very secure inn. No one would dare bother them if they took up residence in one of the rich areas where the city lord's forces actively kept the peace. But facts were facts. A cultivation world shared little in common with the world of his birth, one where the rule of law held at least a modicum of sway. Killing rival humans was a fact of life here. If the twins could not or would not kill, their use as the sect's main combat team was worthless, and it was better to find that out sooner rather than later. I want our sect to value human life even more than a typical righteous sect, Benton said. If someone offends us accidentally, we will educate them and move past it. If someone deliberately disrespects us, we will punish as is appropriate. If someone stands non-violently between us and our goal, we will remove them. But we will not kill. His voice was grim as he made the statement, and his disciples' faces matched his tone. If someone comes against us with the intent to harm any one of us, or to take what is ours, then, in my eyes, that someone has ceased to be human. We will end that someone. Benton channeled his inner Sean Connery. Here endeth the lesson. Now, let's talk strategy. Xianxia fidgeted. He didn't normally fidget, but if any situation warranted it, the current one did. The time was well past midnight, and he, his sister, and their master expected a gang of cultivators to attack at any moment. And he didn't know how to feel about that. He certainly didn't consider himself to be an introspective person. Through most of his life, he'd simply obeyed his parents. When they told him to clean the house, or help in the shop, or whatever other chore was necessary, he did it without complaint. When they told him to go live with his uncle on the farm, he didn't even consider refusing. When they told him that his job was to protect his sister if anything ever happened to them, he took that responsibility seriously. Life had been simple. He was fed enough, happy enough, content. Up until when Feng Wei took a liking to his sister, anyway. The moment Xianxia found out that men had killed his mom and dad, he had never felt so helpless, so powerless. Sure, he was bigger and stronger than a lot of the other teens, but he could do nothing against grown men who wielded actual weapons, who knew how to use those weapons.
How could he fulfill the promise he'd made to protect his sister when he held no power? It was the first time in his life he'd known true despair. In that darkened warehouse, as he stood impatiently waiting for their enemies to arrive, he knew that everything had changed. He had cultivation, skill with his spear, hours spent hunting and killing spirit beasts. He was ready. Tonight, he would show that he had power. Master called him the tip of the spear. After their enemies had entered the warehouse, his job was to start the attack by charging fast and hard and, as his master had put it, end the first person he encountered with all due haste. Normally, he'd be much more worried about his sister than himself, but they had constructed what his master called a sniper's nest in the rafters, using the materials from what had been the 3 tables. Master assured him that it was extremely unlikely that any trash cultivators could leap high enough to reach her, and the heavy wood planks surrounding her should protect her from arrows and other ranged weapons. While Shu'er sniped, his master would take care of the most dangerous threats among their enemies. Young Ru didn't know much about such fights, but the strategy appeared sound. Of the 3 of them, he was the most likely to take injuries, but that was okay. Master's healing pills worked like a miracle. Besides, pain or injury, or even death, did not frighten him. His only fear was that he would let his master and his sister down. "Where?" his master said. "They're getting close." Young Ru tightened his grip on his spear. Seconds turned to minutes as time dragged until, eventually, he heard scratching at the door. It was barred with a single piece of wood. Young Shu had asked why they were bothering with securing the door, and Master had told them that it would make the cultivator gang too cautious if it were left open. He wanted to kill as many of the men as possible inside, and for that, he needed them overconfident. Metal scraped against wood. Thud. Something softly landed on the dirt floor near the entry. Everything went silent for several long moments, and young Ru imagined the men at the door listening intently for any sign that anyone inside was awake. Soft snoring came from the direction that his master waited, and for a moment, young Ru was quite confused. Surely his master hadn't actually fallen asleep. His master didn't even snore. Ah, a ruse. And it worked. The next sound young Ru heard was the gentle squeak of the door's hinges, followed by the shuffling of feet as one after the other, their enemies crept inside. The warehouse was too dark for him to see the gang members, so he couldn't get an accurate count. He left that to his sister, who had a perception skill, and his master, who probably knew not only the position of each man, but also his cultivation and everything else relevant about him. Young Ru's instructions were to hit the group after as many of them entered as possible, but before they started to disperse. So he did his best to track their movements via noise. It wasn't easy, though. They were all the way on the other side of the warehouse, and there were a lot of them. Were they all inside? Were they all together? He really wanted to ask if it was time to charge, but his master had been clear. The timing was solely Yang Ru's decision. His master could have given a signal. Yang Shu could have given a signal. But no, the person the least equipped to know what was happening was tasked with starting the attack. Yang Ru saw the tactic for what it was. A test. Or, as his master so often put it, an opportunity to learn. He had no idea what the enemy was doing, but he'd been patient enough to show his master that he wasn't being impulsive. Quietly, he removed an object from inside his robe and secured it between his palm and his spear's haft. Time to move. An image flickered across his mind, a glowing red flow of liquid rock moving down a mountainside. He'd, of course, never seen such a thing, but his master had described it so vividly
that young Ru could envision the incredible sight. How hot would rock have to get to melt? How heavy would a flowing mass of it be? How unstoppable? Hot, heavy, unstoppable. With those concepts in mind, he charged.
Chapter 46. Shock and Awe. Benton's enhanced spiritual senses detected 16 men and 3 women slowly entering the warehouse. All but one were in the Qi gathering realm, mostly minor realms 3 and 4. A couple were in minor realm 2, one was in the 5th, 2 were in the 6th, and another in the 7th. The man Benton assumed was the leader was the only exception, a Foundation establishment cultivator in the 2nd minor realm. Gutter trash. Nothing he couldn't handle. Or so Sue's memories told him. Sue was used to a life of combat and killing bandits and even rival sect members, though. In sharp contrast, Benton was a middle manager for a Fortune 500 company whose last fight before coming to this world had been in junior high. The gang leader probably conducted raids on a regular basis, putting Benton's one youthful indiscretion to shame in terms of relevant experience. And not only that, but the gang leader severely outclassed Benton in cultivation level. There was an enormous gulf between one major realm and the next. Even if Benton were at the peak and the leader barely passed it, the leader would still have a huge advantage in cultivation. Instead, Benton was in the 8th minor realm, meaning that, in addition to the huge gap of the major realm that stood between the two, 4 minor realms also separated them. On paper, the matchup seemed poor for him and his disciples, not even taking into account being down 19-3 in sheer numbers of people. Quantity did have a quality all of its own, after all. No, Benton was not feeling nearly as confident as he'd made it seem to the kids. On the plus side, he did have 2 levels of body cultivation, which definitely helped close any gap in physical stats between him and the leader. And Sue's memories were probably right in that any wandering cultivator who joined a gang, even as its leader, wasn't likely to have access to particularly good cultivation methods or techniques. Benton, on the other hand, had system-granted knowledge taking him to large success in fighting with a spear, and his cultivation base was pristine. Additionally, he and his disciples held a clear advantage in equipment. The gang members all held mortal-grade weapons, and Benton didn't sense any talismans or other Qi treasures on them. Tired of dealing with weapons that broke way too easily, he'd picked up a few personal weapons and some other necessary supplies in his wanderings through the city. None of the weapons were fancy, not nearly as nice as either the system-supplied ones or the spears he was having produced. But neither would they snap the first time a Qi gathering cultivator blocked them. With a spear in his hands, a sword hanging in a scabbard on his left hip, and a sheathed dagger on his right, he felt ready for what was to come. His doubts were just pre-fight nerves. He and the twins would do fine, right? Benton was definitely impressed with his disciples. As eager as the kids were to start the battle, they both showed admirable patience. Young Shu stayed silent and alert in her sniper's nest, and young Ru had waited much, much longer than Benton had expected. He didn't know how his disciple knew when to charge, but he timed it well, starting just after the last of the gang had filed into the warehouse. Benton fell in behind him, following nearly soundlessly in his shadow. The gang had spread out to each side of the doorway, but they were still centered on it. Which was good for Benton's plan, because that was exactly the direction in which young Ru charged. The warehouse was around 200 feet long by 50 feet wide, and he started about as far widthwise from the entrance as he could. He was big for a 15-year-old,
and months of sparring and practicing his spear technique and hunting spirit beasts had honed his body into a finely tuned machine. From his physical characteristics alone, the kid's momentum after 50 feet would be something that might give pause to an NFL linebacker. And that calculation was before one took into account that his cultivation gave him essentially superhuman powers. All that to say that young Rue was a load. Each step thundered in the silent warehouse, sound waves bouncing and echoing from the deep, empty recesses. Heavy, but not slow. No, fast. Much faster than one would have thought possible. Accelerating constantly. Though Benton could sense the gang members' locations by their chi, he couldn't actually see them, so he didn't see their reactions. He had to imagine that the sudden, hard, fierce, thudding footfalls hurtling toward them drew their complete attention. Not one of them moved. That was what Benton wanted, for them to feel fear, shock, and awe, to sense the inevitability of their demise. If only young Rue would remember to. He did, just before impacting the poor soul who stood, too slow to get out of the way, at the forefront of the others. Young Rue triggered a talisman. A blue, tear-shaped shield of chi flashed into being around him. And he struck. It was like watching a giant bowling ball impact the center of a mass of human-sized pins. And the gang members stood just about as much chance against young Rue as the bowling pins did against a ball. He blew the first guy backward and to the right, taking 3 others to the ground before coming to rest. Maybe he was alive, maybe not. Even if he was, Benton doubted he'd be able to get up quickly enough to contribute to the fight. Young Rue barely slowed after hitting the first guy, soon launching a second guy back and to the left to much the same effect. And a third, that one a girl, before finally his momentum and the chi from the talisman ran out. But he'd reached the last row, and he still had his spear ready to strike. Which he did, penetrating all the way through one of the gang members. Benton wasn't standing idle while his disciple cut a swath through their enemies. He threw 4 chi light orbs, simple array devices that produced a soft glow, around the space to give young Shu the illumination she needed to do her work. That task accomplished, he darted toward the presumed leader. Chi gathering versus foundation establishment did not mean a sect veteran was at a disadvantage. Benton had the better weapon, better skill, and, from Sue's memories, more experience. There was no way his opponent was anything more than trumped up. Whoa. Benton shook his head. His adrenaline had made him get carried away a little bit there. If he didn't watch it, he'd find himself unironically shouting, "You're courting death!" Benton held his spear poised to strike as he accelerated toward his foe. The leader raised his sword, desperately trying to get it in position to block. Honestly, Benton thought the guy was trying to fake him out with how slowly he was moving. Surely it had to be a trick. There was no way the guy could possibly be that sluggish. Turtles and snails would obliterate him in a race. It felt like a scene from an episode of The Flash, where Barry Allen was rushing hither and yon, while bullets literally stood motionless in the air. Nope. No trick. The guy was that slow. Truly. Stabbing him through the heart was just about the most anticlimactic moment Benton had ever experienced in his life. All that build-up and worry for nothing. He sighed. Looking up from the leader's gurgling last breath, he spotted young Rue piercing a 4th realm with his spear. One of the gang members had gotten behind him, though, and was about to take his head off with a sword. Benton was too far away to intercede in time, so he opened his mouth to yell a warning. Twang! The guy with the sword suddenly sported an arrow shaft sticking out of his head. Never mind. Young Shu certainly hadn't been slacking.
The sound of her bowstring vibrating as arrows released had occurred at a frequency to rival a machine gun. Besides the leader and the ones killed by Yang Ru, all the other gang members, save one, sported the same head-worn accoutrement as the guy who'd tried to decapitate Yang Ru. So, one gang member left then. Twang! Never mind. Benton scratched the back of his neck. Sue's memories had indicated that he and his disciples weren't really in much danger from this gang, but the actual experience was more than a little ridiculous. Better equipment, better training, better techniques, better cultivation methods. There was a reason that sects were feared. With all those who had come to rob them dead, Benton opened his mouth to congratulate the kids, but he noticed that Yang Ru was on his knees. Benton immediately feared he'd been injured. The boy didn't look hurt, though. There was no blood visible. His expression was contemplative, not pained. He was meditating, consolidating his gains. What a good kid. Scratch that. From the complete lack of noise coming from the sniper's nest, Yang Shu was probably doing the same. What a couple of great kids. Benton patiently waited for them to finish until a blue box popped up. Host's disciple, Yang Ru, has reached mastery in the Fundamental Spear Combat Essentials. Host is awarded 2 sect points. Host has 38 sect points available.
Alrighty then, he told the twins. Good job.
Chapter 47. Reactions. Zhou Tian watched nervously as the 12th Discordant Brigade crept toward the warehouse. Though Chao Su was one scary guy, the same could be said for Yao Yahui, the leader of the Cultivator gang. Few organizations other than the City Watch and the 3 sects could match their might. Everyone in the slums was scared of them. It looked like Chao Su and the pretty girl were about to meet their ends. Zhou Tian sighed. Regrettable. So regrettable. He'd miss the silver tael a day he was being paid to report back about his gang's activities. That wasn't the only reason for caring, though. Chao Su was so unlike anyone else. He was an odd combination of scary and just strange. His mannerisms, the way he made it seem like mortals actually mattered to him. He was unlike any other person in the slums, much less any other cultivator. But in a good way. Zhou Tian had never dealt with someone who was so honorable. When he'd reported the news of the attack as he'd been ordered, he fully expected to be killed by Chao Su, not rewarded, especially not with 10 whole silvers. And then the man had told him to stay safe. To stay safe. No one had ever expressed a lick of concern for Zhou Tian's well-being before. He wished that the trio would simply run away, far away. But it was too late for that. The gang approached. With growing horror, he watched as they cut the wood barring the door and made their way inside. From the clear sounds of fighting, whatever happened in the warehouse didn't take long. Why would it? How much time should it take 19 cultivators to kill 3 targets? Strangely, what did take forever was for the gang to leave. Stripping the valuables off 3 bodies should have been the work of minutes for such experienced street fighters. After all, Zhou Tian had been inside the warehouse many times. It wasn't like there were a lot of places to hide treasures. Instead of seeing the gang stream out, however, minutes stretched and stretched. What were they doing in there? Finally, though it was a risk, Zhou Tian crept to the still open door, peeked inside, and saw not 3 dead bodies, but 19. "Alrighty then," Chao Su said to his disciples. "Good job." Zhou Tian's mouth gaped. As far as he could tell, none of them had even been injured. "Ah, just the kid I wanted to see," Chao Su said, meeting Zhou Tian's eyes. "What should I do with the bodies?" Dispose of them, esteemed Master Cultivator,"
That seems boring. I could use them to send a message to your boss. They'd look fantastic draped all over his desk. Chaosu paused. I know. I could write him a nice note thanking him for his thoughtfulness and apologizing that I must return his present. He actually pulled paper and a writing implement from his ring. What was his name again? Zhou mouth went dry at the thought of something like what was being suggested actually happening. Deng Yun, esteemed master cultivator, and... He hesitated. Normally, he would never even think to contradict the idea of someone so powerful, but he was beginning to believe that was what was actually desired of him. This lowly one would not counsel the esteemed master cultivator to do such a thing. Really? Why not? 19 bodies, those of the 12th Discordant Brigade, showing up at the gang's hideout could not be hidden. Rumors would spread. The City Watch would become interested. This lowly one does not recommend getting the attention of the City Watch, esteemed Master Cultivator. Chaosu sighed. You're probably right. Better to get rid of them in the forest after I leave the city. Have the stupid name brigade mysteriously disappear. He shook his head. That's not nearly as satisfying, but yeah, okay. That Chaosu was definitely not simple. Benton was both pleased and horrified. 19 people had come to his, albeit temporary, abode to take what was his. All 19 lie dead on the dirt floor of the warehouse. That they failed in their attempt was to the good. The fact that they all lay dead was more than a little bit iffy for him. He was not yet used to the cruel realities of living in a cultivation world. Not that he was going to let his disciples see that. After securing the door with a new piece of wood, he calmly went to each of the bodies, separated out what few tails or serviceable equipment they had on them, and pulled the valuables and corpses into his ring. As soon as the last disappeared, he had a horrible thought. He was putting dead bodies in the same space he stored his food. Yuck! That was kind of disgusting. Sue thought of the space inside the ring as a kind of void that both froze everything placed inside in suspended animation and kept each item separate from everything else. Which made sense. Benton had stored hundreds of gallons of water from a pond and various running streams inside without any containers holding it. None of the other stuff he pulled out was wet. Still, dead bodies, food. Yuck. On the bright side, the fight had gone great. The menace of the cultivator gang was ended for good, and he guessed he'd bought some time to hopefully finish up his business and get out of town before anyone else could get organized to come against him. His battle plan worked perfectly. Neither he nor either of the twins had gotten hurt. Both had performed incredibly well. Young Ru had even used the fight as inspiration to reach mastery with his spear technique. The talismans had been a great purchase. He'd bought 4 at 1,000 silver taels each, which seemed expensive for a single-use device. The price was, after all, more than he was spending for a spear that could be used over and over again. On the other hand, it did allow them to use a chi shield created by a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. They were true life-saving measures when applied correctly in the right circumstances, and the high-quality crafting meant that the shield lasted seconds instead of the mere instant seen in cheaper versions. Between those and the 500 he spent on his sword, spear, and dagger, he was starting to feel a bit poor, considering how much he still had to buy. But that was a worry for another day. First, he had a couple of system tasks he had to take care of. Young Ru, he said, congratulations are in order. Great work reaching mastery. What kind of technique do you want for your reward? Predictably, the kid said, whatever technique that senior brother thinks would be best. Benton was definitely of the mindset that independent thought and decision-making should be encouraged in children. But his experience parenting had also taught him to pick his battles. The boy simply wasn't ready to make that kind of choice for himself yet. Not that Benton really thought that anything beyond the obvious should be a serious consideration. We can't afford to spend 1,000 taels every time you go into battle. So, considering your nature and fighting style, we need another way to mitigate you getting hurt. I'm thinking stone skin.
1,000 taels? 1,000?
You're probably thinking that stone skin sounds like it would limit your mobility, but it really doesn't, Benton said. You'll still be able to perform gross movements just fine. Of course, the hardening of your skin will impact your fine motor skills, but agility isn't exactly your forte in the first place. Plus, the technique isn't something you'll keep active at all times. The goal is to toggle it on just before taking a hit.
1,000 taels, senior brother?
Obviously, it's not going to do much at first, even once you reach mastery. There's only so much you can do while still in chi gathering. But the trick is to layer protection. We give you stone skin, and then we get you doing body cultivation, and then find you a nice battle robe. None of those in and of themselves are a silver bullet, but combine all of them together, and you'll be surprised at how easily you shrug off injuries. Young Ru's mouth hung open, and he stared at Benton blankly. So, stone skin is okay? The boy didn't answer, not even with a grunt. I'm going to take that as a yes, Benton said. Creating the technique presented a minor dilemma. Such a useful technique was something that other members of his future sect were sure to want. It made sense to spend a full 10 points so that all future uses were pure profit. There were two counterpoints to his initial consideration. One, he was really low on sect points at the moment. Spending 10 when he only needed to use 3 was a real negative. If he didn't watch it, he could actually run out. 2, the technique wasn't a foundational one. It was something that young Ru would use at least through the peak of foundation establishment, and maybe longer. A technique aspected to him solely would be stronger, and he would learn it faster than a technique made for anyone to use. He was one of the sect's 2 premier fighters. Every advantage that could be given to him should be given to him. Benton decided to make the technique personalized, costing 3 sect points, and he handed the jade slip to the boy, who just held it like he'd never seen one before. Oh well, he'd figure it out eventually. An even more fun task awaited. The 2 points that young Ru earned by reaching spear mastery just so happened to be the 49th and 50th points that Benton earned, meaning it was time for an upgrade. The choice was once again obvious. He'd just faced a foundation establishment cultivator, albeit a weak one. There was no guarantee the next one he encountered wouldn't belong to a sect, though. The sooner he advanced to the next major realm, the better. He locked in his decision and called up his status. Sect name, not chosen. Sect members, 0. Disciples, 14. Sect points, 35. Shop points, 18. Host cultivation, chi gathering, minor realm. 9 chi available, 110. Host body cultivation, bronze, minor realm. 2 host techniques. Basic spear combat, large, success. Basic archery, large, success. Menus, cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, locked. Nice! Chi available topped 100, and he was only 2 sect points away from reaching foundation establishment. That accomplished, the 3 of them settled in for the night. Benton took first watch, letting the 2 kids try to get some rest. Obviously, with the excitement of the evening, it took them hours to actually fall asleep. so he ended up just staying up all night to let them have their rest. Early the next morning, a knock on the door woke the kids. Their hands immediately went to their weapons, but Benton reached out with his spiritual senses. "Don't worry, it's just Zhoutian." Benton let the boy inside. "Apologies for the disturbance, esteemed Master Cultivator, but this lowly one has just returned from the gang's hideout. This lowly one had no other choice but to report to Deng Yun that the 12th Discordant Brigade entered the warehouse, but did not exit. This lowly one further reported that the 3 occupants of the warehouse appeared to be unharmed and occupied with cultivating. Of the 12th Discordant Brigade, there was no sign." "I see. And what do you think his reaction will be?" "For now, this lowly one believes he will make no moves. If the 12th Discordant Brigade could not handle the esteemed Master Cultivator and his disciples, then Deng Yun's gang of mortals would stand no chance. There's not enough profit in him reporting the disappearance to the sects or the City Watch to offset the chance of bringing too much attention to this area. His eyes are still full of silver tails, but this lowly one sees no way for him to move against the esteemed Master Cultivator in the immediate future." "Interesting." Zhoutian's analysis matched well with Benton's own thoughts. "We'll proceed for the moment on the assumption that your prediction is correct, but we'll remain cautious. I'm especially worried about catching the attention of the sects or the City Watch.
Probably best for us to spend the day quietly in the warehouse for any heat to die down, just to make sure." Chapter 48. Retail Therapy. True to Benton's decision, he and the twins spent the entire day in the warehouse, cultivating, sparring, and practicing techniques. In the early evening, Yang Ru reached small success in Stone Skin, quickly returning one of the 3 sect points that had been spent on the technique. Benton pulled up the boy's status. Name: Yang Ru. Affiliation: Host's Disciple. Age: 15. Cultivation: Qi Gathering, Minor Realm. 6 Qi available, 87. Techniques: Foundational Spear Essentials, Mastery. Foundational Archery Essentials, Small Success. Stone Skin, Small Success. Spiritual Roots. A. Qi. Aspect: Low viscosity lava flowing down Mount Burning Thunder. Just because he hadn't done it in a while, he did the same for Yang Shu. Name: Yang Shu. Affiliation: Host's Disciple. Age: 15. Cultivation: Qi Gathering, Minor Realm. 6 Qi available, 87. Techniques: Foundational Archery Essentials, Mastery. Foundational Spear Essentials, Small Success. Peerless Peering and Perception, Small Success. Spiritual Roots, a Qi aspect. Perfectly smooth ice balanced on the razor edge of freezing and thawing. Her progress on advancing techniques had stagnated a bit, but to be fair, their schedule while they'd been traveling didn't leave her much time to do anything besides minimal cultivating. Overall, he was very pleased with both the twins' progress. Other than checking and rechecking system stuff, it was mostly a quiet, boring day for Benton. He really needed to find a hobby since he wasn't cultivating. The only thing he had to occupy his time was planning for the next day. So far, they hadn't accomplished much in the way of their goals for the trip. The only big tick marks on the checklist were selling the wood and securing the manufacturer of a supply of really good spears. Recruitment so far had been a total nothing burger. At best, they had one potential prospect in Zhoutian, but given the sect recruitment restrictions, who knew how much trouble it would be to get the boy out of the city without drawing undue attention? Benton had a feeling that if he tried to leave with a wagon full of orphans, he'd be stopped by the City Watch. The fact that his prospects were looking so negative in that regard was a big problem.
He needed more sect members, ones without ties to the village. All he could do would be to keep his eyes and ears open and hope that an opportunity presented itself. Which wasn't exactly a plan. The rest of his to-do list was more easily solved. He had in his possession just under 148,000 silver taels and a lot of stuff to buy, including food for the village and for his future sect, weapons, spirit herbs for body cultivation, fabric for sect uniforms, and various materials to hopefully get his disciples doing alchemy and arrays and crafting talismans and creating all the other stuff necessary for cultivators to thrive. Yeah, that huge pile of city notes seemed like a lot until he started thinking about how much he had to buy.
On the other hand, in neither of his two lives had he gotten to spend so much money at one time. The closest comparison was when he put down $50,000 as a down payment on his house. Some retail therapy, as his wife used to say, sounded like a fine idea after the stress of yesterday, followed by the boredom of the morning and afternoon. The only question was, should he leave the siblings cultivating in the warehouse or drag them shopping? Okay, so he was probably projecting the attitude of his kids back on Earth when they'd been teenagers onto the twins. They actually seemed to enjoy seeing the sights of the big city, not like they had gaming consoles and the internet to keep them occupied. A thought occurred to him. He was grooming the twins to be the leaders of a sect. The more life experiences they had, the better. Going out into the city with a list and a pile of cash would be a good learning opportunity for both of them. That seemed dangerous, though. The number of bad things that could happen to the pair in a cultivation world was endless. Bandits, looking wrong at a member of the city watch, offending a member of one of the sects, running across an arrogant young master, being accused of stealing, having their money pickpocketed, scam artists. The list went on. Yikes. Benton sighed. When he was a kid, he spent his summers outside. His mom shoved him out the door after breakfast, and other than maybe coming home to grab a quick sandwich for lunch, he wasn't expected to be seen again until the streetlights came on. If he and his friends ended up riding bikes miles away from home, no one knew or cared. In contrast, his grandchildren were raised practically encased in bubble wrap. Want to ride a skateboard? You'll need a helmet and knee pads and elbow pads. Want to play at a friend's house? Mom will arrange a play date and drive you there. His youngest granddaughter didn't start walking the 2 blocks to the school bus stop alone until she was in 5th grade. Benton's worst fear as a parent was that something truly bad would happen to one of his children. He understood the impulse to lock them in their rooms so that nothing could ever hurt them. On the other hand, he and his wife weren't raising kids. They were raising adults. To get to that point, kids needed to experience freedom, and to make mistakes, and to get scraped knees, and to make their own decisions. That philosophy applied even more to the twins. They were, after all, already considered to be adults in their society. The next morning, he addressed them after breakfast. My budget for filling 3 wagons with food for the village and the sect is 75,000 taels. We also need enough fabric to create 2 to 3 robes for at least 100 people. My preferred colors are blues and silvers. He handed each 40,000 taels and a copy of the mayor's list. Be back by dinner. Yes, senior brother, the 2 chorused. Neither looked fazed at all by his instructions, and when they left, Benton grinned. They really were 2 very good kids. He quickly found Zhou Tian in a nearby alley. I'm going to be at either the excellent Celestial Emporium, the Flawless Tower of Herbs, or the Swift Hunter Weapon Vault. Follow my disciples and come find me if they get into any trouble. Just because he'd decided to let the kids walk a tightrope didn't mean he wasn't going to make sure that the safety net was in place.
Since the city apparently had rules about craftspeople only being allowed to sell their wares wholesale to distributors, Benton had had to ask the people making his spears for recommendations on the best places to buy what he needed. The 3 shops he'd told Zhou Tian about had been the consensus choices. With less than 70,000 taels to buy all that he needed, he decided to go in order of the most important items on his list to the least important, and the absolute must-have was spirit herbs. Those little green treasures were his ticket to convert taels into sect points, and, of course, to strengthen and protect his sect members through body cultivation. A relatively short walk found him at the herb shop, which he almost walked right past. He was, after all, expecting a tower. Instead, he found a run-down shack in the middle of a lot of other run-down shacks. If he were judging a book by its cover, he would have kept on walking past it by design instead of accident. But it had been recommended. Once inside, he was glad he hadn't followed his impulse. An overwhelming but not unpleasant wall of herbal scents hit him as soon as he walked through the door. The place was literally packed with herbs. Quite possibly the oldest woman he'd seen on 2 planets greeted him, and he explained his need for spirit plants that could be used in bronze-level cultivation baths.
"Does the gentleman have a recipe?" she said.
"No, sorry. I just need herbs that work in general." She hummed.
"How many?"
That question was the one that most concerned him. He didn't want anyone in the city to know he was starting a sect. Food and even fabric could be purchased in large quantities without drawing much attention. Herbs and weapons, though. Try as he might, there wasn't much he could do about the possibility of raising suspicions. At his best speed, it was a 2-month round-trip journey from the village to the city. It might be a year or more before he returned to buy supplies. He needed to equip his soon-to-be established sect for the interim period. His only choice was to mislead and obfuscate as much as he could. "Depends on the cost," Benton said. "My client gave me limited funds, but was really hoping I'd be able to get enough for about 1,500 baths."
1,500? Why would they need that many?
It's a small sect that recently experienced a beast tide, so they're awash with cores. Instead of converting all those to money, they decided to make all their members into body cultivators. She hummed again. "This lowly one can see the benefit. Expensive to use all those cores, but if that's their priority, this lowly one can't gainsay them." Once the lady got over her shock, they started dickering. It turned out that there wasn't a whole lot of spirit in the spirit herbs for the bronze level, so the plants were reasonably cheap, less than 10 tael per bath after a discount for volume was applied. The issue was that she just didn't have nearly enough for that many baths. "How many do you have?" he said. "If the esteemed master can give me a week, 800? Ugh, that would help a lot, but he really wanted to lay in a supply for the foreseeable future. Seeing his dismay, she quickly said, "These herbs aren't all that hard to grow. This lowly one can get the esteemed master books and seeds. Mortal tools are sufficient for harvesting." Well, he did have a lot of kids he was feeding that really didn't have any other job. Surely he could find someone who wouldn't mind working in a small herb garden. Not to mention that, with the entire village having retreated inside the walls, there had to be farmers who were out of work. "That is acceptable," he said. They settled on 9,000 taels, half paid immediately and the rest upon pickup. Budgeting for the entire amount so he didn't accidentally spend it left him with just over 60,000 taels. Next stop, the weapons store, which he was sure would take a large dent out of his remaining funds. Upon entering, he spotted a smiling middle-aged man helping a customer and a teenage boy sweeping. Benton, as was his wont, scanned all 3 of them. The man and his customer weren't anything special, but the boy. Affiliation, Swift Hunter, Weapon Vault. Age,
16. Cultivation, none. Spiritual roots, Bi-Chi. Aspect, a bar of iron slowly liquefying in a hot forge. Wow! Benton's eyes almost popped out of his head. Not only did the kid have the highest potential out of anyone he'd seen thus far save the twins, but his chi aspect practically destined him to become a blacksmith. Benton quickly approached the boy. "Hello, esteemed master. How may this lowly one be of service today?" "Do you know much about weapons?" "Yes, esteemed master, as much as an apprentice can. Weapons have been this lowly one's passion for as long as I could remember." "Interesting. And you really wanted to sell them instead of making them?" The boy's face fell. "This lowly one's family is not rich enough to afford to apprentice me to a blacksmith." His tone brightened. "But this shop is the next best thing, and this lowly one will strive to serve the esteemed master well." The boy's interest in smithing was exactly what Benton had expected, considering the chi aspect, which only made him want the boy for the sect so much more. The combination of such a high potential with a well-defined and necessary role made him the perfect recruit, and given his circumstances, Benton thought he had a chance to pull it off. The first step of his plan was to gain the merchant's respect, and there was no better way to accomplish that goal than to spend that bunch of cash. While Benton wanted every member of his sect, or nearly every member of his sect, to wield a spear, he wasn't planning on pushing archery nearly as hard. Still, given the condition of the wilds surrounding the village, he needed to be able to field a solid number of archers to man the walls in the event of a beast tide. "I'd like 50 bows, please, of various styles, sizes, and pull weights, ranging from solid mortal weapons all the way to a few that are suitable for foundation establishment cultivators." When chi-gathering cultivators fought with melee weapons, they actively used their power to make themselves much stronger and faster, meaning the weapons needed to be far tougher than anything used by a mortal. For bows, the main difference was that cultivators could utilize a far higher draw strength, which didn't result in nearly as big an impact as with melee weapons. He was fine saving a little of his limited funds to give some sect members good but slightly inferior bows until he could afford to replace them with something better, especially since he had a use for every tael he saved that he felt was even more important. The boy was far too junior to negotiate such a major deal, so the man was called over. Using the same small sect client excuse, Benton settled for 25 mortal bows, 20 chi-gathering bows, 4 regular foundation establishment bows, and 1 custom order bow that had been half paid for by a golden core cultivator who'd never returned to pick it up. He also selected 100 inexpensive spears to use in training, 1,000 arrows, and 24 basic knives. And just like that, 25,000 of Benton's remaining taels were gone. On the plus side, the man would have the weapons ready the next day instead of a week like the other place. And even better, the man was looking at Benton like he was right up there next to the city lord in terms of status. Benton feigned turning to leave before stopping and turning back to the man. "I just had a thought. I believe your young clerk has some interest in smithing. Is that correct?" "Yes, esteemed master," the man said doubtfully. "I actually have need of someone with that interest. I'm having some equipment custom made, and it would be a benefit to recruit someone who could watch the process and then travel with me to perform simple maintenance and upkeep tasks when required." The boy's eyes lit up with hope. He turned to the man expectantly. "This one is sorry, but Shilong has entered into an apprentice contract with the shop. This one cannot excuse that commitment." This guy! It apparently wasn't enough that he'd gotten paid in order to basically receive free labor in exchange for teaching the boy, but he also wanted to get paid more to let the kid out of the deal. Fortunately, Benton had funds, and a recruit like Shilong was worth almost any price. "I would certainly be willing to provide remuneration to obtain his contract from the Swift Hunter weapon vault."
Benton found the negotiation that followed to be quite distasteful. He felt like he was buying a kid outright, which was icky in the extreme. Giving in to such feelings would have served no purpose, though, so he hunkered down and bargained, settling on a ridiculous 500 taels. There was no way that the original apprentice contract had cost a quarter of that, but Benton had apparently made his interest way too well known. Regardless, he was happy with the result, as he ended up with his third best recruit so far following him from the shop. Even after having to pay another 500 taels to convince the blacksmith making the spear tips to teach Shilong his techniques, Benton felt like he'd gotten a bargain. Benton's final stop was the Emporium. His main goals at the closest thing to a general store that he'd seen was to buy tubs suitable for the body cultivation baths and to pick up whatever he needed to get one eye started down the path to become an alchemist, a profession Sue didn't know much about. Benton believed that she wouldn't be able to use a pill furnace at all until foundation establishment. The saleswoman disagreed. "If you're expecting a chi-gathering apprentice to produce a healing pill that can be used by a cultivator, you're right," she said. "But one can absolutely still use an external heat source to create pills suitable for mortals." With recipes from a beginner alchemy book, which we have in stock, and a few basic ingredients, your apprentice can get valuable experience drawing out herb essences and combining them into pills that have a real use. Benton was sold. The more his disciples could do earlier, the better, and the whole setup was cheap compared to everything else he was buying. He also found a beginner book on arrays and 25 flags that were reasonably priced. All told, those items were less than 200 taels, so he splurged on one eye's knife, purchasing one for 1,000 taels that the woman insisted would serve her for harvesting, cutting, and, in a pinch, self-defense through foundation establishment. The bathtubs were also not as simple as he'd imagined, since ones specifically meant for body cultivation had various arrays etched into them. Each one was 1,000 taels, much more than he had expected to spend. But he needed them, so spend he did. No sooner had he finalized the purchase than Zhou Tian burst through the door. "Esteemed Master Cultivator, come quickly, there's trouble!"
Chapter 49. They do exist.
Young Ru was pleased with himself. He and his sister had arranged for all the food on the list to be picked up in 3 days' time, and the cost was only 46,000 taels, a staggering sum to him, but much less than the budget that Master had given them. Of course, that success was mainly due to young Shu's talent at haggling, but young Ru had done a nice job of standing behind her and looking menacing. The nice lady, as the market, had even helped them make sure all of it would fit in the wagons that they had described to her. He thought those would definitely be overloaded for a long trip, but that was okay. Master would probably be storing all of it in his ring anyway, once they were out of sight of prying eyes. Why Master didn't seem to care if people knew he had a spatial ring, but went through much effort to conceal the treasure's size, was beyond young Ru's comprehension. But that lack of understanding was okay. Master was supposed to be unfathomable. After arranging for the food purchase, they had found a textile shop, and young Shu purchased bolt after bolt of fabric in silver and a few different shades of blue, lamenting the entire time that no one in the city apparently had enough of a single hue for so many robes. Total, the 75 bolts cost 800 taels, leaving them way under their overall budget. That they had saved money was good. The most important thing, though, was that their master had given them a task, a learning opportunity, and they hadn't let him down. Head held high, with his sister trailing him, young Ru walked toward the warehouse. "Don't look," young Shu said quietly, "but there's trouble up ahead to the right." Young Ru looked, spotting a young man wearing a dark green cultivator robe with the symbol of a claw on the left breast.
The guy noticed and turned his attention toward the pair. He didn't look happy. "I said not to look!"
Honestly, who doesn't look when someone tells you not to look? If Master had said it, okay, probably not. But his sister? "This is not good," young Shu said. Though he tightened his grip on his spear, young Ru wasn't worried. He had absolute confidence that, as long as he followed Master's instructions, everything would work out fine. And Master had already given them instructions on how to deal with situations like this one. Be polite to everyone, but don't bow to anyone unless he tells you to. Back in their home village, some people had thought young Ru stupid because he was big and didn't talk much. That wasn't the case. He understood things fine. It was just that when they were young Shu had talked more than enough for the both of them. Growing up, he'd had to decide whether to fight to get a word in edgewise or just give up on the whole speaking thing. That was why he'd started grunting. Obviously, Master hadn't meant for his instruction to be followed absolutely. As in all things, his disciples were supposed to use judgment. If the city lord walked by and Master wasn't there to tell them what to do, they should bow. The same went for a cultivator of a much higher realm. Unfortunately, neither of the siblings had reached foundation establishment, which meant that neither of them had a spiritual sense yet. The primary way young Ru could judge a fellow cultivator's strength was based on apparent age and the power displayed in their movements. The fellow storming toward them appeared to be similar in age to the siblings, and his walk showed none of the grace and power that characterized Master's movements. In fact, he didn't seem to be either as agile as young Shu or as strong as young Ru. He could only surmise that the young man was of a similar or lesser realm. Likewise, the young man's status as an obvious member of the Poison Claw sect did not automatically mean young Ru should kowtow. His master had displayed no particular veneration of sect members. The will of his master was clear. Young Ru looked back at his sister and shared a glance that said, "This looks to be a confrontation. I'll take the lead." She nodded. "What are you looking at, gutter trash?" the young man shouted when he arrived within arm's length. "Why are you not bowing?" Not an auspicious start to the conversation. Young Ru grunted in what he considered to be his most polite manner. Better than hitting the rude guy, anyway. "Are you defective? You can't even talk?" Young Ru shrugged. The young man's face reddened. "If you know what's good for you, you'll kowtow, gutter trash." Young Ru grunted again, but didn't move. The cycle of yelled threats, followed by indifferent, nonverbal responses, continued for quite a while, with the young man growing angrier and louder by the minute. Young Ru's most aggressive visible response was to wipe spittle from his face. But inwardly, he found himself wishing that his master would show up soon to tell him it was time to no longer be polite. Watching the young sect member accost young Ru, Benton's emotions swung back and forth between amusement and bemusement. The twins had found a real-life arrogant young master. The closest they'd come so far was Feng Wei, but that guy was immortal and thus couldn't truly claim the title. But there was the definitive proof. They did exist. Benton scanned the idiot. Age, 14. Affiliation, Poison Claw sect. Cultivation, Qi gathering, minor realm. 6 Qi available. Techniques, bend like the willow. Spiritual roots, D. Qi aspect. Hard but brittle oak, standing strong against all elements. Meh. He wasn't all that impressive, possessing some kind of wood-based movement technique which, from the title, helped dodge blows and spiritual roots that were on the low end of acceptability. Since sects did not induct anyone under the age of 14, the boy must have been cultivating for less than a year. Reaching the same minor realm as the much more talented twins in that amount of time was quite fast.
which meant that resources had been poured into his advancement. The logical conclusion was that he was the son of someone important. That deduction was further evidenced by his horrendous attitude. He clearly acted like one supremely unused to hearing the word no. What did impress Benton was Yang Ru's behavior. 3 things stood out about the disciple. 1, the kid had the patience of a saint. Benton would have decked the guy by that point. 2, the kid had no fear. The sect member might as well have been a fly buzzing his ear for all the reaction Yang Ru showed. And 3, damn, did that kid follow instructions well. He really took that lesson when he'd had his spear taken away to heart. Behind them, young Shu did not appear to be handling things nearly so tranquilly. Benton was pretty sure that the only reason she hadn't stepped in was because her brother had taken the lead, which was actually a small surprise. Since they encountered the sect member in a social situation, he would have thought that young Shu would have taken the lead. The two definitely had developed a complicated hierarchy of who was in charge based on the circumstances. As long as it worked for them, he didn't have to understand it. It was actually kind of fun watching a member of a supposedly prestigious sect totally lose it in public. The guy was apoplectic, looking like nothing more than a toddler throwing a temper tantrum. If he was representative of the quality of the Poison Claw sect, Benton didn't think much of the organization.
The other interesting thing was the attitude of the passers-by to the ranting lunatic. Everyone kept a respectful distance, and obviously didn't do anything overt to attract his attention, but the glances shot his way held as much disdain as fear. Maybe scenes like the one playing out weren't as common as stories back on Earth made it seem. "This master cultivator tires of this charade, gutter trash." The fool unsheathed a very nice blade. "Give me your spear as a token of your respect, or suffer the consequences." Benton shook his head. From spoiled brat to highwayman in one sentence. Yang Ru simply said, "No." "Then prepare to die." Uh-oh. That was Benton's cue to act. Stifling the absurd desire to yell, "He didn't kill your father!" Benton silently raced toward the idiot, catching Yang Ru's eye as he did. Beyond the merest twitch of a head nod, his disciple didn't move an inch. The amount of faith the kid had in Benton was insane. Of course, he couldn't let the kid down after that. As the blade swung hard and fast toward Yang Ru's neck, Benton grabbed the offending wrist just before metal could contact skin. A bone in the cultivator's arm snapped as its forward motion simply ceased immediately. The sect member cried out in pain, and the sword fell to the ground with a clang. The boy spun, clutching his wrist with his opposite hand. "Who dares lay a hand on this master cultivator? Who dares?" "You spoiled, ignorant child. I dare. In fact, I dare you to call me gutter trash like you did my disciple. Your head will roll before you get the first syllable out of your mouth." The boy started to speak. "Calm down and think before you say a word," Benton said. "Seriously. This moment might be the most important one, or the last one of your life. Be calm. Think." The boy earned at least a modicum of credit by taking a deep breath before speaking. "You can't do this to me." "Well, that's just a patently untrue statement." Clearly, I did do that to you. So my ability to do it has been conclusively proven.
Once my master finds out about this,
If he pulls a sword on me or my disciple, I'll guarantee you I'll do the same thing to him.
"You can't."
You have no idea what I can and cannot do. You're in the chi-gathering realm. Your spiritual sense is literally non-existent. You have no information about me. None. Think about the fact that I know nothing about your master, yet I am absolutely confident that he is a non-issue for me. Is he Foundation establishment? I don't care.
Is he golden core? I don't care. Think. Benton saying he didn't care at all about the master's cultivation was a bit of an exaggeration, in that he only had enough points to instantly advance to the 4th minor realm of golden core, but he also knew that no one would be able to get a read on his cultivation. That fact alone would give any cultivator pause. Generally, if one couldn't determine an opponent's cultivation level, it meant that one was outclassed by a minimum of a major realm. For the first time since Benton arrived at the site of the confrontation, the kid seemed to realize he might actually have screwed up. But you're not a member of a sect. Okay, genius. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Because we're not wearing robes from one of the sects in this area? The world is a big place. There are lots of sects. Lots and lots and lots of sects, many of which make yours seem trivially small. How do you know I don't belong to one of them? The boy's mouth gaped open and closed like a fish. Exactly. Think. There are more mysteries in this world than you can fathom. You tempted fate today. Watch yourself in the future. He inclined his head. This one apologizes, esteemed cultivator. As Benton was about to respond to let the boy off the hook, a shadow passed overhead, and a green-robed man riding a flying sword descended. The boy grinned. It appeared that the cultivator's master had arrived. Chapter 50. Planning for the best. Benton fell immediately in love. Not with the cultivator's master, a dude, obviously, but with that guy's sword. It flew. It was a real flying sword, and Benton wanted one more than he'd wanted anything in either life. Admittedly, he knew flying swords were a thing from Sue's memories, but that was kind of like knowing that superheroes were a thing because he'd watched all the Avengers movies. Seeing one actually being used in person was a whole different story. Like you're walking down the street and suddenly Iron Man flies down and lands in front of you. In real life. To really utilize one of the devices like they should be used, one needed to reach Golden Core. 22 points. Just 22 points. Spending them would be totally worth it to be able to fly. Not that he could in good conscience justify such a thing. Of course, a more immediate concern was the cultivator who was landing in front of him, the one who was definitely real and definitely angry. From the control he demonstrated over the flying sword, he was at least early Golden Core. Maybe he'd start a fight. That would justify spending the 22 points. By reflex, Benton almost scanned the newcomer, but he thought better of it. Through Foundation establishment, it was highly unlikely that a cultivator would be able to sense the source of such a scan. If the flying man was actually a major realm above that level, things changed. Sue's memories put it at about a 50-50 chance that the attempt would be detected. Worse, the cultivator might be able to gain information from the power of Benton's scan, and there was no way to know what conclusion that observation would lead the man to. For what was surely about to happen, it was far better to remain as complete a mystery as possible. Benton slightly inclined his head toward the man, as one would do for a cultivator who was of a similar level when one didn't know which of the two held supremacy. Importantly, the same gesture could be used when a cultivator of a higher level wished to give face to one of a lower realm. The man paused, obviously having expected a much different response. He came to a dead stop, staring at Benton intensely. He understood exactly what had happened. The guy had scanned him and didn't get any reading at all. The man must be furiously working through which of the three possible reasons for the failure was most plausible. 1. Benton was at least a major realm higher than him, which meant at least nascent soul, assuming the guy really was Golden Core. At first blush, that explanation would seem the least likely due to cultivators of such a high realm being so rare and Benton appearing to be so young. On the other hand,
His youth could actually be an argument for him being nascent soul, as everyone knew that such cultivators' bodies were essentially reborn upon ascension to that realm. 2. Benton was not actually a cultivator. Of course, the man wouldn't be able to sense anything if there was nothing to sense, but that explanation was illogical. For one, Benton was dressed as a practitioner. To not be one and dress that way was essentially a death sentence if his ruse were uncovered, which it almost certainly would be. For another, he had somehow cowed the arrogant young master. No amount of words could do that without an accompanying show of force. 3. Benton had a treasure that hid his cultivation. That explanation was both the easiest to accept and the most unlikely. Such devices were, if anything, even more rare than nascent souls, and expensive in the extreme. Benton wore nice robes, but nothing extravagant, and the only visible equipment was a spatial ring, though the man couldn't judge its quality from afar. Nothing indicated that Benton could afford such a thing.
The man quickly responded with a nod that exactly matched Benton's, showing his adherence to a major rule of life for old cultivators. If you suspect that you might be in the presence of someone who can curb stomp you, play it safe. Benton chuckled internally as he was reminded of a quote he once heard. Paraphrasing, "There are old cultivators, and there are bold cultivators. There are no old, bold cultivators." "This one is called Xianxia Ting," the man said. "Who does this one have the pleasure of addressing?" "This one is called Chao Su." Just because Benton trampled over what he considered to be unnecessary social niceties whenever he thought he could get away with it, didn't mean he wouldn't use them when he had to. "This one apologizes if this one's lowly disciple has caused offense, Master Cultivator," the man said. "It's just a minor disagreement between juniors. Nothing to be concerned about. This one believes the esteemed cultivator's disciple may have learned a valuable lesson." "What lesson might that be?" "The folly of acting without knowing all the facts." Xianxia Ting glared at his disciple. "Would that the lesson will finally stick. This one has tried to convey just that message many times." The disciple in question looked like he was praying for the ground to open up and swallow him. The encounter definitely hadn't gone the way he had intended. Benton, on the other hand, was beginning to think the whole situation might just come up roses for him. It appears that the esteemed cultivator's disciple was covetous of this one's disciple's spear. Xianxia Ting glanced at the weapon in question. "It does appear to be a finely crafted piece of equipment." This one couldn't help but notice that the esteemed cultivator's disciple is in possession of a fine blade. Perhaps a wager is in order. The young master swallowed hard. "He is," Xianxia Ting said, looking like he was sucking on a lemon. What did the esteemed cultivator have in mind? Sect members were so worried about face that they were sometimes quite easy to manipulate. "Simply that the juniors exchange pointers, and the winner keeps the loser's weapon," Benton said. "This one assumes the Poison Claw sect has an appropriate venue for such a spar?" "The sect does," Xianxia Ting said through gritted teeth. Benton turned to Young Ru and the young master. "So how about it? Do the two of you want to exchange pointers?" Young Ru grunted. Benton took that as a yes. "This lowly one would very much like to exchange pointers with the esteemed Master Cultivator's disciple, but this lowly one has broken his wrist and is afraid that a spar will not be possible at this time." "Nonsense," Benton said. "I'm sure I can scrounge up a spare healing pill." Xianxia Ting cleared his throat. "The Poison Claw sect is not so destitute as to require others to spend resources to heal our members. He will be seen to." "Fantastic," Benton said. "So, meet tomorrow, say noon, at the esteemed cultivator's sect's entrance?" Xianxia Ting glared at his disciple, and the young man audibly gulped.
He cupped his hands toward young Ru. "This one wishes to invite the honored disciple to exchange pointers at the Poison Claw sect on the morrow." Young Ru, true to form, grunted. "That's a yes, by the way," Benton said cheerfully. "See you tomorrow." Business complete, Kang Ya-ting practically rushed through the niceties required before departing, hauling his dejected disciple onto the sword behind him and rushing off. As soon as they were out of sight, Benton called Zhou Tian over from out of the shadowed alley where he'd been watching the happenings. "I really appreciate you keeping watch and coming to find me. Things could have gone much worse had you not." "This lowly one is not deserving of such gratitude, esteemed Master Cultivator." In contrast to his words, the boy's face was beaming.
"Unfortunately, you had to approach me in public when you retrieved me," Benton said. "I don't think it's safe for you to work for the gang anymore." Zhou Tian nodded sadly, probably thinking he was about to be hung out to dry. "I think you should move into the warehouse, and when we leave, come with us. From now until you decide you want to move on, you'll work for me." The boy just stood there, not saying a word. "If that's what you want, of course," Benton said. "Alternately, I could give you enough silver to live on for a while." "No, this lowly one simply could not understand why such an esteemed master cultivator would make such an offer. This lowly one would gladly enter the service of the esteemed master cultivator." "All right, one more recruit. Probably best to wait until they got out of the city to start him cultivating, though." Young Ru, his sister, and their newest addition followed their master until they all reached the warehouse. Once inside, he asked for a report, but not on the subject that Yang Ru was expecting. "So, how did shopping go?" Yang Shu filled him in on their purchases. "You spent less than 47,000 taels. That's fantastic. We have nearly 60,000 left. Great job, both of you." The twins exchanged a glance. Yang Shu's eyes said, "Are you going to ask him?" To which Yang Ru replied, "Nope." "What about what happened after, senior brother?" Yang Shu said. "Well, the walk back here was pleasant. There were some amazing smells coming from some of those street vendors' stalls. I'm thinking we can hit them up tonight to celebrate." "Senior brother is teasing us." Their master laughed. "Senior brother is. Seriously, though, you did exactly what I told you to do as far as I can tell. Arrogant young masters like that idiot are just one of the obstacles life throws at you sometimes. My main hope is that if you ever find yourself acting like that fool, you cringe hard at yourself and correct your behavior immediately." "And the spar? Is senior brother worried? We might lose the spear." "Honestly, we can get other spears. In fact, we've ordered 100 of them. Sure, that one is probably better, but we'd be just fine without it. And besides, I really don't think young Ru is going to lose." "But the young master is sect-trained, senior brother." "So are you and your brother, even if we haven't officially formed the sect yet. That guy's talent is trash compared to either of yours, and it shows. He's slower and weaker than young Ru. A bit more agile, granted. But the big difference is in weapon skill. From the way he swung that fancy pig sticker of his, I'd say he's not even using an actual technique at all. He probably only has a lame movement skill to help him dodge." Benton felt pretty darn confident making that determination since he'd read it in the boy's status. Meanwhile, young Ru crushed spear mastery like a boss. "Senior brother seems awfully exuberant," Yang Shu said. "Yeah, I guess I am. I'm so happy I can't stand it. If my plan plays out how I want it to, I get to tick off all my boxes for this trip." He paused. "Of course, there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip, but don't you two worry about that. All I ask is that you try your best. Understood, young Ru?" "Yes, senior brother." "Oh yeah,
That reminds me, I kind of switched to playing the role of your master with Kang Ya Ting, so it would be best if you, all three of you, used that honorific going forward. Yes, master, the three shouted.
Chapter 51. Exchanging Pointers.
Yang Ru stood across a sandy arena from his opponent, the arrogant young master who had since been introduced as Pan Jiang. The first hint of fall was in the air, and the sun was straight enough above not to get in either of the boys' eyes. It was a good day to fight. Yang Ru once again pondered how far he'd come in such a short period of time. In less than half a year, he'd advanced more than halfway through the first major realm of cultivation. Of course, only part of that success was due to his apparently immense talent. His master had supplied both a superior cultivation technique and a pill that propelled Yang Ru from barely reaching the third minor realm to midway to the fifth in a single day. Still, his master was obviously proud of his progress, and the upcoming exchange of pointers was his next learning opportunity. He would not let his master down. Yang Ru almost barked out a chuckle. If the kid he was a year ago had been told he'd be facing a fight against a cultivator, and his biggest concern was not meeting expectations to win, he never would have believed it. Yet there he was. Pan Jiang flexed the wrist that had been broken yesterday, suffering no obvious discomfort from the movement. He sneered across the field. "There's no one to protect you today." "Nor you." The guy snarled, and Yang Ru tried not to shake his head. So easily riled. An unfamiliar, green-robed cultivator entered the arena. Master had said that a sect elder would oversee the duel, so Yang Ru was not surprised. The man stepped between the two combatants. "The rules for this contest, as agreed to by your respective masters, are as follows. Contestants are to fight with 100% of their abilities, as if the stakes were death. The surrounding arrays will absorb every blow just prior to impact and transmit the feeling that you would have experienced had the blow landed.
You will feel the pain associated with the strikes fully, but none of the physical effects. There will be no blood, and you will not die even to a strike that would have decapitated you or gone straight through your heart. The duel ends when one contestant has received an amount of force the arrays deem to be lethal. All pain inflicted by the arrays will disappear from both contestants as soon as the fight ends. The loser will present his primary weapon to the winner, who will gain ownership of it." He paused to look at each of the contestants in turn. "Understood?" Yang Ru cupped his hands toward the elder and bowed as his master had instructed him. Pan Jiang did the same. The man gave an acknowledging nod. "Begin in 3, 2, 1. Go!" Yang Ru had wanted to simply charge his opponent like he had against the cultivator gang, but his master thought it was a bad idea. For one, there was no darkness to hide such a headlong rush. More importantly, though, while Yang Ru held an advantage in speed, he lacked in agility. It would be too easy for Pan Jiang simply to sidestep the attack. "Besides," his master had said the previous evening, "I want to see a direct comparison of your spear technique against his sword moves. It will be instructive for both of us." So, Yang Ru held his position, waiting for his opponent to make the first move. Seeing him motionless seemed to enrage Pan Jiang even more. "You don't talk!" the arrogant fool yelled. "You don't move! What kind of cultivator are you?" Yang Ru did something that felt really silly, but that his master really wanted him to do. He stuck his arm out toward his opponent, palm facing himself, and flicked his 4 fingers toward himself 3 times. Apparently, the gesture had some kind of meaning where master came from. It certainly worked to further enrage Pan Jiang,
who yelled like an idiot before lifting his sword above his head with both hands and charging.
Xianxia didn't think there was any actual technique involved in the move. It sure didn't look like it anyway. Pan Jiang sprinted across the sand, slowed by his feet sinking slightly with each step. A little bit of qi applied to the balls of his feet would have solved that issue, but the boy was either too enraged to think of it, or not experienced enough in internal qi manipulation to do so without burning too much of his reserves. Perhaps both. He finally reached within sword range and swung downward with full force. Did he really expect that to work? Like Xianxia could possibly be caught off guard by an attack that he literally saw coming from across the arena. In making such an aggressive, predictable assault, the idiot had left himself defenseless. Instead of ending the contest immediately by stabbing him through the heart, Xianxia simply deflected the blade with a contemptuous sweep of the spear. Off balance from the missed blow, Pan Jiang again left himself wide open. Xianxia literally had time to think about whether a strike through the heart or the throat would be more quickly lethal, while the idiot gathered himself. At least with the opening salvo easily countered, the fight could start in earnest. Nope. Pan Jiang lunged forward with an angry thrust that contained all power and no finesse. The correct response was a dodge down and to the side, followed by stabbing up through the stomach to reach the heart, but Xianxia simply swept that attack aside just as easily as the first one. The only bright side was that Pan Jiang didn't leave himself nearly as open as he settled into a stance once again. 3 times, Xianxia said. What? That's how many times I've actively chosen not to kill you so far. Pan Jiang narrowed his eyes, clearly thinking the factual statement to be a boast. He again made a wild, uncontrolled swing with the blade. Xianxia stabbed just to the left of the idiot's heart, easing back on the thrust so as not to cause too much pain. He wanted his opponent to be able to continue effectively. Well, as effectively as was possible, given the apparent lack of skill. The blow was little more than a slight tap, really. Xianxia had taken blows many times worse from the blunt end of his master's spear. In contrast to the relative lack of severity of the strike, Pan Jiang's reaction was extreme. Acting like he'd never before been touched in anger, he fell to the ground, clutching his chest. "Get up," Xianxia said. "I don't understand. How can you be so much better than me? You're swinging your sword like a child. Hasn't your sect taught you a technique? I've never needed to use one. Everyone I've fought has been defeated by a few basic moves, most on the first strike." Xianxia was beginning to understand why his master didn't particularly venerate other sects. If the child lying on the ground before him was an example of what kind of fighter they produced, he didn't have much respect for them either. "Surely you were taught the proper use of your weapon at least," Xianxia said. Pan Jiang nodded pitifully. "Maybe now is a good time for you to start trying to apply those lessons, huh?" Xianxia said. "Why? You clearly could have ended this already. Why give me the chance?" "Master wants to see us fight to judge my skill against yours. I will not disappoint my master because you are too inept to give me a challenge." Groaning, Pan Jiang stood and finally took up what appeared to be a proper stance. What followed was not pretty. The kid tried to use his blade as it was meant to be employed, but his skill was simply lacking. Many exchanges took place with him attacking and Xianxia defending, countering each blow easily and returning a light tap. Or attempting to. There were a few strikes the Poison Claw sect member managed to dodge by using a technique. Eventually, Pan Jiang was left sweating profusely and breathing raggedly. He gave a bow meant for use by an inferior cultivator to his better. "This one apologizes. This one does not have the skill to compete with the esteemed disciple. End it." Xianxia glanced up into the stands and briefly met his master's eyes. Upon receiving a nod, he didn't hesitate. He thrust the spear directly toward his opponent's heart,
ending the fight quickly and mercifully.
Chapter 52. The cat is out of the bag. Benton sat on a quite comfortable seat next to young Shu in the stands overlooking the arena. Below, young Ru and the young sect idiot waited for the duel to begin. Kang Ya Ting entered the stands and sat nearby. The first words out of his mouth were, "So, Orange Vigor Spirit Wood?" Yikes, that guy didn't pull any punches. "A valuable commodity," Benton said. "It is interesting when a resource that has been unavailable suddenly pops up on the market again. Such an occurrence makes one curious about the party making the sale, and about what other deals that party might be involved in. Like arranging for the production of 100 spears suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators, purchasing 3 wagons full of food, making the owner of the Swift Hunter weapon vault quite happy by buying a mass quantity of bows and arrows, inquiring about enough herbs to bring 100 people up to the peak of bronze body cultivation." Kang Ya Ting paused for a reaction, and when he didn't get one, he continued. "That party has been busy indeed. One might wonder what the party intends with such purchases. Perhaps the party wishes to form a sect and seize control of the riches of resources in that area?" The cat was well and truly out of the bag, and Benton had no easy way to explain away his actions, especially since one of his impressionable young disciples was sitting right next to him. She readily accepted when he occasionally stretched the truth to avoid attention, but he suspected it might impact her growing trust in him should he outright lie to get out of a tight spot. Time to come clean. For values of coming clean, that was. In a creative manner would be best. This one and his disciples happened upon a village that was in bad shape, beset by spirit beasts and unable to leave their walls. The upcoming winter was sure to bring starvation. This one promised to bring their product to market and return with supplies. This one further intends to train and arm cultivators in the area to cull enough beasts to return the village to a thriving community. There, his statement wove in enough facts to sound authentic without mentioning the whole sect-founding issue. More importantly, the story didn't make it seem like Benton was tied to the area in any way, just passing through and helping out. Under the circumstances, it really was the best he could do. "What cultivators are there in the area?" Kang Ya Ting said. "This one intends to teach the villagers. From memory, that village is quite small. It is unlikely that there will be many with the necessary potential to be worth teaching." "What potential is required to learn enough to defend the village from low-level spirit beasts? Given a weapon and a suitable technique, low to mid chi gathering is enough, especially when combined with body cultivation. All but a negligible percentage of people can attain that much." "It is expensive and time-consuming to do that, though." Benton chuckled. "This one has plenty of time, and the wood paid for most of the costs." He glanced down at the arena floor. Was the duel ever going to start? "The esteemed master cultivator bargained 3 wagons full of Orange Vigor Spirit Wood in return for a promise, and actually intends to follow through on that promise, and further to spend valuable time and resources to build up the village," Kang Ya Ting said. "Of course." Man, were they ever going to start the duel? Ever? Are not the inhabitants of prosperous Grey Forest Village mortals with no way to hold a cultivator to account? "They are," Benton said. "This one considers keeping his word to be of paramount importance. To not do so would impugn this one's honor." "That is an interesting sentiment for a wandering cultivator." Kang Ya Ting seemed genuinely perplexed. "The esteemed master cultivator must be getting something out of the deal. Is it the spirit wood that is so valuable? In the grand scheme of things, this one is not sure it's worth that much effort." Benton shrugged. "This one has lived a long life and done many things, and one overarching lesson has been that one reaps what they sow. Karma is real."
The best part about that statement was that it wasn't a lie at all. He'd thought a lot about why he'd been given a choice of where to go after dying on Earth, and being able to select a cool system. His rewards had to have been because of how he'd lived his first life. Helping others and being faithful to one's word build karma. Benton smiled. This one hopes not to die for a long, long time, if ever. But if that happens, this one is confident that the next life will be even better. He glanced at young Shu, who cupped her hand and bowed toward him. This one sees, Kang Ya-ting said. In contrast to the words spoken, Benton was pretty sure the man didn't understand at all. Sects gave a kind of face to the concept of karma, but few seemed to truly embrace all the implications of it. Finally, though, a sect elder entered the arena and started talking, and Kang Ya-ting cut off his interrogation to focus on the duel. The rules, as stated by the elder, were matched closely to similar bouts from Su's memories, save for the particulars of the arrays. Most, if not all, sects had some method of keeping spars non-lethal, but the ones in this arena were top-notch, definitely much better than anything the Flowing Tiger sect had. Benton needed to get something like it for his people. That day was a long way away, though. He hadn't even properly founded his sect yet. Impressive arrays, Benton said. This one thought that your sect only maintained a small presence in 6th Flawless Flowing City, and that your main location was elsewhere? Kang Ya-ting appeared a bit sheepish. Not many outsiders visit the main sect lands, so the function and appearance of the facilities here have taken on outsized importance. Ah, the 3 sects in the area all visit each other's base in the city, and they got into something of an arms race to see who could make their digs the most opulent. Made sense. Benton turned his attention to the arena as the duel began, and the start went according to his expectations. Yang Ru stood still, and Pan Jiang got mad about it. As instructed, Yang Ru channeled his inner Keanu Reeves from the Matrix, and Benton chuckled. The taunt worked even better than expected. Pan Jiang totally lost it and started sprinting. Kang Ya-ting grimaced. After the first 2 exchanges, Benton thought the exchange of pointers was going to turn out to be, well, pointless. That opinion didn't change when Pan Jiang fell to the ground after suffering a minor strike. No offense, esteemed cultivator, Benton said, but your disciple doesn't seem to have as much expertise as I'd anticipated. The man sighed. He is coddled too much. Any who could and would challenge him are kept far from the sparring rings when he is present. This one has argued against such treatment, but this one's advice has fallen on deaf ears. Perhaps the results of today's contest will change some minds. Benton did give the kid some credit. After brushing himself off, he gave it his best effort, even after it was clear to everyone watching that he simply wasn't good enough. Yang Ru looked up to the stands, asking permission with his eyes to end the fight. Benton had hoped to see his disciple in action against someone of a similar realm and skill level, but the young sect member just wasn't up to the challenge. Continuing it was pointless. He nodded. Kang Ya-ting seemed more resigned than angry. Congratulations to the esteemed Master Cultivator's disciple. The man's attitude was not due to his disciple being trounced. That outcome would hopefully be to the kid's benefit. Since he no longer thought himself invincible, he had the opportunity to actually start learning. No, the underlying cause of the man looking like someone who'd come to terms with his unfortunate fate was the same reason Benton had manipulated the man into the bet in the first place. How valuable is the sword? Benton said. Extremely. It was a gift from the child's father. Heads are going to roll at it being lost. Benton gave him a look. Not this one's head. Others. But as his master, some, shall we say, negative consequences are sure to come this one's way. Would it benefit the esteemed Master Cultivator
if this one's disciple didn't take the sword? This one could not ask the esteemed master cultivator to do that. The blade was fairly won. Though Xianxia Ting's words refused, his face and tone held only hope. It turns out that this one could use a favor or two from a cultivator who belongs to one of this city's sects, Benton said. Ah, tell me more. Maybe this one can help. This one has managed to make the acquaintance of a couple of young people. This one sees the prohibitions against cultivators recruiting. Were these young people tested? No tests. One helped us with some trouble against a gang, and this one fears he might be in danger if left here. The other is learning how to craft the orange vigor spirit wood, which may be of some assistance to this one in the future. Both can swear using any truth test required that they were not tested in any way. That seems a simple enough matter to resolve. But the esteemed master cultivator mentioned 2 favors? Yes. As we discussed, this one will be taking wagons of food back to prosperous Grey Forest Village. A company of mortal guards might dissuade bandits and save this one from personally protecting the merchandise. If the esteemed master cultivator could find a group willing to perform such a function, this one could avoid running afoul of any suspicions of recruiting. That also seems like a simple enough matter to resolve. How many guards was the esteemed master cultivator seeking? Benton shrugged. At least 8, no more than 12 to 15. Whatever the esteemed master cultivator thinks best, this one would prefer a group who already knew each other and were willing to work together. What experience level? Honestly, no experience necessary. This one is the true threat. They only need to look the part. This one will teach them everything they need to know and give them weapons and uniforms. Benton paused. Unfortunately, this one doesn't know when they might return to this city, so perhaps finding young men and women with a desire to see the world might be for the best? These 2 favors seem too easily fulfilled, considering what is being given up. Benton shrugged again. Neither this one nor this one's disciple has any need for a sword, especially not one likely to borrow future trouble. Besides, it is hoped that this arrangement might lead to goodwill between this one and the Poison Claw sect. For the first time since he'd met Xianxia Ting, the man actually smiled. This one appreciates the sentiment and thinks the esteemed master cultivator is on a path to becoming a friend of the Poison Claw sect. Wonderful. Benton watched as Xianxia Ting conveyed the information about the sword not changing hands down to the elder in charge of the contest. Yang Ru didn't appear to care one way or the other about the development. In contrast, Pan Jiang seemed overjoyed. Yang Ru needed to be compensated in some way, though. He had won a valuable sword, but wouldn't get to own it or sell it. Benton decided to give him 15,000 contribution points. Sure, they were worthless right now, but he could envision a day when one of the orphans from the village spent hours tending to spirit herbs just to earn 10 of them. On that day, Yang Ru would be more thankful for the points than for the sword he had no use for. This one thanks the gracious, esteemed master cultivator for the chance for our disciples to exchange pointers, Xianxia Ting said. The contest turned out to be more fortuitous than this one expected. Benton felt the same. In fact, he was actively thinking of ways he could strengthen ties with the sect. If one of the 3 nearest sects took an interest in the area around prosperous Grey Forest Village before he earned enough points to reach Nascent Soul, he was vulnerable. Especially given what Xianxia Ting already knew about Benton's plans. Having one of those sects as an ally would go a long way to mitigate that weakness. He had an idea about how to move the Poison Claw sect even further towards seeing him in a highly favorable light. But it had a big downside.
First, though, he had to see if it was even possible. "This one has a question, but doesn't know if it might offend," Benton said. "Ask away. Unless the question is truly beyond the pale, this one promises not to take offense." "Does Panjiang not have a sword technique?" Kang Ya-ting sighed. "His family's technique is not suited for his wood-aspected qi. The sect, of course, has a vast library of sword techniques, but he has rejected all of them as not being good enough. Perhaps after his showing today, he will finally choose one of them." Benton couldn't have asked for a better situation. As a parent, he knew that the fastest way to a man's heart was to do something nice for his kids, and if the techniques produced by the system were as good as Benton suspected, providing one to the young master would be a huge boon. If that didn't solidify his relationship with Kang Ya-ting and the sect, nothing would. 2 problems. 1. As best as Benton could judge from Sue's memories, the system's techniques were really good. Sue wasn't someone who had graded such things, though, so it wasn't clear exactly how good. Benton didn't know how the sect would react if given a really top-grade technique. He doubted they'd try to rob him to see if he had more, right? They still had to be wondering exactly how high his cultivation was, making any attempt at force dangerous. 2. Creating a sword technique for Panjiang would cost sect points, and since there was a 0% chance that the young master would ever join Benton's sect, there was exactly no way to recoup those points. Of course, a technique only cost 3 points, but that was for one specifically tuned to an exact qi aspect. Benton internally quailed at the thought. Turning over such a thing to anyone outside his disciples was a complete non-starter. A perfectly tuned technique was not something one could run across. It would be obvious that he had created it. Revealing that ability was a one-way street to having every sect in the world trying to compel him to create techniques for them. Hard pass. The alternative was to spend a whopping 8 sect points to create one that could be used by anyone with a wood qi aspect. At least his creation could be useful to his own sect members in that case. But he was planning on focusing on spears. Who knew how far down the road it would be until he happened to have a member who could use it? Nope, he wouldn't see any points returned for the immediate future. If he was going to provide a technique to the Poison Claw sect, he'd be trading 8 out of only 33 available sect points for a completely unknown amount of favor from a sect with whom he currently had only the most nebulous of relationships. Was it worth it? The answer, a hard maybe. Kang Ya-ting had made the connection between Benton and prosperous Gray Forest Village. The Poison Claw sect knew where Benton would be setting up his sect, and he didn't have nearly enough personal power, even if he used all his points, to counter an entire sect, much less 3. All he had were bluffs and goodwill. Currently, his bluff of being a nascent soul cultivator or above, and what little goodwill he'd managed to create by not taking the sword, were not nearly enough of a buffer between the power of the sects and his impending obliteration. In contrast, 8 points represented 4 minor realms in Foundation establishment, or 2 in Golden Core. But those levels were only helpful if there were fighting, and fighting meant the chance of Benton or his disciples dying. He would much prefer the situation not get to that point. Benton had no way to even estimate how much of a chance at peace those 8 points would purchase. Heck, it might even make being attacked more likely. In the end, he really felt like his and the twins' survival might very well depend on how favorably the Poison Claw sect viewed him. He quickly ran through the relevant menus
and had the system create the strong oak sword technique. This one came across something in his travels that might prove to be of benefit to the esteemed master cultivator. Benton removed the new jade slip from his ring and presented it to Kanya Ting. Oh? He immediately dove his sense into the slip. This? What is this? Is there a problem, esteemed master cultivator? This jade slip contains a heaven-grade sword technique suitable for a chi-gathering cultivator with wood-aspected chi. You... Kanya Ting paused. Excuse this one for his rudeness. The esteemed master cultivator happened to have such a technique in his ring? Heaven grade. Really? That was high quality indeed. The highest.
According to Sue's memory, that grade on the sword technique, the most commonly used weapon by cultivators, made for those in the chi-gathering realm, the most common realm of cultivator, was literally priceless, even if it was limited to those with a wood aspect. Such things were not even sold at the most exclusive of auctions, much less given away. Benton did his best to channel his inner, super-powerful, nearly immortal cultivator who knew all and had seen all. One travels. One collects things. That technique is not usable by my disciples and, thus, is of no import to me. If it is a help to the esteemed master cultivator, please have it with my blessings. Kanya Ting was rendered absolutely speechless. Benton had stepped into murky waters. On the plus side, he'd proven himself a valuable ally. In doing so, however, he'd shown himself to be potentially exploitable. Kanya Ting had to be thinking things like, did Chao Su have more of the slips? How high was his cultivation actually? Could that ring be taken from him? Benton's life had just gotten a lot more complicated. Chapter 53. Lessons from a train bound to nowhere. Kanya Ting excused himself from the mysterious cultivator, Chao Su, as quickly as was polite, telling him to treat himself and his disciples to one of the various restaurants on the sect grounds, free of charge, of course. The sect leader was in secluded cultivation back at the main sect mountain, so Kanya Ting, not even sparing a brief moment for a word with his disciple, rushed out of the arena and straight to the elder who had been placed in charge of the 6th Flawless Flowing City branch. "Elder Dai! Elder Dai!" "What has gotten you acting like a wet-behind-the-ears recruit, Tinger?" Dai Shuren shook her head. "Rushing in here like a fool." Kanya Ting didn't respond with words. He simply pushed the jade slip into her hands, and of course her immediate reaction was to dive her spiritual sense into it. Her expression took on the same expression he imagined his had when he'd done the same. "Where did you get this?" He quickly relayed the story, starting with Pan Jiang arrogantly confronting what he thought were trash-wandering cultivators on the street, to his inability to sense Chao Su's cultivation, to being manipulated into betting the Pan family sword to the results of the duel, to the presentation of the gifted technique. "Astonishing," she said when he'd finished. "And this Chao Su just happened to be carrying this technique in his ring and was willing to give it away for nothing in return?" The odds against him having a heaven-grade wood-aspected sword technique that was absolutely perfect for Pan Jiang are astronomical. Unless, of course, he's got a whole library of techniques in that ring. Then having this particular one isn't so strange. Kanya Ting knew that avarice was shining in his eyes, but he couldn't help himself. "And is it possible he's really in the nascent soul realm?" "It's either that, or he's got an amazing treasure that hides his cultivation. I can't know for certain which is more likely, but my guess is that he really has reached that high, or higher." Elder Dai scoffed. "Higher? Really?" He certainly possesses the wisdom of someone of great age, belying his apparent youth. And in my experience, it is those of great age and the highest of cultivation levels who tend to gather amazing treasures. Besides, he'd have to be an idiot to display something like that jade slip and not have the ability to defend himself. And of all the things he may or may not be, I'd stake my reputation as an elder on him not being an idiot as one of them. "What do you advise, then?" Elder Dai said. "I want the contents of that ring. Really want it. But I fear that this is one of those decisions that can easily end up with the entire Poison Claw sect becoming a smoking crater." "It's a matter of risk versus reward, then. Trying to take his ring from him conveys a potentially high reward, but at a correspondingly high level of risk. On the flip side, it costs us almost nothing to make him a friend of the sect, which gives us unknown future rewards, but with almost no risk." She sighed. "I'm going to have to defend whatever decision I make to the sect leader, and there's just too little information. Let's see what the sect's internal arrays have picked up of this Chao Su's conversations." Benton hoped he'd done the right thing in gifting the sword technique to the Poison Claw sect. The sense he'd gotten was that Kang Ya Ting was an honorable man, for a cultivator, anyway. Still, he couldn't help but feel that his fate was hanging in the balance as Kang Ya Ting did whatever he rushed off to do. Benton's sense of unease was so great that he couldn't even enjoy the excellent meal the Poison Claw sect was providing, and not just because they had poison in the name. Apparently, he wasn't doing a great job of hiding his unease either. "Is Master okay?" Yang Shu said. Benton's desire to protect the kids from his concerns warred with his philosophy that leveling with them would provide a better foundation for their future as sect leaders. He was also well aware that he had to be very conscious as to what he said. It was likely, almost guaranteed, that the sect had ways to listen in on their conversation. "In some ways, we came out of the day in fantastic shape. Yang Ru dominated, and I was thoroughly impressed in every way." He smiled at the boy, who uttered a pleased grunt in response. "We arranged for Zhou Qian and Shilong to accompany us when we leave town, which is a load off my mind since I'd promised that result to each of them. And Kang Ya Ting is going to handle finding additional guards for us, so that removes a small burden from my task list and greatly eases potential strife with the authorities over the plan. Combined with having bought everything I wanted, save for stocking up on pills, we've accomplished the vast majority of what we wanted here in the city." The twins tensed, knowing that a but was coming. "But one of our goals was to avoid the complications that arise from drawing the attention of any major sects." Benton gestured to the restaurant. "We have managed to fail that task most spectacularly." "This lowly one apologizes, Master," Yang Ru said. "Nonsense. It's not your fault. When you encountered Panjiang, you followed my instructions perfectly." Yang Ru nodded. "I don't even think it was my fault for sending you two out alone," Benton said. "I made the best decision that I could at the time." He paused for a moment, reviewing his thought process. The likelihood of a sect member, of a stereotypical arrogant young master sect member at that, being in such a low-rent area of town and happening to see you two was, as far as I could tell, negligible. It was just a thing that happened. Life is like that sometimes. Would I have rather we didn't encounter him, and that we weren't sitting here right now instead of the warehouse? Yes. But I don't regret our actions. We're playing the hand we were dealt with aplomb, deciding when to bluff and when not to, placing the right bets. Now, we just have to know when to walk away and know when to run." Good old Kenny Rogers. Benton sure had been sad when he heard about the legend's death. Imagine him on a LitRPG world. Would he be a gambler? A bard? Anyway, I'm just not too sure about how the sect is going to react to the value of the technique that I gifted them, Benton said. I obviously feel confident that I can handle anything they can throw at me if they try to compel me to gift them more treasures. Yeah, no, he didn't feel confident at all, but the kids didn't need to know that. And the Poison Claw sect absolutely couldn't know that. My main worry is that they know that I clearly care for the two of you, Benton said. And you two, while very talented and skilled for your age and realm, just aren't quite ready to punch up as high as might be necessary. I fear that I might not be able to keep you safe, and leveling this place in retribution would be cold comfort if I had to bury one or both of you. There. He'd see what the sect made of that bluff. In for a penny, in for a pound, and all that rot. Kang Ya-ting and Dai Shuren stood in the branch sect's array master's pavilion. A recording replayed the conversation between Chao Su and his disciples word for word in high-quality sound. Sweat broke out on Kang Ya-ting's brow as he listened. Chao Su, for all that he seemed like a friendly guy, said exactly what was expected of an old monster who had no doubt he could make the heavens bend to his will. These disciples of his, Elder Dai said, they seem to be his weak point. So we what? Kidnap them? Ransom them for treasures? Taking advantage of an opportunity that falls into our lap is one thing. Measures such as those are on a whole different level of ruthlessness. We are a righteous sect, she sighed. You're right, of course. I would not be able to justify such actions to the sect leader for any amount of potential treasure. If we're going to take from him, we'd have to be straightforward about it, and that just seems like too much of a risk. I mean, it's possible that he's lying, but if so, he's doing a convincing job of it. As far as I can tell, it's just as likely he is exactly what he presents himself to be. He nodded. It's good that he ran into one of our sect members instead of a jade chameleon, huh? You're right about that. I'll authorize friend tokens for him and his two disciples. Kang Ya-ting cupped his hands toward her. Thank you, Shurer. Chapter 54. Coming Up Roses. Benton and the twins were just finishing dessert in the restaurant when Kang Ya-ting met them. He immediately cupped his hands before giving each of the three a decorative metal pin. The piece of jewelry was shaped like a green snake and had a clasp on the back. The Poison Claw sect thanks the esteemed Master Cultivator for his most gracious and prized gift. Though these tokens do not intrinsically represent an iota of the value of the gift given, this one hopes the esteemed Master Cultivator will treasure the friendship represented by the tokens just as much as the sect treasures his technique. Well, in pure monetary terms, treasuring the pins just as much as the technique might be stretching it a bit if Benton had been a normal cultivator. Since he could whip up as many as he had points for, though, the calculation was a little more complicated. He wouldn't trade a sect point right now for just about any amount of silver tails. On the other hand, a pin that signified the Poison Claw sect's friendship might one day prevent a conflict that would otherwise cost lives. The small piece of jewelry represented that the wearer was valued by the sect and should be treated as a member by the public and other sects. For the members of the Poison Claw sect, it meant the bearer had the favor of the sect's elders, signifying that messing with them was a huge risk. Friendship with the sect was only a step below being an ally, a position that took years of fruitful exchanges to receive. It was everything he had hoped for and more. Benton immediately clipped the pin to the left breast of his robe and bade the twins to do the same. He cupped his hands to Kang Ya-ting. This one understands the honor inherent in the presentation of the token, and accepts that its value far exceeds the humble gift offered by this one. Nonsense! This one's gift was clearly the inferior. Esteemed Master Cultivator's technique is unique under the heavens. This one's technique was but a trifle, nothing in comparison to the friendship of the mighty Poison Claw sect. This one appreciates the esteemed cultivator's high esteem for his sect, but that technique is a treasure to ignite the avarice of a monk. What followed was a long conversation in which each of the two participants praised the other's gift to the high heavens while denigrating their own. As Benton got into the spirit of the contest, making wilder and wilder claims, the twins looked on in bemusement. By the end, though, Xianxia seemed well pleased. "If this one may inquire, are there any specific benefits of the pin that this one and his disciples might avail themselves of?" Benton said. "Well, to begin with, the esteemed master cultivator and his disciples are welcome guests of the Poison Claw sect, and, as such, are entitled to use the facilities both here in the 6th Flawless Flowing City branch and in the main sect lands. Such guest rights include entrance to baths, the right to stay in special lodging areas, free meals at participating sect restaurants, access to unlimited training and sparring areas, and discounts at shops. If one were to need, for example, pills, one would find that the Poison Claw sect alchemists are renowned as superior throughout the region, and that the offerings available inside the sect grounds far outstrip those found anywhere else in the city." If that reference to buying pills wasn't a blatant admission that the sect had spied on Benton's earlier conversation with the twins, he didn't know what was. And obviously, they were going to refuse the offer of lodging. Too many ears around. "Of course," Xianxia continued, "any facility requiring contribution points to enter, such as cultivation areas equipped with arrays to increase chi density, will require special permission. A reasonable amount of such usage has been allocated already, and the esteemed master cultivator or his disciples need only contact me to arrange for entrance." That accommodation was a surprise. Special cultivation areas were highly coveted by sect members, and usage came at a premium of contribution points. For an outsider to be allowed in demonstrated that the person was held in very high regard indeed by the elders. "This one, unfortunately, has errands that will occupy the rest of the day." Benton had to go pick up the bows and other stuff he'd ordered from the Swift Hunter weapon vault. "This one would definitely like to access the alchemy shop, however. Would tomorrow work?" "Of course." There was one more ask that Benton had, but that one would require him leaving the twins at the Poison Claw sect while he ran his errand. His thoughts, as a person from Earth, were that the whole being designated as a friend of the sect setup could be a trap, that leaving his disciples behind was too dangerous. According to Sue's memories, however, no sect would dare even the smallest of slights against one granted such a high-level guest right. The loss of face would be tremendous. "This one hesitates to impose on our host's generosity, but the thing that is most desired is to see the disciples truly tested in spars against similarly accomplished cultivators. Would it be possible for the sect's trainers to evaluate them so that they could be matched with appropriate opponents? This one would enjoy watching those bouts tomorrow." "That idea sounds delightful," Xianxia said. "Judging from the prowess this one has observed thus far, such spars will be just as beneficial for the Poison Claw sect members. This one will not only accompany the esteemed master cultivator's disciples to the trainers, but give them a personal tour of the sect grounds." Benton's immediate impulse was to tell the kids to behave and mind Xianxia, but those admonitions would be treating them like children, not the adults that their society considered them to be, and the future sect leaders Benton hoped they'd become. Instead, he simply told them to have fun. All in all, his trip to the Poison Claw sect had resulted in everything coming up roses. The rest of the day was more aggravating. To begin with, he felt strongly that he needed to conceal exactly how much of a treasure his spatial ring really was. After all, he had no idea how close the decision to treat him as a friend of the sect, instead of simply trying to take his treasures from him, had been. Discovering that he carried a storage device so vast that Sue wouldn't have even been able to comprehend the size of it might tip the scales for the elders to change their minds. That particular deception meant he had to use a wagon to pick up the weapons, instead of just showing up and sweeping it all into his ring. A bad thought hit him. Kang Ya-ting knew about all Benton's purchases, meaning that Benton would have to leave town with everything in wagons. Crap. The food alone filled the 3 he had. Pills were small and would fit in a regular-sized ring without a problem, but he'd need to procure more cargo space for the weapons, the fabric, and the herbs. He would have to find at least 3 more wagons and oxen to pull them, and they'd all have to be bought instead of rented. There went some of his stash he was planning on spending on pills. An even worse thought hit him. He was drawing a lot of attention. Spies were everywhere in sects. News of him being named a friend of the Poison Claw sect had surely reached the Swift Blizzard and Jade Chameleon. 1 or more of the 3 big sects in the city were likely to follow him when he left to return to the village. Man, he was going to have to use a wagon train until any pursuers gave up. If they even did. That meant no simply stowing everything in his ring and taking the direct route through the forest. The new route would add a month or more to his travels. Oh well, what must be done would be done. The village had survived for years on its own. It could wait some extra number of weeks for their food delivery. Not that anyone, save perhaps the orphans and maybe Zhong Wen, were expecting him to return in the first place. Besides, this world wasn't like Earth. There were no cell phones, no texting if one were going to be 5 minutes late. Being a month later than anticipated on a long trip was just a part of the hazards of travel. By the time he'd finished ruminating on the trip home, he'd reached the warehouse. Though the twins typically handled most of the wagon driving, Benton had picked up enough skill to be able to get from point A to point B. Slowly, with many angry pedestrians left in his wake. Which were the circumstances when he arrived at the weapons vault, and those when he returned to the warehouse. Next, off to find more wagons and oxen. Great. He just loved dealing with the huge, smelly animals. Maybe he should wait for the twins to return. That job seemed like a good learning opportunity for his disciples.
Chapter 55. Loose lips sink ships. Yang Shu was more than a little nervous because Master had left her and Young Ru alone at a strange sect with no instructions other than to have fun.
Esteemed Master Cultivator, she said to Kang Ya-ting, this lowly one and her brother are a bit lost as to what to do. Please guide us. Oh, so this one is your brother? You look quite similar in age. She cupped her hands. Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. These lowly ones are twins. Enough with that esteemed Master Cultivator nonsense. Your master and I are friends. You can call me Elder Kang. Yes, Elder Kang, the 2 chorused. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? The elder said with a grin. Let's begin our tour of the sect grounds. He was much nicer than Yang Shu had expected him to be. Master was quite casual and nice once you got to know him, but from the stories, other cultivators weren't like that. Of the 2 higher-level ones she'd encountered, though, both were actually pleasant. Maybe the stories were wrong. As they walked, Elder Kang pointed out many buildings and what their purpose was. The grounds in 6th Flawless Flowing City were minuscule compared to the sect's main location, so they only had 3 pavilions on site: Alchemy, Arrays, and Martial. The Elder called these 3 the core pavilions necessary for any sect. Alchemy provided cultivation aids that healed, directly provided chi, cleared meridians, and assisted with breakthroughs. Arrays aided in defending the sect grounds, increasing chi density, and many other benefits that were too countless to name. And of course, the Martial Pavilion was where sect members learned how to fight. He turned to Yang Ru and said, Don't judge the sect on the performance of Pan Jiang. He's a bit of a special case. Of course, this lowly one will not do that, Elder Kang. So, twins, you say?
How you came to be Chao Su's disciples must be an interesting story.
Without giving it much thought, Xianxia told the elder an abbreviated story of how the two were forced out of their village and how Master saved them and taught them to cultivate. You're, what, 15 now?
Yes, Elder Kang, she said, though our birthday is coming up in a couple of months.
Oh, so you're coming up on having been with Chao Su for 2 years.
Oh no, Elder Kang. These lowly ones met Master less than 5 months ago.
I see. And you're at, what, the 5th minor realm or the 6th? It was at that point that Xianxia realized that the man might be trying to get information out of her that Master wouldn't want known. It would be rude to not answer his questions, though, and she had no talent at twisting the truth like Master did. For an instant, she considered trying to turn the speaking duties over to her brother, but young Ru would likely be even worse than her.
6th, Elder Kang. Is that fast or slow?
Assuming you're near the peak of 6th, extraordinarily fast. The man was definitely pumping her for information. He clearly knew exactly what realm they were in, including that they were nearing breakthroughs. Okay. She had to come up with a reason for their fast cultivation. What would Master prefer him to think? That the two of them were supremely talented, or that Master could raise an average disciple up quickly? Given the whole discussion about recruiting and the fact she'd foolishly revealed how they met Master, it felt like the elder finding out how talented they were would lead him to believe Master had a way to determine potential. She guessed that Master would prefer the elder not come to that conclusion. Of course, Master wouldn't have left her in such a situation if he didn't have confidence in her, or if he didn't care all that much what the elder found out. But that didn't seem right. She was so confused. Well, the only thing she knew for a fact was that, even when something that felt like it was bad happened, Master was able to make things turn out just fine. All she had to do was her best, and report the truth back to Master when she next saw him. Feeling much more confident, she said,
This lowly one is gratified to hear Elder Kang say that. These lowly ones didn't have anyone to compare ourselves to.
You two must be quite talented. Did your master ever tell you what rank your spiritual roots were? Time to lie her butt off, which felt wrong but also right. She thought Master would approve.
Master said he didn't have access to something?
A testing array?
Yes, that was it.
Xianxia smiled at him, feigning gratefulness.
Anyway, Master said that our talent didn't matter to him. Apparently, the cultivation method Master gave us was so good, these lowly ones would be able to use it whether we were supremely blessed or gutter trash.
Heaven grade?
This lowly one wouldn't know, Elder Kang, but Master said the method would make it easy and quick for us to advance, especially with the pills he gave us.
Qi condensing or meridian cleansing?
I apologize, Elder Kang, but this lowly one doesn't know. Maybe both. These lowly ones did not ask.
The elder hummed. Taking too many pills can be dangerous. You can ruin your cultivation base.
With respect, Elder Kang, but without Master, this lowly one would be a concubine of the man who had our parents killed, and my brother would be dead. If it serves Master's purpose for us to advance quickly through the first major realm before stagnating, we will still be better off than we would have been.
That is a good point. Your master is lucky to have such loyal and diligent disciples.
If it helps ease your concern, Elder Kang, this lowly one does not think Master plans on our cultivation being anything less than the best he can help us achieve.
Master apparently has no small amount of expertise in using pills to advance cultivation. That may very well be the case. Your master is a man of many talents and much mystery. Xianxia would have let out a relieved sigh if she weren't concentrating so hard on schooling her expression. The last place on their tour was the Martial Pavilion, where Elder Kang turned them over to another elder, an old man with the name Pan Sai.
His family name immediately put both the twins on alert. "Greetings, esteemed Master Cultivator," the two chorused. "Elder Pan is fine." His voice was stern, and he stared at each of them appraisingly in turn, until settling on young Ru. "Are you the one who beat up my cousin?" "The duel was fair, Elder Pan," young Ru said. The man laughed. "I know. I was just kidding. You did us all a favor by knocking some sense into the kid's head. Would that it sticks this time." The twins looked at each other, young Shu's saying, "Is this guy for real?" Young Ru's replied back, "I guess." "Anyway, let's get on with what you came here to do," Elder Pan said. "Starting with the young man. What is your realm, and what techniques do you use?" The two looked at each other again, young Ru's saying, "Is it okay to answer?" Young Shu's replied back, "That's sensitive information, but Master told us to do this, right?" "Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 6, Elder Pan," young Ru said. "My main technique is Combat Fundamentals of Spear Use, which I have advanced to mastery, and I have recently started learning one for Stone Skin, which is still at the small success stage." "I see. And the young lady?" "Same minor realm, Elder Pan. My main technique is Fundamentals of the Bow, which I have mastered, and I have been working on a perception technique for a moderate amount of time, having only advanced it to the small success stage." She hated to admit that failure, but honestly, she was having a hard time with the new technique. After doing so well with both weapons, she had thought herself something of a genius. But to her chagrin, the newest one had disabused her of that notion. "Excellent. Truly excellent," Elder Pan said. "You both have a strong foundation in weapon arts. Mastery at your age is to be commended. And either you or your master chose well for your secondary techniques." The elder had each of them demonstrate their strength, speed, agility, and weapon skills against wooden dummies. "Excellent," he said when they'd finished. "You both truly have mastered your respective weapon techniques. And those techniques must be very high quality. Your moves are much better than I would have anticipated for your age, as was your chi usage. Not many of my students are a match for you in efficiency or quantity available." The twins were somewhat disappointed by the elder's pronouncement. "Is there no one for us to spar, Elder Pan?" young Shu said. "Master really wants to see us in a challenging fight." The man laughed. "Oh, I didn't say that none of them can challenge you. Fear not. I have your measure, and think I can scare up an opponent or two. If your master wants to see you have to go all out to win, he will not be disappointed." Kang Ya Ting marched into Dai Shuren's cultivation room, eager to share information about his latest encounter with Chao Su and his disciples. "Yes, please come in, Elder Kang. Thank you for knocking so politely and then waiting to be announced, Elder Kang." He chuckled nervously. "Apologies, Elder Dai. I got a little too excited about my news." "Well, don't keep me waiting then. Report." "According to the girl, she and her brother are both at the peak of the 6th minor realm and have been cultivating less than 5 months. 5 months to reach the 6th realm? She said. Surely the girl was lying. That's 3 months faster than even our most talented sect members. Possibly. My spiritual sense placed her at the peak of the 6th realm, so that part was definitely truthful. The part about the 5 months is a lot less clear. She didn't appear to understand that the information was important until after she said it. It felt like a genuine slip of the tongue. A-ranked talents, then? How did he find them? Kang Ya-ting nodded. Exactly my thoughts. She says he randomly encountered them in the woods. She also says her advancement is solely due to Chao Su's easy and fast cultivation technique and his expertise in giving them pills.
How plausible is that?
Well, the technique he gifted us was heaven grade. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibility that he had access to cultivation methods of a similar quality. Note that it would definitely be methods plural, though. My sense tells me the boy cultivates a fire-based method, and the girl an ice-based one. Did he raid a Heavenly Tier sect's library? Dai Shuren said. How could one man have access to so many treasures? It does give even more credence to him being at nascent soul or above.
Unfortunately, you're right, she said. We still can't draw any definitive conclusion on whether he has access to a way to test spiritual roots either.
With all the techniques and cultivation methods he's carrying around, it makes sense that he has something like the orbs we carry around to recruit at the remote villages. The girl didn't mention anything like that, though. Further, she claimed Chao Su didn't care one way or the other. And you'll remember that he's assured me that those 2 boys he recruited here in the city can swear on a truth stone that they haven't been tested. Which means either he truly doesn't care if they're trash, or he has a way to determine the quality of one's spiritual roots without the person knowing, Kang Ya-ting said. Should we put a hold on approving the 2 young people he wishes to leave the city with him? Honestly, I've never even heard of that kind of ability. We might be projecting a little too much power onto him. His story for how he encountered both of the boys checks out. One worked for a gang keeping an eye on Chao Su until he turned the kid. The other dreamed of becoming a blacksmith, but was working in a shop selling weapons. Chao Su apparently needed someone willing to learn how to craft with spirit wood, and took advantage of the opportunity. He shrugged. Maybe he wants them for exactly the reasons he stated. You're probably right. No sense looking for a fantastic explanation when a mundane one will do. Exactly. Even if he had that ridiculous ability, what would be the odds that 2 boys he happens to run across are supremely talented? Kang Ya said. And even if they are D or C or even B, we lose nothing by letting him have them. Agreed. The good news is that I have one way to check at least part of the girl's story. Chao Su has asked for access to the alchemy shop tomorrow. We'll see then if he truly is an expert with pills.
Chapter 56.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying. Benton thought he was doing pretty well for being on a cultivation world for less than 6 months. Between Su's memories of his experiences as a cultivator and his own life lessons from 60 years on Earth, he had plenty of mental resources to draw upon in any given situation to guide him down the right path. That opinion lasted until young Shu told him about what happened with Kang Ya-ting. His experience had failed him. Su had never played in the big leagues of sect politics. The most he had to worry about as far as intrigue went was trying to hide a new technique from his fellow sect members so he could unveil it during the next tournament. Benton's lapse was more inexcusable. He had dealt with inter-office politics for decades. The only defense he had was that he'd never had much to hide from his bosses, so he'd never sweated it when his protégés had been forced to spend time with one of them. He had never even considered the possibility that the Poison Claw sect elder would pump his disciples for information. Granted, he should have, but the thought simply didn't enter his mind. Well, done was done. No use fretting over it. After he assured young Shu that her performance was well within his expectations, good even, he sent her away and played a mental game of how screwed was Benton. Based on what she had shared with Kang Ya-ting, the Poison Claw sect elders had to suspect one of 3 things about Benton. 1. He had the ability to supply cultivation methods that were so good and easy to use that it made the talent level of the disciple nearly meaningless. Honestly, that one didn't represent a change from what they already probably thought. In their heads, his ring surely was full of heaven-shattering jade slips, considering the technique he'd supplied to Pan Jiang. 2. Benton had the ability to easily, and without the subject's knowledge, determine the rank of a subject's spiritual roots.
That one, by far, was the one he most wanted to hide.
As with his ring and his ability to produce heaven-grade cultivation methods and techniques on demand, such a skill would make him stand out too much. That ability just wasn't something that a normal cultivator could do, no matter how high the realm. Once they discovered he had one unique secret ability, they'd be far more inclined to try to find out if he had any others. That result had to be avoided at all costs. 3. He was an expert at using pills to advance cultivation. That suspicion might be the most problematic one, but not because he didn't want the elders to believe he had such an ability. It actually fit the persona of the ancient, expert, high-level cultivator he was creating. No, the problem was that Yang Shu had outright told Kang Ya-ting that Benton could do such a thing, and the sect would have plenty of opportunity to test him at the alchemy shop the next day. His entire relationship with them was built on a foundation no sturdier than a house of cards. One kick could send the whole thing crashing down, and his disciple being caught in such a lie was likely to be just that kick. There was no help for it. He couldn't let the sect know that Yang Shu lied about Benton's ability, and proving his expertise would make them less likely to think that he had the ability to detect the rank of spiritual roots. His only choice was to prove that he was, in fact, an expert in using pills to advance cultivation. The problem was that he simply didn't possess any such proficiency. Su's education on the subject had been only as extensive as any other outer sect member. In other words, he was taught that pill toxicity was, in general, a bad thing, and that he should avoid it. Yeah, that advice was just so helpful. Thanks, Elder Chin. Try as he might, Benton could think of no other option. He was going to have to use sect points. System, I'd like to add a technique, please.
Please specify the technique to add. Something that gives me expertise in administering pills to disciples to advance their cultivation and/or otherwise make them stronger without harming them. Host currently has 27 sect points. Spend 1 sect point to attain Pill Basics. Small success? He hated spending the point. Partly because that 27 was already looking paltry, but also because he was breaking his 10% rule. Well, if the current situation wasn't an emergency, he didn't know what was. Yes, spend the point. A flood of information and memories about using pills was downloaded directly into his brain. He knew, in general, how much toxicity was too much, depending on a bunch of factors, what pills were good in combination, in which minor realm the usage was most effective, and a great number of other things. In general, simply wasn't good enough, though, to impress the Poison Claw sect with his expertise, and certainly not to begin applying the knowledge to his disciples. System, please advance Pill Basics to large success. Choice confirmed. Host currently has 25 sect points. More knowledge inundated his head, filling in the gaps. He, of course, considered using 2 more points to advance to Master in order to make him even more of an expert. But, as a practical matter, large success seemed sufficient for his immediate needs. The remaining gaps in his knowledge seemed to mostly involve more esoteric topics, especially concerning the higher realms. Unfortunately, the technique didn't tell him everything he needed to know. In order to use most of the knowledge given by the technique, he had to know the purity of the pill. Su's memory indicated that most shops only ranked pills by a very wide grade, which was way too inexact for his purposes, and that those grades weren't always completely accurate, making the ranking almost worthless for him. Besides, if he wanted to portray himself as an expert, could he really be constantly asking the shop attendant, "Hey, how good is the pill? What is it again?" Nope.
He needed the ability to look at a pill and just know everything about it. Yep, it was time. System, I'd like to buy the analyze technique that we previously discussed. Choice confirmed. Host currently has 24 sect points.
Setting aside the question of whether his interactions with the system could properly be categorized as discussions, his points were rapidly shrinking. "You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way." Funny movie. Even worse, he knew, simply knew, that small success wasn't going to give him enough to even bother with. Might as well rip off the Band-Aid. He sighed. "Advance analyze to large success, please." Choice confirmed. Host currently has 23 sect points. That should do it. No more bleeding his supply of sect points tonight. He spent the rest of the evening scanning everything he could with his new technique. Object, small stone. Key, rank, none. Grade, none. Use, possible weapon if thrown by hand or sling. Possible building material for gravel road or in an aggregate. Value, negligible. Other, N.A. Yes! Object, silver tail key. Rank, none. Grade, none. Use, buy things with it. Melt it and use the silver for crafting. Value, low. Other, N.A. Neat. He borrowed Yangru's spear. Object, spear chi. Rank, foundation. Establishment grade, heaven, top. Use, weapon, kill things. Defense. Value, high. Other, this system-wrought weapon is unique. Nothing crafted by man can compare. What the, huh? 50,000 taels. Yikes. Benson pulled out one of his pills. Object, major healing pill. Chi rank, suitable for mortals up to cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm. Grade, heaven, top, 100% purity. Use, heal gravest of injuries. Value, moderate. Other, will return any user up to Foundation establishment from brink of death to fully healed, but still can be used on mortals with no ill effects. He had been so worried when he'd given the twins both the spiritual root refinement pill and the chi condensing pill. But he need not have. If those were anything like the one he scanned, the kids were never in any danger. The pills were simply too high quality to hurt them. The more he experienced the system, the more he realized what a huge cheat it was. Benton chuckled. He was cheating, so he must be trying. So far, he'd been focused on just setting up a sect, surviving, and helping some kids in the village with no further goals. Which made sense. There were still challenges aplenty to overcome, and the system only became truly overpowered when he had enough recruits for a proper sect. Once he got things running, though, he could do more. Much more. Change the world more. There was so much misery in the world. Intense poverty. The haves literally being able to kill the have-nots with impunity. Systemic issues were not easy to solve, though. Better and worse men than him had tried. And the people in power tended to be invested in keeping the status quo. And surely there were many ancient immortal, or nearly so, cultivators that would curb-stomp anyone making waves. Benton needed to put some thought into what he actually wanted to accomplish, but that was for another day. One thing was for sure. His life as a cultivator was going to be a lot more interesting than his last. Chapter 57. All the World's a Stage. Benton was both dreading and looking forward to the trip to the alchemy shop. The former emotion was because a single mistake could have grave consequences, not just for himself, but for the twins and all the orphans back in the village and the 2 boys he'd made promises to in the city. He certainly had picked up a lot of responsibilities in a short time, but he wouldn't have it any other way. Most of his adult life had been spent as a husband and father and grandfather and accomplisher of honey-do lists and provider and a million other titles, great and small. The biggest lesson he'd learned in those 60 years was to find joy and laughter and happiness where he could. Which brought him to the second of those emotions, looking forward to the trip. In his past life, he'd always laughed easily, but honestly, he'd mostly been kind of boring. Staid, solid, dependable, average. With the system, he had a chance to stand out, to embrace playing a role he created for himself, being theatrical. Yes, theatrical. He was going to walk into that shop and put on a show. Before leaving the warehouse, he gave himself a little reminder of the character he was about to play. You are a Nihility Realm cultivator who has lived thousands of years. You have seen everything, so nothing stresses you out. You are unshakable, unflappable. You don't know everything, but you do know an awful lot. For a while you lost your way, considering yourself better than everyone else and thinking your cultivation was the only important thing in the universe. Then you lost your family, and you realized that you better appreciate what you have when you have it, because you might find it gone tomorrow. Live in the moment. Enjoy yourself. Benton grinned. He had this. And bonus, the character he was playing would be a lot more casual with Xianxia Ting now that the two were acquainted. So long to the ridiculous speaking in the third person nonsense. Benton walked to the Poison Claw sect with the twins and Zhou Tian. The latter was going to stick with him for the morning, while the twins used a cultivation room they'd arranged the previous day. They'd all meet up at the arena later for the twins' spars. Xianxia Ting met Benton and Zhou Tian at the alchemy shop. Showtime, Benton thought. He entered a room filled wall to wall with narrow shelves holding small bottles, each containing 1 to 5 pills. A wood counter built over a glass display case and more bottles of pills behind it blocked off the back part of the room. An apparently middle-aged woman stood behind it. First step, examine the wares. The first pill he looked at was for minor healing, Qi-gathering realm. Its purity was only 63%, though. He wouldn't give one of those to someone unless they were dying, and it was their only shot. The bottle next to it held 2 pills of the same type, 72%. While Zhou Tian stood quietly in the corner, trying, and almost succeeding, at blending into the woodwork, Benton picked up one bottle after another. It felt like he examined the shelves for an hour, spot-checking. He found all kinds of pills, qi condensing, meridian cleansing, major and minor healing, poison, explosive, barrier breaking for qi gathering to foundation establishment, and from foundation establishment to golden core, detoxification, beautification, fasting, spiritual concealment, various resistances, etc. But all, save one, had purities between 60 and 89%. He brought the sole exception up to the counter. How much for this one? The woman picked up the bottle and looked at a symbol on the bottom. 10 taels, so 8 with the esteemed master cultivator's discount. 10? For this? Are you sure? This lowly one apologizes, esteemed master cultivator, but even failed pills require effort and resources to make. 10 is the lowest the shop can go, especially with your discount. Since the shop has a preservation array, its efficacy will remain constant without ever degrading, and this lowly one guarantees that someone will eventually buy it at that price. Benton was becoming more than a little perplexed. What exactly do you think this is? A black fire adder poison pill with only 51% purity. As the esteemed master cultivator surely knows, purity matters less when dealing with poisons. Benton wondered if the pill was a setup to test his knowledge and discernment, but if so, she was an even more amazing actor than he was. "The only reason I'm interested in this pill is because it's the only one with high purity I found," he said. 98%. It's a black fire chi concentrating pill. Usable by someone with a chi aspect related to fire, it would help a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm slightly increase the density of his chi. "I mean, it's not super expensive or rare or anything," he continued, "but I'd put a value of 100 taels on it at least." The woman frowned and looked at Xianxia Ting. "You don't believe me, do you?" Benton said. Xianxia Ting grinned. "Perhaps a test is in order." "Sure. We betting?" This one has learned his lesson about wagering with the esteemed master cultivator. Benton laughed. "So, the esteemed elder would bet on me succeeding? The honorable attendant certainly seems ready to take some of that action." "This one could never take money from his subordinates." Benton laughed again. "Fine. What's the test?" The woman disappeared into the back and returned with a bottle holding a single deep purple-colored pill. "What can the esteemed master cultivator tell this one about that pill?" Xianxia Ting said. Yeah, they totally hadn't prearranged that at all. Benton was really glad he'd prepared himself by taking the two techniques, even if he lamented having to spend 4 of his precious sect points. A quick scan told him all he needed to know.
It's a pill that grants resistance to mucus.
Mucus? Really? Should he be worried about being attacked by mucus?
Good purity for the difficulty involved in creating it. 93%, 3,500 taels. Kind of expensive, but I guess that if you gotta fight a mucus monster, you probably should pony up the cash for one. That is amazing, Xianxia Ting said. Are you a master alchemist? No, not at all. In fact, I am truly terrible at alchemy. That part was true enough. Benton hadn't ever tried, and Sue never could get the hang of it. A long time ago, one of my fellow outer sect members, a really long time ago, was a junior in the alchemy pavilion. He convinced me to try it. Let's just say that things didn't go well. I'm not sure if they were able to save the furnace or not. Xianxia Ting smiled politely at the anecdote. This one is curious about the esteemed master cultivator's sensing abilities then. What the esteemed master cultivator just did is not simple. Benton feigned a wince. That guy from the previous story? He wasn't quite as talented as the rest of the cohort, and felt pressure to keep up. And he was an alchemist. So way more pills than were good for him. Burned his meridians and pathways irrevocably. Benton paused, feigning reflection. Man, I haven't thought about him in centuries. He shook his head like trying to dislodge a memory. Anyway, I didn't consume a single pill for years afterward, vowing not to do so until I completely understood the effect of everything put into my body. It took a long time, and I fell behind my cohort. In the end, though, here I am, and they aren't. This one sees. So, the black fire pill, Benton said to the woman. Will you take 100? It's priced at 10, Xianxia Ting said. The Poison Claw sect will honor that price. I feel like I'm cheating the alchemist, Benton stroked his chin. How about this? If the alchemist can craft a similar pill that's ice-aspected in the next 5 days, I will pay 200 taels. In fact, I'll pay the money now, and will return after that time to pick up either the pill or the money. The woman looked at Xianxia Ting, who nodded. That is acceptable, esteemed master cultivator. Should this lowly one start a tally of purchases so the esteemed master cultivator can pay all at once? No offense or anything, but
I'm kind of disappointed by the offerings. I'm not willing to have my disciples use any pill of such low purity. I, more than anyone, know what pill toxins can do to cultivators trying to build their basic foundations. The woman looked at Kang Ya-ting again, and again he nodded. This lowly one will be right back. She was going to go get the good stuff. Finally. This one has a question, Kang Ya-ting said. Sure, go ahead. Why is the esteemed master cultivator buying the Blackfire pill and paying a premium to commission one for ice? Well, young Ru can use the fire one, but I don't want to buy him a pill and not one for his sister. You know how kids can be if you appear to favor one over the other. This one meant to inquire as to why the esteemed master cultivator would give his disciples such a pill, Kang Ya-ting said. Oh, you don't know. Know what? What that pill can do when combined with 2 other pills. Kang Ya-ting frowned. Honestly, Benton said, I kind of just want to tell the esteemed elder. It's fun playing the wise old man who knows all sorts of ancient wisdom. On the other hand, this kind of feels like information that should be traded instead of given. The Poison Claw sect would never pressure a valued friend to reveal his secrets. Now the esteemed elder is just playing hardball, Benton chuckled. Fine, you got me. I'll at least tell the esteemed elder what the combination does. Kang Ya-ting leaned forward. If the twins take the correctly aspected pill along with the other 2 right after, and I mean immediately after, advancing to foundation establishment, the combination will increase their chi pool permanently by 10 to 12%. Truly. Truly. The woman returned to the counter with a case and began taking pills from it. Benton immediately picked one up and scanned it. Chi condensing pill, 92% purity. Better, but still not what he wanted. In the end, he found 6 chi condensing pills at 97% purity and above, 3 meridian cleansing pills in the same range, a foundation establishment breakthrough pill at 95%, 5 minor healing pills, all at 98%, a major healing pill at 97%, and, after a bit of deliberation, selected 10 more minor healing pills in the 90 to 93% range. He figured that, if one were desperate for healing, a little bit of pill toxicity was a small price to pay. There were, of course, other high-purity pills in the case, but none he had an immediate use for. There was a fasting pill that was so close to 100% that he almost bought it. But he had literally thousands of hot meals in his ring. Food wasn't a problem. The total cost was 15,000 silver taels, 12,000 after his discount, which was much less than he'd budgeted, but then again, he'd figured on buying a lot more. He would have bought a lot more had he not taken the basic pills technique. Learning what low-purity pills did to a cultivator's body turned him off using all but the finest ones. Was he being overly cautious? Probably. Using a single pill in the 80s most likely wouldn't have much impact, especially if the disciple in question was of low talent, who would probably advance no higher than foundation establishment. But even traces of toxicity built up over time, and were difficult to completely get rid of before reaching nascent soul. Benton wondered how many cultivators failed to make it to that vaunted realm due to just that issue. The good news was that he had extra money, nearly 48,000 taels, and nothing pressing he needed to spend it on. One thing he wanted to start preparing for was that blessed day when his disciples started hitting foundation establishment. There were 2 things each of them would require: a weapon and a storage ring. At least, he considered the latter a necessity. Most probably would place it into the category of a luxury.
How cool would it be if he could present each of his disciples with one of each when they broke through? He already had the weapons, bows or spears, depending on the cultivator's focus. So he only needed the rings. Does the esteemed elder happen to know of any shops that sell spatial rings? Xianxia did, but he gave directions instead of accompanying the guests. This one apologizes, but there are duties of an elder which need attending. Surely the esteemed master cultivator is accustomed to such matters. Of course. Think nothing of it. Thank the esteemed master cultivator for his gracefulness. We will meet again at the arena later. The directions turned out to be excellent, and Benton and Xianxia had no problem finding it. 30 minutes and 40,000 taels after the discount later, Benton walked out with 10 rings on a leather cord around his neck.
Chapter 58. The Best a Man Can Get. Xianxia remained in the alchemy shop until Chao Su and his young ward were well out of sight. The boy was interesting in that the elder had almost forgotten he was in the shop. That the boy could evade notice meant he was manifesting his chi aspect, even though he was a mortal. Such a thing wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. Some people, even wizened cultivators, believed a display like that one meant the mortal would automatically have great talent, thinking that the potency of the spiritual roots somehow led to the ability. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The boy had just as much chance of being an F or any other rank as a random person on the street. The real reason the boy was able to blend into the space was that the boy's chi aspect was abnormally strong. That strength was both a blessing and a curse. It meant that every technique the boy used that closely aligned with his aspect would have a greater effect than if it were used by another person of a similar rank. It also meant that it was vastly more difficult for the boy to use cultivation methods and techniques that didn't align closely with his chi aspect. Finding such resources could challenge even a mid-sized sect, but Xianxia figured that issue wasn't much of a problem for Chao Su. Did he recruit the boy because of his talent with shadows, a sought-after trait for assassins? Probably not. Chao Su simply didn't seem like the type to employ those kinds of methods. He also wasn't likely to have been of the belief that the boy was supremely talented due to the chi manifestation. No, the most likely reason the boy ended up with Chao Su was exactly what he had said. The boy found himself in danger due to helping them avoid any more entanglements than were necessary with a local gang. Chao Su definitely seemed the type to be loyal to those who assisted him. That small mystery resolved, Xianxia turned to the attendant. He knew not only the type of pill, but the purity and price as well. Is that usual? At the level he displayed, the attendant said. No, not usual at all. Could he perhaps apply that level of insight to examining a cultivator with his spirit sense? Oh no, esteemed elder. This one didn't mean anything like that. Any alchemist can pick up a version of what he can do. Even this one can determine a pill's general purity just from years and years of working in a shop. None of that helps at all in learning to discern information about fellow cultivators. I see. Try to put into context, then, how unusual his ability is. He displayed 3 distinct skills, esteemed elder. First, he has a good sense of a pill's value, but that ability is relatively common. Anyone who buys or sells lots of them will pick that up. He also displayed immense knowledge. Detecting that mislabeled pill like that, this one missed it. The master alchemist who priced the pills missed it. A lot of people in the chain missed it. He didn't. But that doesn't necessarily indicate any special ability with chi. It probably just means he's seen a lot of pills in his lifetime, many more than this one has. The third skill was the amazing one, but anyone could achieve it. One simply needs to spend literal centuries honing and fine-tuning their spiritual sense to detect the most minor of fluctuations in a pill's makeup. This one can't imagine the time and patience it took to develop that ability to the degree he showed. He is a true expert. While you were in the back, he told me that the concentration pill can be used in combination with 2 other pills to permanently increase a cultivator's chi pool, Kang Ya-ting said. Do you think he was telling the truth? The woman's eyes went wide. This one thinks that information needs to be reported to the head of the alchemy pavilion. I see. In retrospect, he and Dai Shuren had probably been letting their imaginations run away with them. A nascent soul realm cultivator had all the time in the world to study things that interested them. Spending so much effort working with pills that one became an expert was much more likely than Chaosu having an ability they'd never even heard rumors about anyone else having. Benton and Zhou Tian made it to the arena in plenty of time for the spars. Not that the sect wouldn't have held the start for them anyway. Kang Ya-ting introduced the martial pavilion elder Pan Cai, who was very complimentary toward the twins. From a different cultivator, Benton might have thought the guy was just blowing smoke, but Elder Pan really seemed like a straight shooter. This one has actually arranged for 2 contests for each of your disciples. First, a demonstration against the sect's top chi-gathering practitioner with their respective weapon, followed by a spar with a sect member of a similar realm that this one chose to be a particularly challenging matchup. Perfect. I'd like for them to be truly tested. Adversity brings growth. Benton didn't know how prophetic his words would be. Yang Ru was first up for the demonstration. He and a young lady stood facing each other a few feet apart. Both held spears. Benton scanned the girl. Affiliation, Poison Claw Sect. Age, 16. Cultivation, Chi Gathering, Minor Realm. 9 Chi available. Techniques, Spiritual Roots, C+. Chi Aspect, Forked lightning ripping the sky asunder. Ooh, nice. She was at the peak of chi gathering, and she was the first actual cultivator he'd seen with the lightning aspect. 16 could be a bit old to have not reached Foundation establishment, but that could be due to many factors. Like maybe she had just turned 16 and she'd been recruited half a year or more after her 14th birthday. Sects only visited villages once a year, after all. Most kids weren't inducted literally as soon as they came of age. More importantly, she was the top spear user of her realm present in the city. She should be able to give Yang Ru a run for his money. What do you think, Zhoutian? Who will win, Yang Ru or the girl? This lowly one wouldn't dare venture a guess, master. The kid was so stiff. Well, he'd loosen up eventually. The twins did. Who is the girl? Benton said. Kang Lin, Kang Ya-ting said proudly. Daughter? Granddaughter. You dog. Congratulations. The same elder who had overseen the spar between Yang Ru and Pan Jiang entered the arena and immediately gave the rules. Both contestants must remain in position, not moving more than a foot in any direction, and the goal was to disarm their opponent, which would result in an award of 3 points. Any touching of the body counted a point against the person doing the touching. Match point was 11. After both contestants signaled their understanding, the match started. And it went exactly how Benton had expected. Elder Kang's granddaughter wiped the sand with Yang Ru. The lightning chi aspect showed itself in her speed and her agility, and she clearly had much more experience fighting cultivators than he did. Against a spirit beast, they might be an even match, but not in a contest like that one. Final score, Kang Lin 11, Yang Ru 1. The girl had gotten a little aggressive with one of her thrusts and touched his finger when she disarmed him, costing her the shutout. Overall, Benton came away quite impressed by the young lady. She was poised and purposeful in every move she made. As soon as the ending was announced, young Ru sank to the ground in a lotus position, meditating deeply. Kang Ya-ting and Pan Cai both looked a little embarrassed and apprehensive at the result. "The esteemed elders think I'll be angry because his disciple lost the match?" Benton said. "Apologies for this one's granddaughter, esteemed Master Cultivator. She did not give your disciple much face." Benton smiled widely. "Nonsense. She did great. Exactly the kind of thing I wanted to happen. The esteemed elder should be proud." "The esteemed Master Cultivator is pleased?" Pan Cai said. "Of course, because, on second thought, this is a good learning opportunity." Benton turned to Zhou Qian. "Pop quiz. Why am I happy?" The boy clearly had no idea what a pop quiz was, especially since Benton had switched to English for the words, but he tried gamely enough to answer the question. "Master is happy because the defeat can make senior brother better?" "Exactly. Winning or losing that contest doesn't matter in the slightest. There were no stakes, no consequences. I mean, face? Who cares? He has mastered his spear technique. He surely thought himself the mighty knower of all that was knowable regarding the spear. Now, he really knows something important. That mastery of a technique does not mean mastery of the wider concept of fighting with a spear. Maybe this fight will propel him to new heights of greatness. Maybe one day he'll be in a life and death struggle, and the lessons learned today will save him." The two elders looked contemplative. "Do you know what I'm most happy about, though?" Benton said. Zhou Qian thought about it for a moment. He stared down at the area where young Ru was busy consolidating his gains from the fight. "Senior brother's reaction to the loss, Master?" "Yes, 2 for 2. Great job, Zhou Qian." Benton grinned at him. Young Ru didn't rage at the heavens due to the unfairness of the contest. He didn't sink to the depths of despair because he let me down by losing or some other nonsense. No. He immediately did what he needed to do to become better. What a great disciple. While they'd been talking, more than a score of young cultivators had swarmed the arena, setting up all manner of targets and signaling that the next competition would be an archery contest. "Did the esteemed Master Cultivator choose his disciples' weapons?" Elder Pan said. "I did. Interesting choices. Some look down on spears and bows, say that they're peasant weapons. Bows in particular are frowned upon." Benton grinned. "Some people are idiots." Elder Pan chuckled in return, and in a manner that certainly seemed genuine. "This one agrees, but would like to hear the esteemed Master Cultivator's reasoning." "Well, not much to tell, really. We were going to be fighting spirit beasts mainly, and against those, range is good. More range is better. The spear keeps jaws and claws at bay. The bow allows a chi-gathering cultivator to hop up into a tree and engage from afar." "But for the long term," Kang Ya-ting said, "does the esteemed Master Cultivator plan to have his disciple abandon the weapon?" "Of course not," Benton said. "Look, I understand the point. A high realm cultivator can simply blast away with chi, so why use the bow? Well, I'll tell the esteemed elder why. Obviously, no one has unlimited chi, not even nascent soul and above. At a certain level, it takes chi to deal damage, and attacking at range also requires chi to get that attack to your opponent. The bow is more efficient, using the body's strength combined with mechanical force to push the damaging chi to the target. And if a stronger, faster launch is needed, you can still add that oomph with chi. You'll still end up saving more than someone launching the same attack with chi alone." Apparently, neither of the elders expected such a spirited defense, and all of them fell into silence. It didn't take the crew long to clear the sand, and soon young Shu and a young man entered the arena.
both holding their bows and with their quivers ready. Like Kang Lin, the new sect contestant was in the 9th realm, though only 15 years old, with C-minor talent. The elder once again announced the rules. There were 11 targets. Closest to the center for each target earned a point. Most points at the end won. They would alternate who went first, and since going second conveyed a slight advantage, the Poison Claw sect member would start the contest, meaning he was first up one more time than Yang Shu. Kang Lin had held multiple advantages over Yang Ru, including more experience sparring against cultivators, the contest favoring agility over strength, and the two being forced to remain essentially stationary. From Benton's initial observations, the archery contest seemed to be a more even match, but the targets weren't all straightforward. He was sure there was an inherent advantage for the young man baked into it somehow, but wasn't sure of the specifics at a glance. The first 2 targets were exactly what Benton would have expected from an archery competition. One was placed 25 yards from the starting line, and the other 75. The two split the points, with Yang Shu winning on the longer of the two. Both were close, though, with less than an inch determining the victor for each target. The third had a 10-foot wall between the start line and the target. The boy walked to the wall, looked around it to take in the target's position, returned to the start line, and shot nearly vertically. The arrow arched over the wall and actually hit the target, though nowhere near the center. Yang Shu did her best, but she'd never tried a shot like that. Her arrow stuck in the ground a few inches shy of the goal. The fourth target was odd.
A narrow pole stood between the starting point and dead center on the target. To the right of the pole was a wall, 6 feet tall and 3 wide, positioned parallel to the line between the archer and target. The purpose of the pole was clearly so the archers couldn't fire directly at the bullseye. Perhaps the goal was to see which of them could get closest to the pole without hitting it and causing the arrow to stray off to one side. That reason was clearly in Yang Shu's mind, as the feathers from her arrow literally grazed the pole as the arrow passed. She grinned, clearly thinking she'd won the point, until her opponent stepped up to the start. He shot so that his arrow deflected off the wall and hit the bullseye. The rest of the contest went similarly. Yang Shu was clearly talented at archery, but she also clearly had no experience with the kind of trick shots required to win that competition. Still, she never gave up, winning 3 more points to lose the match 7-4. Mirroring her brother, she sank into meditation at the conclusion of the contest. The only difference was that she had enough social grace to congratulate the young man who beat her before doing so. All in all, Benton thought he'd found about the best disciples a master could want.
Chapter 59. A Man Who Is Good at His Job. As Benton waited for the crew to reset the arena from archery range mode to the normal bare sandy floor for the upcoming duel, he wondered if the spars would be as tilted in favor of the Poison Claw sect as the contests had been. He found he didn't care all that much. As long as his disciples had an opportunity to advance, a loss was fine with him. His mind drifted to the future, though, and the heights the twins could achieve. First, he had to get back to the village, though. Thoughts of founding his sect reminded him of his dwindling point total. He soon, hopefully, would have 2 new inner disciples, and so far he'd given personal cultivation techniques to all the kids he'd found who had spiritual roots in the D rank and above. It seemed unfair to not provide Zhou Tian and Shi Long the same advantage. The problem was that Benton literally only had 23 points remaining. Individualized qi-gathering cultivation methods ran 10 sect points each. After that expenditure, he'd only have a measly 3 points remaining. That wasn't nearly enough for emergencies.
Granted, it felt like threats of immediate danger had calmed down a lot with his budding friendly relations with the Poison Claw sect, but he didn't like running on such thin margins. It occurred to him that the system was a lot like a pyramid scheme, requiring a lot of schmoes at the bottom in order to pay out the ones who'd made it to the top, and, of course, for him to skim his share, too. And, okay, the analogy wasn't perfect. The most important difference was that he wasn't scamming his future sect members. They really were getting benefits no one else could provide. Additionally, no one was drawing more out than they put in for the long run. The 10 points he invested in each of the 2 new inner disciples would eventually return him 12 points. He had to put in the investment up front, but barring something really unfortunate happening, it would pay off. For Chi Gathering Realm, anyway. With the quality of his cultivation methods, he felt positive that even an F could reach Foundation establishment eventually. He suspected that the lower ranks would struggle to reach Golden Core, if it were even possible at all. Still, 50 points for a cultivation method that any of the outer sect disciples could use would eventually be paid back given enough people. If he were to actually think of the sect as a pyramid scheme, though, it was a good one. For most of his members, he only had to buy a product once and sell it over and over again to the folks at the base. Every low-ranked person he brought in was pure profit. In order to realize those profits, though, he needed time. And to survive long enough to gain that time, he needed more points, which, in turn, necessitated that he treated the situation just like he would in administering a pyramid scheme. Recruit more people on the bottom. "Esteemed elder," he said to Kang Ya-ting, "I am reluctant to admit it, but this one seeks another favor." "This one is willing to entertain such a request, depending on what it is." Benton cupped his head. "Of course. I have 6 wagons of materials to travel with, and while we can manage that number, it occurs to me that hiring drivers might make the trip much more convenient. I could obviously find willing employees, but—" "Say no more. This one understands that the esteemed master cultivator truly doesn't care about the talent of his recruits, but for political reasons, it would be much better if the Poison Claw sect acquired them for you." Benton cupped his hands again. "Much gratitude." There. 6 more people to potentially convert to point earners. He sure had come a long way from the encounter where he'd convinced the twins to join him. Back then, he'd thought about his future sect a lot like a board gaming club he'd helped some friends of his start back in college. The university required 25 people before you could officially register the club, and they'd had to beg and plead with people to join. When he had talked to the siblings, the thought running around in the back of his head was, "Hey, would you like to join this club I'm starting? It's really cool, but, well, I haven't actually formed it yet, and who knows when I'll be able to, and I know I don't seem like I'm much now, but I'm going places." He'd since learned differently. Asking someone to join a sect and be made into a cultivator was more like asking a youth from Earth if they were interested in a contract to be a social media influencer. And, oh yeah, you start with 1 million followers. Only, the sect was even better. You potentially could live forever, and your circumstances definitely would be better than all the peasants you currently hung around. Benton's sect, yet to be formed as it was even better still. It gave out top, heaven-grade techniques and cultivation methods like candy. The world was a really big place, but he was willing to bet that very few, if any, sects could say the same. Of course, people were weird. If you asked enough of them, one would eventually turn him down, but Benton suspected the rarity of encountering someone like that to have the same chances of meeting a G rank or an S rank. His approach for the near future was going to be different than his start with the twins. Each potential recruit would be told what was expected of them, and they would be required to commit to meeting those expectations before he'd allow them to join. No more begging. Benton was broken from his thoughts by the two duelists entering the arena, and he scanned the slight young man holding a pair of daggers who took the position of Yang Ru's opponent. Affiliation: Poison Claw Sect. Age: 15. Cultivation: Chi Gathering, Minor Realm. 6 Chi available. Techniques: Slashing Wave Daggers, Dashing Waters, Spiritual Roots, B. Chi Aspect: Ocean Wave, Eroding a Boulder. Interesting. Benton wasn't 100% sure how that Chi aspect would play out in a fight. Relentlessness, maybe? The water element was obviously known to be highly adaptable as well. Maybe absorbing attacks somehow? Looking at the kids' techniques, it was apparent that the Poison Claw sect really went all in on giving even Chi-gathering cultivators ones that matched their Chi aspect. Both his weapon and movement techniques were water aspected. His guess was that the two kids matched up well, meaning both sides had a good chance of winning. He was looking forward to a challenging fight. The rules were the same as the last duel he'd witnessed in the arena, a fight to the death, with the exception of there being no wager involved, and soon the two were facing each other from across the sand. Yang Ru began by charging, and Benton groaned. The same reasons he'd told the kid not to do that last time still applied. Oh well, failure was just as good a way to learn as success, maybe even better. Yang Ru built up quite a bit of force as he sprinted across the arena. His feet barely even touched the sand, leaving not so much of a footprint behind to mark his passing. Still, Benton couldn't imagine anything good coming out of the headlong rush. Turned out, Yang Ru was full of surprises. He stopped on a dime right before reaching his opponent and transferred his momentum into a devastating spear thrust. Well, it would have been devastating had it connected. His opponent used what was clearly his dashing waters movement technique to dive forward, hitting Yang Ru with 3 quick dagger strikes in the process. This one thinks the esteemed Master Cultivator's disciple came out ahead in the exchange, despite taking a few small cuts, Elder Pan said. Really? Benton said. How so? The esteemed Master Cultivator's disciple is much more efficient in his Chi usage than Lang Yuhan, and has a larger available pool as well. Meanwhile, Lang Yuhan's movement technique consumes a relatively large amount of his Chi. What about poison? The sect does not allow poison usage for sect members below Foundation establishment, Kang Ya-ting said. Okay, Benton could understand that precaution. Wouldn't want the kids accidentally killing themselves or others. 2 more exchanges took place. Yang Ru tried to swipe at his opponent. His opponent dodged and inflicted small stabs in return. The Poison Claw sect kid definitely won those. Death by 1,000 cuts. Ah, the Chi aspect made sense. Using a movement technique to flow around an opponent while eroding him with a bunch of small wounds. Once the boy added poison to the mix, he'd be dangerous indeed. Yang Ru was quick on the uptake, though. Allowing his opponent to move out of the way without paying a cost in Chi was clearly a losing battle as long as he was taking hits. Instead of small swipes, he switched to fast, powerful lunges targeted at center mass. Lang Yuhan's only choices were to take the strike, surely ending the match considering the force used, or to use his movement technique to get out of the way, which he did, both times. He doesn't have much Chi left, Elder Pan said. Only 1 or 2 more uses of that technique remain. Benton nodded. The problem with backing an opponent into a corner was that it forced them to fight with everything they had. His thoughts turned out to be prophetic. Lang Yuhan used his technique 1 more time, but not to dodge. He went on the offensive. Almost quicker than the eye could see, he darted toward Yang Ru,
one dagger targeting his heart and the other his neck. Both hit. Benton thought it was over. And it was, just not the way he expected. When the action cleared, young Ru was standing over his fallen foe. His spear had struck his opponent in the chest at full strength, blowing Long Yuhan back several feet. But the daggers had struck.
Young Ru sank immediately into the lotus position, and soon a box that explained everything popped up. Host's disciple, Young Ru, has reached large success in stone skin. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 24 sect points available. Benton laughed out loud. His disciples really were the best. He cupped his hands toward Elder Pan and bowed much more deeply than was necessary due to their supposed cultivation difference. The man acknowledged his gratitude with a smile. Zhou Tian, on the other hand, looked completely confused. "Are you wondering why I did that, Zhou Tian?" Benton said. "This lowly one does not understand. Sorry, Master." "It's fine. I was just giving props to Elder Pan for being very, very, very good at his job." Seeing that the kid was still confused, Benton continued. Not only did he arrange for a very challenging match that either one of the participants had a chance to win, but his choice to select an opponent focused on lots of small cuts helped young Ru reach large success with his defensive technique. Zhou Tian cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to both his master and to Elder Pan. "The esteemed master cultivator allows his wards a lot more leeway with asking questions than this one is used to," Kang Yaoting said. "How are they supposed to learn if they can't ask questions?" "By watching and observing." "I guess that method would work," Benton said. "But it does seem inefficient. On the other hand, a lesson learned by figuring it out for yourself does tend to stick better." While he supposed that Kang Yaoting's approach to teaching had merits, Benton wouldn't be changing his process anytime soon. It had always worked for him in the past. The crew down in the arena prepared for the next fight, the one between Yang Shu and her Poison Claw sect opponent. Curiously, they were placing many obstacles around the arena: walls, stones, wagons, etc. Benton supposed that made sense. If Yang Shu had clear line of sight across the arena, her opponent would sprout more arrows than a pincushion by the time they reached her. The upcoming spar should be interesting. Chapter 60. A Healthy Rivalry. Benton watched as Yang Shu and her opponent, a girl who looked severely out of place with her yellow hair, walked into the arena. He scanned the blonde. Affiliation: Poison Claw Sect. Age: 14. Cultivation: Qi Gathering, Minor Realm. 6 Qi available. Techniques: Misty Silent Steps, Wind and Water Fan Art. Spiritual Roots: A. Qi Aspect: Mist on the Moor, concealing all. Yikes. The sect was bringing out their best. An A- talent, and already at Minor Realm 6, while still being 14. Nice. And like the previous duelist from the sect, she had both a weapon technique, interestingly a fan, and one for movement. Both were aspected to match her own qi. After the rules were read, the exact same as the last duel, the bout began. The blonde immediately hid behind a boulder and pulled out a talisman. An instant later, mist began pouring out of the device. As Benton had expected from the girl's qi aspect, she primarily used mist for concealment. What he almost commented on was how her incongruous hair stood out so much. It was definitely not a natural shade unless Sue had seen much less of the world than he thought. Benton wondered if the girl colored it that way as a rebellion against her natural type, or, a much more likely scenario, if it was a deception tactic. No one would expect someone who stood out so much to be a concealment type. "Does the esteemed master cultivator object?" Elder Pan said. "No," Benton said.
This is perfect. Young Shu will need to bring her A game in perception to win this one. Ha! A game. As opposed to the blonde's A-. He hadn't even intended that particular pun. Of course, he wasn't wrong either. Young Shu and Young Ru had probably chatted between matches, and he wouldn't have been able to resist gloating about his achievement. She must be just about desperate, not only to match his win, but to also reach large success in her perception technique. The two were closer than almost any sibling pair Benton had ever met, but they were also very competitive with each other. It was a healthy rivalry as far as he was concerned. The talisman requires Mao Ning to use her own qi to produce the mist, Kang Ya-ting said. A device that uses another's qi or any external power source, such as a beast core, is prohibited. Benton hadn't known that.
The only device like the elder described that the twins had was a single defensive talisman each, and Benton didn't think either would even consider using the expensive, life-saving measure during a completely safe spar. Besides, maybe that rule had been explained to them during preparations, or maybe the rule only applied to the sect members. However the rule was administered, the growing cloud of mist gave young Shu trouble. His spiritual sense tracked Mao Ning as she made her way closer and closer to the archer. But his disciple didn't seem to know where her opponent was. "Keep a watch on how Mao Ning uses her mist to hide herself, Zhou Tian," Benton said. "See what kind of ideas you can pick up." "It almost sounds like the esteemed master cultivator plans to make the ward into a disciple," Kang Ya-ting said. Time for another gamble. The more truth Benton revealed, the more he seemed like an eccentric who had fun being mysterious, instead of someone who had a lot to hide. He just hoped his read on the sect elders was accurate. "Of course, I plan to take Zhou Tian as a disciple." Both Kang Ya-ting and Zhou Tian were clearly shocked. Only Elder Pan took the matter as one that was obvious. "The esteemed Elder Kang did not think I would take the boy as a disciple?" Benton said. "No, obviously that was your intention. This one was just surprised that the esteemed master cultivator would admit it. I also plan on teaching cultivation to all the guards and wagon drivers you send with me. Please tell me that the esteemed master cultivator is planning to at least wait until after leaving the city before teaching any of them," Kang Ya-ting said. Is that a big concern? Does running afoul of the city lord concern the esteemed master cultivator? Because the authorization that was granted was to take all these people out of the city, which is the exact authorization that the esteemed master cultivator requested this one to obtain. The authorization does not allow making any citizens into cultivators. Of course, any acts performed outside the walls don't fall within the city lord's jurisdiction. But with all the attention that has been drawn from becoming a friend of the Poison Claw sect, this one wouldn't advise flouting any regulations. "Got it," Benton said. "Why would the esteemed master cultivator want to teach all of them anyway?" "Mainly because I don't have a choice," Benton said. "The road between Vermilion incomparable Raintown and prosperous Grey Forest Village is simply teeming with spirit beasts. There is a high possibility that I and the twins will need to go into the woods in order to counter threats, and we can't exactly leave all the mortals alone and helpless. Even if they're only Qi-gathering realm 2 or 3 at that point, that's still less helpless than if they weren't cultivators at all. Why would the esteemed master cultivator tell me all this? Well, we're friends, right? There should be no secrets between friends." "So, friend," Kang Ya-ting said, "what is your cultivation?" Benton laughed. He was genuinely starting to like the elder. "Well now, see, you got me there. I fear that if I were to tell you that, it would ruin our burgeoning friendship." "I see." "Truly," Benton said, "no jest. What if I told you I was actually in a really low realm, like Qi-gathering or something? You'd be all like, this one cannot be friends with someone at such a low realm. Or if I told you I reached nihility 1500 years ago, you'd be all like, Yes, sir, Master Cultivator, who is the highest-ranked cultivator on the continent, sir. Either way, friendship gone. It could only survive if I actually fall in a narrow range of realms that you suspect me of being in. Nihility? No, don't go drawing conclusions from that, my friend. I just pulled that realm out of a hat. It doesn't mean anything. Probably. Almost definitely. Surely it doesn't. Benton grinned, having entirely too much fun. Down in the arena, Mao Ning was slowly creeping toward Yang Shu, who had no idea where the other girl was. Benton, in addition to tracking the sect girl with his spiritual sense, could hear her feet crunching on the sand when he channeled just a tiny bit of qi to his ear. His disciple could surely do the same with the technique he'd given her. The problem was that she was having trouble processing the input, meaning she couldn't use the sounds to place where her opponent was. "I'm surprised Mao Ning isn't using a movement technique to silence her steps," Benton said. "Creating the mist uses a lot of qi," Elder Pan said. "The esteemed Master Cultivator's disciples have access to about twice as much qi at that realm as any of our sect members. The esteemed Master Cultivator's disciples also use qi much more efficiently. It was quite the task to find opponents who would challenge them instead of simply being overwhelmed by the huge qi deficit." "Well then, I thank you greatly for your diligence." "Think nothing of it. It is this one's job." Benton turned to Kang Ya Ting. "I don't know if you have anything to do with the pay structure around here, but you should seriously think about giving Elder Pan a raise." "I'll take it up with the leader of the sect branch here in 6th Flawless Flowing City," Elder Kang said dryly. Down in the arena, Yang Shu did something that made Benton smile. She closed her eyes. "Oh, I think she's got it," Benton said. Yang Shu steadied her breathing, almost looking like she was meditating, standing up. "That's the right track." Her bow was pointed toward the ground with an arrow nocked, but the bowstring not yet pulled. She held her breath. Benton didn't say anything else, not wanting to add any noise. In an instant, Yang Shu spun 30 degrees to the left, and in one smooth motion, raised her bow, pulled back the bowstring, and loosed. A grunt came from the mist. Yang Shu smiled. After that, it was simply a matter of how many arrows would it take to kill her opponent. Soon, the other girl was down, and the match ended. In contrast to the last contest, Yang Shu didn't bother exchanging niceties with Mao Ning before sitting on the sand and sinking into a meditative state. A moment later, Benton got the notice he'd been expecting. Host's disciple, Yang Shu, has reached large success in peerless peering and perception. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 25 sect points available. Again, much gratitude to esteemed Elder Pan for his diligence and skill at arranging matches. This one takes it that Yang Shu also advanced in her technique? I believe she did. Surprisingly, another box popped up. Host's disciple, Wan Ai, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 4. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 26 sect points available. Wow. Wan Ai had gotten past the minor block between the 3rd and 4th realms all by herself. She was doing great. The esteemed Master Cultivator truly has amazing disciples, Elder Pan said. They beat the 2 best matchups in the same minor realm that this one could find for them. I'm quite proud of them. They should return for the All-City Trisect tournament. As friends of the Poison Claw sect, they are allowed to participate. We would be honored to have them represent us. A tournament? Benton's grandson, Greg, would probably say that the disciples had to participate in a tournament. It was like a rule of the genre or something. Elder Dai. Kang Ya Ting cupped his hands. He had no idea how she was going to take the news. He had no idea how he should take the news.
How did the matches go? Our sect members won both contests, though we held clear advantages in each. And how did our new friend react? Dai Shiren said. He was overjoyed. Elder Dai raised her eyebrows. Truly? It was a good learning experience for his disciples. I see. And the duels? Chao Su's disciples won both, though the fights were close. Each was able to achieve large success on a technique they were learning. Chao Su was very grateful and complimentary of Elder Pan. He said we should give him a raise. Interesting turn of a phrase, Elder Dai said. Indeed. Anything else to report? Kang Yating tensed. Chao Su admitted that he planned to teach everyone who left the city with him how to cultivate. I felt his words a tacit admission that he plans to found a sect. Really? In prosperous Grey Forest Village? Presumably. What are your thoughts? Elder Dai said. If he's doing what he explicitly stated, raising up F-ranked peasants to mid-chi gathering in order to defend the village from spirit beasts, it's a non-issue. The return of steady shipments of the spirit lumber would be good for the economy, and since we have an in with Chao Su, the Poison Claw sect might be able to find a way to profit off the trade. There is a larger concern, though. Do tell. I asked him about his cultivation. Just in the middle of a conversation? Really? Elder Dai said. You had to have been there. It made sense at that moment. I'll yield to your judgment, but I'm assuming he didn't tell you. No, Kang Yating said. But I did glean interesting tidbits from his answer. He claimed that it was possible he was but a chi-gathering cultivator. Interesting. Could it be true? Have we ever seen him manipulate his chi? Elder Kang thought for a moment. I've seen him use a spatial ring without relying on a beast core, so he's definitely at least foundation establishment. Good point. For all my spiritual senses tell me, he could be immortal. I don't even get the vague unease around him like I do with the sect leader. The more I think about it, the more I keep coming back to a single, probable conclusion. Chao Su has reached nihility, 2 major realms above us. Nihility? Really? Elder Dai said. That realm would mean he's one of the strongest cultivators on the planet. The best evidence in support of that conclusion is the fact that I can't sense him at all. Being so far above me would make my failure logical. And let's not forget his treasures. Elder Pan suspects that both the twins' cultivation methods, weapon techniques, and auxiliary techniques are all heaven grade. Note that the siblings don't share a single one of those in common. That means, counting the sword technique Chao Su gifted us, he's handed out 7 heaven-grade scriptures. 7! And every single one of them matched the recipient's chi aspect and needs perfectly. How many does he have access to in order to pull out the perfect one for each situation? You make a compelling argument, but nihility is just so hard to believe. In his response about his cultivation level, that was the other example he used, that he reached nihility 1,500 years ago. Being that old would explain a lot of his weird behavior. Elder Dai took a deep breath. I can't believe we might have had the strongest man on the continent visiting our sect, and we've been treating him like a common tourist. We definitely shouldn't change our behavior. This treatment is what he wants. You're sure? Positive. I hope you're right, Elder Dai said. For all our sakes, I hope you're right.